Chapter 311. An hour later, the Prince of Constellation, who had just finished dressing up in the blood court, was walking along the corridor towards the Hall of Heroes, accompanied by Ralph and Waya. Thales took a deep breath and walked past a group of guards who were staring at him fiercely. He looked at the familiar layout and furnishings in Heroic Spirit Palace, and his heart was heavy. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" This was the slightly worried Waya. "I can't be better," Thales replied with a straight face. "Why do you ask?" "Because when we were outside just now, Lord Poitre said that young Rockne is here to propose. If this bothers you..." Waya abruptly stopped talking. He turned his head and saw Ralph clasping his hands tightly on his shoulders. Ralph's gaze was stern as he shook his head forcefully. "That's because when we were outside just now, Lord Poitre said that Rockne is here to propose. If this bothers you, see, this is the problem." Thales exhaled. "Everyone is thinking in the same direction, even you." Waya and Ralph looked at each other. "But the real problem is..." Thales' mind raced, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. "This is impossible." "Yes. Propose." "What kind of joke is this?" Just as Waya and Ralph became more and more puzzled, the sound of footsteps and conversations came from behind the corner in front of them. "Oh, the pattern engraved on this beast's skull. Five-headed flail? I know, this is the personal emblem passed down from the Smilenuven to Big Hand Shalon Walton 600 years ago. At that time, Walton's symbol was not the cloud dragon spear." This was a slightly frivolous young man's voice. He seemed to be looking around as he walked. "Ah, this weapon must be the army crusher Monster Nazir's black-striped greatsword from 300 years ago." The Prince of Constellation stopped in his tracks. "That is," Waya said doubtfully. Soon, they no longer had to wonder. "That is just an imitation." This was Nicholas' voice, but he sounded a little uneasy. The real one was buried with Monster in a White Blade Guard's cemetery. The frivolous man sighed. "Is that so? I have to say I am a little disappointed, but it's okay. Soon, I will see the long-awaited, famous Soul Slayer Pike." Thales narrowed his eyes. Nicholas and a group of Archduchess guards accompanied another group of strangers as they walked out from the corner. The moment he saw Thales, the Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. "This is..." Nicholas coughed. Thales focused his gaze and looked at the eye-catching and unique young noble among the strangers. He had the emblem of the Knight's Cannon embroidered on his shoulder. "Thank you, your lordship, but I know very well who I am dealing with." Among the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, the young man dressed in neat and simple clothes also turned his head around and looked at Thales with a spirited gaze. He was very young, in his early 20s at most. He had curly hair that went past his ears. Compared to the long-haired Archduke Thales had met before, his face appeared much gentler, and there was a strange smile in his eyes. So it was him, the man who claimed to propose to Selma? The young man's hidden smile turned into an obvious one. He took a resolute step forward and extended his palm under his outer robe. "Nice to meet you, Prince Thales. I have heard a lot about you." As soon as he said this, the people in the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers turned their gazes to the prince in front of them. Their gazes contained all sorts of emotions. Thales chuckled in his heart. "So, I have a reputation to speak of as well." "Thank you." Thales suppressed the worries in his heart and shook the young man's palm with a smile. "Then, you must be Archduke Rockne's son." The young man's palm was very strong. There were thin calluses on his perlicue and 4 fingers that Thales could not be more familiar with. He was a well-trained, noble warrior, perhaps just like his father. "But, Ian Rockne, I am the Viscount of Dual Wind City under the city of faraway prayers. I have specially come to Dragoncloud City as an envoy." The young man named Ian interrupted him with a smile and introduced himself. "My father once said that there were many things that left a deep impression on him during his trip to Dragoncloud City 6 years ago. One of them was none other than that young and witty prince." Thales thought of something. Aside from the pleasantries, he caught the main point, the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Ian Rockne. He has his own title and fiefdom, even though he is so young. even though he is already the heir to the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers. This more or less means something. Thales let go of the young man's hand. Please thank your father for me. Thales suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said without batting an eyelid, I also have a deep impression of Archduke Rockney, especially his fearlessness and fortitude. After hearing this, Ian's expression suddenly became very strange. He sucked in a breath and stared at Thales from the corner of his eye. He had the ghost of a smile on his face. Thales narrowed his eyes. He. Finally, the young Rockney laughed out loud. He shook his head with an amused expression and opened his mouth to say something. This sentence was spoken very quickly, and his enunciation was sharp and piercing. Thales could not understand it at all. But forgive me, Thales said doubtfully. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Oh, sorry. Ian seemed to have just come to his senses. He spread his hands with an apologetic look on his face. No, please forgive me. I inherited my accent from my mother, so sometimes I'm not used to speaking with a Northland accent. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Not used to a Northland accent, but Ian laughed. And what I said just now was, thank you for your magnanimity. That's why you describe my father's stubbornness and stupidity as fearlessness and fortitude. Thales was slightly stunned. Stubbornness? Stupidity? The Prince of Constellation was not the only one who reacted this way. Many of the nobles in the city of faraway prayers diplomat group behind them had unpleasant expressions on their faces. An old noble who was more experienced coughed loudly to remind their viscount. Ah, we all know that you have a cough, old Barney, Ian said loudly and rudely without turning his head. But since you're in Dragoncloud City, restrain yourself a little, okay? That's what I wanted to say, young Ian, the old noble retorted bluntly, especially in front of the Prince of Constellation. The young Rockney snorted nonchalantly. Nicholas frowned as he watched the interaction within the city of faraway prayers. He did not say a word. That's really a novel comment. The Prince of Constellation smiled a little awkwardly and pretended not to see the internal conflict in the diplomat group. And it came from his son. That's not surprising. Thanks to your resourcefulness and righteous act 6 years ago, his stubborn head is still on his neck. Instead of following the late king to Hell's River to show his loyalty and throw the city of faraway prayers into a mess. Ian swung his hand with a playful smile and put on a thoughtful expression. Of course, if that really happened, I might have inherited the city of faraway prayers earlier. This sentence made Thales speechless again. Undisguised coughs came from the diplomat group again. This time, they were especially loud, as if they were very dissatisfied. But that's my father, a typical Northlander. Ian sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. Then, he immediately put on a smile. And my mother used to say that all Northlanders have a hole the size of a fist on their foreheads, facing the sky. During spring and winter, it's filled with snow, and during summer and autumn, it's empty. Ha ha! As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people from Dragoncloud City on both sides and the people from the city of faraway prayers diplomat group became unpleasant. Ian was the only one who smiled happily. Wyatt widened his eyes and exchanged glances with Ralph. The latter made a gesture to show that he agreed. Thales' face twitched, and he laughed dryly. He had a feeling that this Ian Rockney was really a little, how should he put it, a scam? Thales thought of the bold and courageous Archduke Rockney, then looked at the frivolous and impetuous young master in front of him. He sighed in his heart. Ha ha! The prince chuckled. I have to say, you are really not like your father's son. Am I really my father's son? The young Rockney laughed heartily, and his words shocked everyone once again. This is also the suspicion that has troubled my father for many years. I say, no wonder my mother died so early. Could it be that she was trying to cover up? Thales' smile froze on his face. A rude and low shout came from the diplomat group. Ian! Ian lowered his head slightly. The light cast a shadow on his face. Then, he flashed a smile again. Ha 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 ha! The young Rockney laughed and waved behind him. I was just joking. Look at your expressions. At that moment, Thales knew what that slight feeling of incongruity was. Ian Rockney, this man, the way he speaks and the way he does things are not like a Northlander. Sirs, As the receptionist, Nicholas looked warily at the two people who were chatting happily, at least on the surface. Perhaps we shouldn't let the Archduchess wait for too long. Ian looked at Nicholas and shrugged. Come, Prince. The young Rockney ignored the prince's awkward expression and put his hand on the latter's shoulder. Let's talk as we walk. I believe we will become good friends. Thales instinctively wanted to break free from his hand, but Ian only smiled. Trust me, Prince Thales. He looked elated, but there was a profound meaning in his words. There are many things we can talk about. For example, the Archduchess' marriage. Thales was stunned. Nicholas frowned. His expression was unhappy, but he did not say anything in the end. Also, Ian pushed Thales and moved forward with him. He smiled happily and said, What's more? He smiled happily and said, When facing Northlanders, I think we will definitely get along well. No, Thales gave up on getting rid of Rockney's arm around his shoulder. He sighed. Based on the current situation, someone who can get along well with you, probably only Ida. Thales gave Waya and Ralph, who had worried expressions on their faces, a reassuring look before he walked forward. Based on what you said just now, your mother is a foreigner? The prince recalled the scene just now and asked keenly, From Camus Union? Oh no, of course she is an extension, the young Rockney answered briskly. And she's a local from the city of faraway prayers. A local from the city of faraway prayers? Thales frowned slightly. But you just said that her accent is not Northlander. The young Viscount of Dual Wind City raised his eyebrows slightly and put on an expression that said, I knew it. They followed behind Nicholas and slowly approached the Hall of Heroes. You have never been to the city of faraway prayers, have you, Your Highness? I have not had that kind of honor. No wonder. Ian shook his head in a slightly profound manner and clicked his tongue. He sighed. When everyone talks about Ekstedt, they always say that it is Northland, the kingdom of Northlanders, as if Extensions are Northlanders. Thales' interest was piqued by the follow-up question in this sentence. But they have all forgotten. Ian turned his head and smiled faintly. At the western border of Ekstedt, there is at least one piece of territory that does not belong to the old Northland. Its people are not just rough and hot-tempered Northlanders. Thales was slightly moved. The city of faraway prayers? Ian nodded. His voice was steady and powerful. The city of faraway prayers. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but their footsteps slowly fell behind Nicholas. Long before the ancient empire, there was a barren land like this. The land stretched from West Billow Cliff in the west to the land of barren rocks in the east. The people who lived there struggled to survive, and they were called troubled citizens. That land was designated by the ancient empire as their West Billow province. It is very different from Northland province in the east and Toto province in the west. The difference is obvious. The young Rockney raised his head and gently touched the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. After the Battle of Eradication, Kulgan Rockney, the truth seeker, one of the 9 knights, and a capable general under Riker the hero, brought his sword and axe to the land called West Billow. He went on a punitive expedition, expanded the territory, built castles, and finally announced to the troubled people on the conquered land that from that moment on, they were all extensions. He was the first Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Ian said with a chuckle. He was different from the other archdukes. The truth seeker was a Northlander. With the way of Northland, he ruled over countless troubled people of West Billow. I see. Thales seemed to be deep in thought. I don't often hear about this in the great unity of Northlanders' classes. Ian shook his head and sneered. Of course, outsiders rarely care about this difference. Even the extensions from other places are the same. He raised his head with great interest and looked at the decorations around him that were full of Northland style. It's no wonder. Among the 10 great territories of Ekstedt, the Sentinel region and Defense City are on guard against the oldest line of defense of mankind in the north. Glacier Sea and Elifir City have to worry about the threat from the east coast. There's no need to mention the 3 territories in the south, which are near the northern territory of Constellation. Dragoncloud City and Beacon Illumination City have been the center of Northland since ancient times. They can be said to be the heart of the kingdom. In comparison, the city of faraway prayers, which is located in the west, has a vast territory and is sparsely populated. It can only deal with desert bandits and merchants. It seems especially insignificant, doesn't it? Nicholas turned around and gave them an indecipherable look. Ian immediately responded with a bright smile. But you're still a member of Extet. Thales shrugged. You even had a common elected king. Ian snorted softly. 300 years ago, if the Nightwing King had not dealt a heavy blow to the eastern part of the kingdom, he said with a sigh, the common elected throne would never have fallen into the hands of the Rockne family. They would not have been able to wait for King Lessa Rockne's coronation in the city of faraway prayers. You could tell a lot from a name, City of Faraway Prayers, praying far away. The young Rockne patted the prince's shoulder and said with a resigned expression, to Extet, the City of Faraway Prayers is just a faraway part of their territory. It's so far away that no matter what happens in that wasteland, the other people in the kingdom only need to pray from afar, and it'll be considered that they've shown great mercy. Thales did not speak, but his judgment of the situation and his estimation of the City of Faraway Prayers' intentions had changed many times. But in the next second, Ian lowered his head and moved closer to Thales' ear. He whispered, most importantly, since it's not the land of the Northlanders, why would the Northlanders pay attention to it? Why would they care about whether the troubled citizens of West Billow are dead or alive? Thales shuddered a little. They only need to know that it still belongs to Extet. When they boast to outsiders, they can still use that huge territory to show off Extet's national strength. That's enough, isn't it? Ian still had his hand on Thales' shoulder. He raised a finger and said in a low voice, so, many people of West Billow can't help but think that perhaps the Northlanders only care about the City of Faraway Prayers on the map. And this is the City of Faraway Prayers. This is the problem that the Rockne family, as Northlanders, has faced for the past 600 years. It sounds very troublesome, the prince said in a low voice. Presumably, your father often has to worry about the doubts of the people under his rule, the so-called troubled citizens of West Billow. Ian smiled faintly. It's just like Dragon Cloud City, isn't it? Thales did not say a word, but he could already tell what was going on. The young Rockne raised his head again and raised his voice to a normal level so that everyone could hear him. The heavens have taken pity on us. For more than 600 years, we have been taking care of ourselves. Ian turned his head. His smile was gentle. Therefore, 20 years ago, the born king did not hesitate to give the order to aid the West in the name of the king and with the power of the entire city. Only then will the Rockne family remember this kindness forever. Hence, a loyal alliance can be formed. The young Rockne blinked lightly. So, as vassals, we are willing to follow a king like that until the end of his life. Thales raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I understand. The prince pondered over Ian's intentions. This Viscount of Dual Wind City seems to be frivolous, meddlesome, and speaks without thinking, but from just now until now, beneath the surface, what he wants to convey is, Thales raised his head and said in a low voice, why did you send a message to invite me here, Viscount of Dual Wind City? I'm just a prince of a foreign country. Ian lowered his head and revealed a mysterious smile. As I said, in order to propose to the Archduchess, I need a reliable witness. Thales' expression did not change, but he glanced at the people around him and deliberately walked faster. He frowned slightly. How do you know that I am reliable? Ian snorted through his nose. Ian chuckled and said, because if you are not reliable, you would not have come. Thales was speechless for a moment. A few seconds later, the prince said, what if your estimation is wrong? What if you are looking for the wrong person? I may be wrong. Ian maintained his mysterious smile. But Black Sand region is definitely not wrong. Thales fell silent. Are you serious about proposing to the Archduchess? The young Rockne shrugged. Of course. Otherwise, if the Archduchess marries someone else, what will happen to us? Thales frowned. Us. Ian snorted softly and looked at him meaningfully. He stretched out his voice and repeated the two words softly. Us. Thales pondered for a while. Ian let go of his shoulder and looked around with interest. I understand. Thales pondered for a while and said in a low voice, "Is there anything important that will take up a lot of time in the audience later?" "Let me think." The young Rockney scratched his forehead. "Other than the hypocritical greetings to each other, there will also be a personal letter from my father written in the style of an ancient knight, and a crying plea for Dragoncloud City to be merciful and send troops to save us, who are in a terrible predicament. In the end, I will grit my teeth and criticize the king's crimes and invite Dragoncloud City to join the camp of justice. That's all." Thales nodded and resisted the urge to ridicule him. "Then hurry up and end it. Tonight, I will invite the Archduchess and you to the dining room for a small gathering to discuss the truly important matters. Just the three of us, and perhaps Regent Leespan, if he insists as always." At that moment, Ian's eyes lit up. "I look forward to it." The young Rockney curled up the corners of his lips. "I promise it will end as soon as possible." In the next second, they finally arrived at the door of the Hall of Heroes. The members of the diplomat group tacitly stopped in their tracks, tidied up their clothes, and looked at Ian sternly. Their gazes made Thales feel rather uncomfortable. Ian could only exhale and flick the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. "Are you ready?" Nicholas narrowed his eyes and observed the group. Then he waved his hand. Amidst the heavy rumbling, the two guards pushed the door open steadily. Rows of Archduchess personal guards and the Archduchess throne at the end of the hall were revealed. Behind the throne was the ferocious, pitch-black Soul Slayer Pike. Everyone in the hall turned their gazes to the entrance of the hall and looked at the guests from the city of faraway prayers. Ian narrowed his eyes and looked at the ancient hall that represented Dragoncloud City. Under the illumination of the sun and lights, the relief sculpture of the Cloud Dragon spear at the top of the hall was extremely conspicuous. It made the usually dark and heavy Hall of Heroes look even more dignified and steady. "Relax." Thales punched his shoulder and snorted. "You're much luckier than I was the first time I came." The prince looked at the Hall of Heroes and remembered his unlucky first visit. He could not help but lower his head and sigh. "Is that so?" Ian snorted softly and walked forward into the hall. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of footsteps rang. "Guests from the city of faraway prayers," the herald said. But in the next moment, he was immediately interrupted by an even louder voice. "Honorable Archduchess Saroma Walton." Ian walked steadily on the stone floor and shouted loudly over the herald's voice, "I am Ian Rockney. On behalf of my father, the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Culgan Rockney, I extend my sincere greetings to you." "What?" Everyone in the hall craned their necks in surprise and looked at Ian Rockney, who was walking over slowly and did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Thales sighed. He thought of Croche, whom he had met before, and wondered why there were so many strange people lately. And all of them liked to introduce themselves? The prince subconsciously took a step back and widened the distance between him and Ian. Under the strange gazes of the Archduchess guards, Count Leespan, Viscount Lysden, and other nobles of Dragoncloud City, as well as Nate Monty, who also came from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney did not stop walking. He looked at the Archduchess on the throne with great interest and sized up her appearance. "This is my first time in Dragoncloud City. Forgive me for being unable to contain my excitement." In her seat, Saroma, who was dressed to the nines, seemed a little restrained. She pursed her lips and tensed up. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. The Archduchess took a deep breath and nodded at Count Leespan, who was sitting beside her. She then cleared her throat and said, "Thank you for the concern of the city of faraway prayers. However, once again, Ian Rockney from the city of faraway prayers exceeded everyone's expectations." Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Ian Rockney laughed and interrupted Saroma without hesitation. "On behalf of the city of faraway prayers, I sincerely request Dragoncloud City to send troops decisively and join our war against the Alliance of Freedom to protect your grandfather and father's reputation. Also, we really hate that common-elected king who doesn't act according to the rules. I believe that all of you feel the same." The young Rockney raised his hands and did not stop talking. The words that came out of his mouth flowed down like an endless river. So, I also sincerely invite you, Archduchess Aroma Walton, to sign on the joint notice that will be pasted all over the country to condemn the king's atrocities. While he spoke without pause, the indifferent Ian did not forget to take out a slightly deformed letter from his bosom. He blew on the obviously damaged seal and handed it to the Star Killer, who stared at him in puzzlement. All the details are written in my father's letter, but I sincerely suggest that all of you remove all the adjectives in it and read it again. It will be much smoother. Ian exhaled, as if he was happy that he had said such a long string of words. A few seconds later, he flashed a bright smile. Then, I guess, our audience this time is over. His voice faded away. The entire Hall of Heroes was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. For a few seconds. Over? What does he mean? No one seemed to be able to react. Thales also stared at Ian, who stood in the hall, dumbfounded. Very soon, sighs rose and fell in unison from the city of faraway Prayer's diplomat group behind Ian. Thales even heard the exasperated voice of the old noble from the city of faraway, Prayers suppressing himself. I knew it would be like this. Saroma recovered from her shock. She seemed to be at a loss. She looked at Leespan, who was frowning more and more, as if asking for help. Then, she looked at Thales, who was holding his forehead. I think, just now, Ian raised his index finger and once again snatched the right to speak in the hall. His happy tone made everyone in the hall speechless again. Prince Thales from Constellation invited me to enjoy the Constellatiate delicacies he brought. To be honest, I can't wait anymore. So why don't we stop here? At that moment, everyone's gazes turned to stare at Thales. Under everyone's gaze, the Prince of Constellation scratched his forehead in pain. He could only show an ugly and awkward smile with his twitching face. Ian Rockney. This guy, I promise that it will end as soon as possible. This guy. Ian maintained the smile on his face and bowed deeply. Thank you again for your warm hospitality, Honorable Lady Saroma. Once he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation. He strode out of the Hall of Heroes. On the way, he did not forget to give Thales a thumbs up, revealing his neat white teeth. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Ian's footsteps gradually faded away, just like how he came, until he could no longer be heard. He left behind a hall full of well-dressed nobles and guards in the city, who looked around in astonishment. In the silence of the crowd, who did not know how to react, a clear cough rose. This is really... Regent Lisbon's expression became very unpleasant. He said vaguely, what a surprise. About that, all of you know, Nate Monty, the Raven of Death, who had met Thales once before, stood at the lower end of the hall. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he pouted. He spread his hands and chuckled at the people in the hall. This is why His Grace sent me as the diplomat group's vanguard. The Star Killer held the letter Ian shoved into his hands and stared at Monty with an unpleasant expression. I see. Monty, so this is what you meant when you asked me to properly entertain Sir Ian. Also, let me introduce you, everyone. The person you saw just now is Ian Rockney, the Archduke's son and the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Monty laughed and pointed in the direction where Ian left, as if he was trying to dispel his mockery. The nobles gave him a nickname. Monty shook his head. He looked like he wanted to laugh. Ian the Nuisance. The hall became quiet again. It was so quiet that Thales wanted to sneak away. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a voice suddenly called out to him. Sorry to disturb you again. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Beside the door, Ian Rockney's face reappeared. He still had a smile on his face as he spoke to the people in the hall, who had very interesting expressions on their faces. Excuse me, where's my room? Chapter 312. Heroic Spirit Palace, the Archduchess Dining Room. I need an explanation about today's farce. Saroma stared at the two people in front of her with an unpleasant expression. One of them had a calm expression, while the other had the ghost of a smile on his face. Or both of you can get out of Heroic Spirit Palace now and settle your own food and lodging, both of you, the Archduchess said coldly. Wow! The air of the city of faraway prayers. Ian Rockney leaned against the back of the chair in his most comfortable position. He watched the angry Archduchess with interest, then turned his head and asked Thales, who was deep in thought, "Is this what you meant by she's easy to talk to?" Thales took a deep breath. Maybe it's because that's here. But before he could speak, Saroma's anger rose. "You, respected Sir Ian Rockney," the Archduchess said coldly. "I remember that you came to ask for help." "Uh-huh." Ian nodded briskly. "Just because of your frivolous, boastful, pretentious, and boorish behavior?" Saroma was merciless, and a rare talent that humiliated and angered all of Dragoncloud's city the first time we met. Also, tonight's welcome banquet has been canceled because no one is willing to attend unless I agree to their challenge to a duel at the banquet. They're still quite enthusiastic. Look, fortunately I brought Monty. In the face of the Archduchess, who was accusing him of something, the frivolous Viscount chuckled and snapped his fingers. Problem solved. Saroma's expression became even more unpleasant when she saw his frivolous attitude. Enthusiastic? Do you know how ugly the scene was after you left? Do you know how many nobles expressed their indignation to me? Thales swore that with his sensitive hearing, he heard the Archduchess grinding her teeth behind her lips. You should be glad that they dropped their weapons before entering the palace. Ian shrugged at Thales with a nonchalant expression. Hypocritical, old-fashioned Northlanders. If you have this kind of energy, why don't you go to Black Sand region and kill the king? Saroma was exasperated. She took a deep breath and glared at the nonchalant Ian. Oh, you also know that the envoy from Black Sand region is in the city. They will know everything that happened today and report it back to Black Sand City and the king. And do you know how many of Dragoncloud's city's vassals will change their attitude towards the city of faraway prayers in Black Sand region because of your actions today? Ian's pupil shrank when he heard the name Black Sand region. He nodded slowly against the backrest. That's a problem. He turned to Thales and focused his gaze. But we will solve it, right? He clenched his fists and rested them on the dining table. From time to time, he cracked his knuckles. This was a habit he learned from the bald Archduke Letko 6 years ago. Saroma seemed to have had enough of arguing with the air of the city of faraway prayers. Thales, you were the one who arranged this meeting. The Archduchess pushed up her glasses and glared at Thales, who appeared calm and seemed to be deep in thought. Say something. He imitated Saroma's angry expression and deliberately put on a resentful gaze. He turned his head and mouthed silently while shaking his head at Thales. Say something. This made Saroma's anger soar to the peak. If the people from the city of faraway prayers who come to ask for help are like you, then you can now, Saroma, Thales said softly. He raised his gaze and looked across the table at Lady Saroma, whose cheeks were puffed up because of anger. Calm down. You are an Archduchess. There's no need to get angry so easily. This is the girl who rejected my impulsive suggestion a few days ago. She proposed to stay in Dragoncloud City and face all the unknown dangers. That little rascal. He misses her, right? The corners of Thales' lips curled up slowly, and he subconsciously smiled. Saroma, who was unable to suppress her anger, felt a little embarrassed by his stare. She remembered the method Thales taught her to calm down and took a few deep breaths. I think. The girl subconsciously averted her gaze and snorted. She glared fiercely at Ian, who was still smiling strangely, but her tone became much gentler. Maybe we shouldn't waste any more time. Ian raised his eyebrows. He looked at the calm Thales, and then at Saroma, who had turned her head away. A look of realization appeared on his face. He yawned and struggled to get up from the back of the chair, as if he had exhausted his entire life strength. He lazily picked up a piece of cheese from the table, and while chewing, he said to himself, I knew I found the right person. Under Ian's sarcastic reminder, Thales snapped out of his daze. The prince coughed and asked calmly, Count Lee's band didn't come? Seal said he wanted to appease the nobles. Seal said he's going to appease the nobles. Saroma shook her head. She was still immersed in her dissatisfaction. He also said that he hopes that all of you can still appear so relaxed when you face the counts in the next hearing. Thale's gaze froze. Ian stopped chewing the cheese in his mouth. The next day to Fair's hearing, so he understood, the prince said softly, as expected of the eye of the dragon. Saroma revealed a puzzled expression. What? Maybe Monty told him something. Ian started chewing the cheese again, but his brows were already furrowed. That loudmouth, on the way here, he heard that I was going to propose. Upon hearing the word propose, Saroma exhaled heavily. Her gaze became dangerous again. What are you two talking about? Thales did not speak, but his thoughts spun faster and faster. Only Ian forcefully swallowed the cheese in his mouth, tilted his head, and smiled disapprovingly. It seems that you are not as smart as you look, my lady. As expected, beauty and wisdom are mutually. Before he could finish his sentence, he angered the Archduchess again. And you are even more annoying than your nickname, Saroma said coldly. Ian was slightly stunned at first. Then he smiled and shrugged shamelessly. It is my honor. Thales sighed, determined not to remain silent anymore. Saroma. The prince sat upright and still, looking at the two of them seriously. This is Ian Rockney, representing the city of faraway prayers. Following his gaze, Saroma and Ian exchanged glances. One of them was vigilant, and the other did not think much of it. And he is here to propose to you, Thales said flatly. Saroma did not move, but in the next second, the Archduchess sneered. Is that so? Thank you for your introduction. Saroma stared at Thales with an unfriendly gaze. The accusation and anger in her eyes were practically overflowing. She sized up Ian with a gaze that did not hide the disgust in her eyes. She said sarcastically, at least he is about the same age, right? Thales did not speak. The one who answered was Ian. See, she still doesn't understand. The heir of the city of faraway prayers did not even look at the cold-faced Archduchess. He smiled contemptuously, shrugged, and said to Thales, My mother used to say that if a woman was in charge, she would— I don't know what your mother said, Ian. Thales turned his head abruptly and interrupted him coldly. Ian froze for a moment. His raised finger stopped in midair. To be honest, I don't care either. The Prince of Constellation's expression was solemn. But if you still want to complete your mission this time, then show some respect. She is the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City and the key to this game. He watched as Ian's playful gaze slowly faded away, and he said in a deep voice, She is also my friend. Ian was stunned. And you, Saroma? Thales stared into the Archduchess' eyes seriously. Please believe me, we are standing on the same side of the chessboard. This guy's like this. We have to get used to it slowly. Saroma snorted softly, as if she was still angry at Ian. But she did not speak again. Ian breathed softly and frowned, as if he had understood something. Oh. The next moment, Ian leaned back and moved closer to Thales' ear. He extended his hand to block the Archduchess' line of sight and whispered, Why? You haven't tamed her yet. This time, it was Thales' turn to be stunned. The solemn expression on his face had yet to disappear. He asked in astonishment, What? Tamed? Ian sighed with regret, as if he was exasperated that Thales had failed to meet his expectations. Saroma revealed a suspicious expression as she stared at the two men who were whispering to each other. You know, you are the one who helped her to her position. Ian suppressed his voice. His tone was full of annoyance and dissatisfaction. It has been 6 years, Your Highness. Even a princess of a country doesn't need to wait for so long, right? Thales blinked, as if he had understood a little. Men will more or less treat their first woman differently, but Ian pouted and put on a bitter expression, as if he had been through this before. He continued to speak with great bitterness and resentment. Unless it's in bed, don't let her climb over your head. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, a muffled sound was accompanied by Ian's pained grunt. The air of the city of faraway prayer's face was contorted. He hugged his stomach and sat back on his chair. His face was filled with the pain of betrayal. After Ian and Thales, Saroma was also stunned. She looked at them in confusion. He had some stomach pain, but he's fine now. Without changing his expression, Thales retracted his elbow. He did not even look at Ian, who was pale and drenched in cold sweat. Let's get back to business. Saroma. The prince took a deep breath and leaned closer to the table. He said seriously, "You have to know that even though it's a proposal, it's impossible for him to succeed." Saroma's gaze flickered. There is only one direct ruler left in Dragon Cloud City. In a situation where there is no external force or pressure, it is impossible for you to marry an outsider with considerable power. Thales exerted a little force in his palm and shook off the suggestion Nuven gave him in his mind. Internally or externally, logically or emotionally, it is impossible for you to form a marriage alliance with an outsider who has considerable power. For the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, this is tantamount to attracting a terrifying foreign enemy out of nowhere and taking away power from them. For the Archdukes of Ekstedt, this means that the next heir of Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers is likely to merge the two into one. This is tantamount to an imbalance in the balance of power in the 10 territories. Thales looked at the Archduchess sincerely. And the City of Faraway Prayers is not strong enough to ignore or even suppress these objections. Whether it is the vassals, the archdukes, or even the king, none of them will allow you to marry. As she listened to the prince's words, Saroma's mind wandered for a moment. So, an outsider's proposal. Saroma stared at Thales. Saroma fixed her gaze on Thales. They won't allow it. Will they? Will they? Thales felt very uncomfortable under her stare, so he quickly averted his gaze. So he sent word that he came here to propose to me, to Ian, who was stroking his stomach with a displeased expression, snorted coldly. Of course, it is to lure out the Prince of Constellation, who rarely shows himself, but plays an important role in Dragon Cloud City's politics. If you want to win over the Archduchess, you have to start with Thales Jadestar. Huh? Thales froze for a moment. The Archduchess blushed, which was a rare sight. Once he understood, Thales' expression immediately darkened. Is this how the rumors are spreading outside? At least that's what Black Sand Region does, isn't it? Ian sighed and said in a joking manner, "What did the king give you in order to win you over? 20 virgins?" Thales automatically ignored Ian's joking tone. His nerves tensed up in an instant. What did he give me? It was as if King Chapman's victory was within his grasp, and he had him firmly in his palm appeared before his eyes again. Thales resisted the urge to look at Saroma. Damn it, I can't let my guard down against this seemingly frivolous young master. Why? The second prince asked in return without batting an eyelid. Are you going to be generous and say, I'll give you double? Ian flashed an indecipherable smile. I'd be happy to. Ian shook his head with his usual expression before he slowly added the last sentence. I'll be happy to. He then added slowly, if they give you a slap. The Prince of Constellation responded with a cold snort in annoyance. But when he thought of Lampard's words, his heart turned cold. Although it's not a slap, but it's almost there. Saroma sighed softly. Let's get back to the main topic. So, the marriage proposal is just an excuse? It's not just an excuse. It can also explain a lot of things. The smiling Ian had an understanding look on his face. He clicked his tongue at Thales and moved his hands in an exaggerated manner. Look, the moment we mention the Archduchess marriage, with a bang, a living Prince Thales appears. Thales rubbed his forehead and exhaled in pain. How old are you this year, Ian? 19. Ian's smile remained. I'm just 1 year older than the Archduchess. No, for years older. Thales quietly added. He exchanged a glance with Saroma in tacit understanding. Is that so? The prince said faintly, I feel like you've just turned 9. Ah, in view of your glorious deeds when you were 7 or 8 years old. Ian knocked on the table, picked up another piece of buttered bread, bit into it, and said with a muffled voice, I'll take this as a compliment. Thales exhaled. He gradually grasped the way to converse with the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Thales' thoughts raced as he recalled the conversation just now. From a moment he saw Saroma, Ian deliberately showed disdain for the Archduchess, but unknowingly asked about the Archduchess' relationship with the vassals of Dragon Cloud City and probed about her control over the territory. He deliberately made the situation go out of control, but in truth, he looked at Thales many times. Perhaps he was observing when Thales would speak up to mediate, and from there, observe his influence on the Archduchess. He also indirectly probed about his actual relationship with the Archduchess. Twice. Both times he tested Black Sand Region's attitude towards Thales and Thales' attitude towards Black Sand Region. Thales secretly raised his guard in his heart. Ian Rockney, a seemingly frivolous, unruly, flamboyant, and presumptuous noble young master. But in truth, he hid the sharpest blade in his seemingly joking words. This nuisance. But for now, this is not a bad thing. Thales cleared his throat. Back to the topic at hand. Ian specifically told me that he wants to propose to you. Saroma's expression was still unpleasant, but she had already begun to listen to Thales' words. But as I said, a proposal is an impossible task. I guess he has other matters that he wants to discuss with me and you outside of normal diplomatic channels, in a reliable and trustworthy private setting. So I went to Heroic Spirit Palace in advance. Saroma looked at Ian with a doubtful expression. Ian blinked and swallowed his buttered bread. After we met, he told me that the city of faraway prayers is different from the other Northland archdukes. Their position is special, their politics are special, and any assistance from the interior of Ekstedt is of great significance to them. Not only that, but he also constantly hinted to himself that as the future heir of the city of faraway prayers, he was like the Prince of Constellation, a foreigner who was forced to live among the Northlanders. Thales sighed, and he also hinted to me that he knows that the reason Dragoncloud City sends troops to assist the city of faraway prayers is none other than the conflict between the vassals and the Archduchess, starting from your marriage. At that moment, Saroma's gaze was fixed on Ian. Trust me, the Viscount snorted softly and disapprovingly. When it comes to the struggle between the archdukes and their vassals, his gaze became fierce. In all of Ekstedt, I'm afraid that there is no place more affected than the Rockney family in the city of faraway prayers. Saroma looked at Thales thoughtfully, and then at Ian. So, what do you want? The Archduchess asked faintly after she calmed down. Ian smiled. He has a suggestion. Thales stared at Saroma with spirited eyes. An unusual way to solve the crisis. The Archduchess bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly more interested in the food on the table. But Thales knew that she was thinking. This is why we don't have time to waste on those boring and unnecessary ceremonies and banquets. The cynical look on Ian's face disappeared. He became solemn and no longer paid attention to the food on the table. This matter requires us to discuss in secret, make a joint decision, and plan ahead. And we are pressed for time. I apologize to you, Your Grace. Everything that happened in the afternoon until just now was just a superficial test. Ian enunciated his words firmly. Please believe that the city of faraway prayers is not just a supplicant who came to beg for help. In fact, I came with sincerity, and I also know your current difficulties and predicament. The city of faraway prayers will use our method to solve your problem in exchange for your promise and assistance. And what I need is just a little bit of your trust. No one spoke. The lights in the dining room flickered slightly, casting the shadows of the three people in the room. They looked like a small boat drifting along the waves. Saroma looked at Thales sternly. At that moment, for some reason, Thales remembered the scene of them fleeing for their lives in Dragoncloud City 6 years ago. The Prince of Constellation nodded at her. Finally, the Archduchess turned her head around. She was serious and calm. And what is your method to help me solve my problem? Ian Rockney of the city of faraway prayers grinned. He nodded slightly at Thales. In the next second, he looked at Saroma gently and spoke softly. He uttered those familiar words again. Propose. Chapter 3:13. Saroma frowned, and impatience reappeared on her face. You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic. Thales coughed unnaturally. Saroma, but before he could finish his sentence, Ian chuckled. I mean no offense. Don't think too highly of yourself, my lady. The heir of the city of faraway prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. You have to know that not everyone will cry, fight, and fight to the death to marry you. Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. Am I right? Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. Saroma, he means I know what he's talking about. Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend. Oh my God. Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. Neither of us is the main character in a legend, unless we write our own legends. Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was reaching for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. And that is? However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem. Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. A few months ago, our respected king, Chapman Lampard, issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region. Saroma and Thales finally put aside their awkwardness and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. Do you know what this means? He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standard for a commoner to become a noble, the king's decree, the standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not have appeared in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind the scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Extet in his hand and played a game of chess with the sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history and supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapman's will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mind made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The De Vincent family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Pruno went to Black Sand City to confront the king in a high-profile manner. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border to guard Broken Dragon Fortress according to their duty. All of Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The air of the city of faraway prayers smiled faintly. This is his miscalculation. The second prince had lived in heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard the specific predicament Lampard faced. It sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze in the carriage again, and his sentimental words. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region, there was a lot of resistance. My vassals' accumulated resentment is boiling, and they are ready to make trouble. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess spoke first. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal once told me that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They won't easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard, and he's the king. If they don't have external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. Wait, it's you. Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, It's you. The Archdukes supporting their actions against the king, and even making promises? Thales' gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It was just that he had never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma, and chuckled. It's not just us. Defense City and Elifir City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, who has just inherited the throne, and the Stustel family of Sentinel region, who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join us. Soon, Prestige Orchid region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The king in Black Sand region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring, that bloodstained crown, that howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied. His people are suspicious. His taxes are decreasing, and his army is loosening. The prestige and inheritance left by the king of rebellion, Quisso, and one of the 9 knights, hold boiling blood for the descendants of the Lampard family, whose name is known throughout Northland, is gradually diminishing. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian in silence. Before long, perhaps half a year, or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron Fist family will dissipate, and his decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless and lonely king, obediently enduring in his own castle until the next king selection. Ian took a deep breath and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan, and he was only one step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom, and they try to break away from Extet? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And the City of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt of this accident. The Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? It is understandable. Reaching the top is imminent, and there will be obstacles. Ian exhaled and nodded. A cornered beast will still fight. Even a half-breed orc on the verge of death has the power to fight back, much less a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma, who has been sitting on the Archduchess' seat with fear and trepidation all these years. When did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated. Complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now, when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenched his fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent, her ally, this is far from enough. It is precisely because of the archdukes led by the city of faraway prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed, but we cannot turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the city of faraway prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom, he spread his hands and shrugged. Then, to the king's opponents, the promise of the city of faraway prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and reshape Black Sand region that belongs to him. Asterisk clap. Asterisk Ian clapped his hand softly. If Lampard gets through this storm, believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That is something we do not want to see." As for what exactly it was that we do not want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, that's why Dragoncloud City is so important in this storm?" "That's right." Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. "Among the 9 great territories, Dragoncloud City is the closest to us. It is also the only archduchy with abundant military power, financial resources, and an undeniable reputation that can dispatch troops to join us in the expedition against the Alliance of Freedom." "The closest? The only one?" "I can read a map." The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. "Do you think Archduke Letko of Defense City is a dead man?" That old bald man who plays it safe." Ian sneered. "He's not much different from a dead man." Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. "Saroma," Thales organized his thoughts and said, "the city of faraway prayers in Black Sand region. Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom or the crisis of the King's Decree. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragoncloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest chips in this game of chess." The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, "If Dragoncloud City promises to dispatch troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will increase greatly. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced." Saroma pondered quietly. "But," Thales took a deep breath, "once you send out your troops, your vassals," Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. "My marriage," the Archduchess said flatly. "I understand." Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. "Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to dispatch troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry." Thales' expression became more and more solemn. "And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to dispatch troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragoncloud City will sink into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other." Ian snorted coldly. "Truth be told, this is nothing new in the city of faraway prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory." Thales sighed. one by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard is thinking. This is also the reason why I came here. The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. My lady, whether it is to go to war for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or extend a helping hand to the city of faraway prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions, this is a war you have no choice but to fight. Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent. Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold Dragon Cloud City back. The envoys of Black Sand region did not come to Dragon Cloud City just because they were bored, Ian said seriously. After the city of faraway prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the city of faraway prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So, Saroma took a deep breath. You mean, Ian nodded gravely. We're here to help. If the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next? He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. I will first help you untie your hands. Then you will help me cut the rope. The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. Then, stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up. Chapter 314. The dining room fell into silence once again, until the girl broke it. So, you deliberately provoked Dragon Cloud City this afternoon and let everyone see your rudeness. Saroma furrowed her brows tightly. Was it to prepare for this step? Ian winked pleasantly. The Archduchess seemed to be deep in thought. A proposal. Will it work? I'll still say the same thing. If you marry someone else. Ian glanced at Thales, seemingly unintentionally, and patted his shoulder. Then what should we do? Thales felt Saroma's gaze sweep over him from time to time. That gaze was the helpless gaze the little girl once cast at him in the library, the Hall of Heroes, Shield District, the prison cell, and in front of the 5 archdukes. Thales felt a sense of familiarity, but also an awkward sense of unfamiliarity. But, Thales Jadestar, what am I to you? He could only continue to maintain his stern expression and not respond. After the Archduchess, Ian also cast his gaze on Thales. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It felt like a century had passed. Saroma still stared at Thales. What's wrong with you two? Ian finally could not stand the atmosphere anymore. He put on a baffled expression, raised his hands, and waved them. Or should I leave? Enduring the pressure from the two, the prince finally relaxed. He put on a faint smile and nodded slightly at the Archduchess. You will have to face this storm sooner or later, Thales said softly. You are an Archduchess. It must be you. It is your own decision. Become who you want to be. Saroma paused for a moment. After listening to the prince's words, she lowered her head and sank into deep thought. Beside her, Ian frowned. His eyeballs moved back and forth between the two. A few seconds later, Saroma raised her head. She looked at Ian as if she had made up her mind. Her tone was resolute. What do you need? At that moment, as if a floodgate had been opened, Thales exhaled. Ian flashed a satisfied smile. We need an occasion where all of your vassals, vassals with fiefs, military strength, and ambition, will be present. Ian muttered to himself, the sooner, the better. We can't give them a chance to set up their trap, and we can't give Black Sand region time to counterattack. We will be there to cut your ropes and break your chains. You too. Saroma only pondered for a few seconds before she quickly spoke. There's still half a month before the hearing. Her reply was straightforward, but I'll discuss it with Charles. It should be pushed to a few days later. Under normal circumstances, the Earls would send their administrators to attend, but I can send a letter to invite them to discuss the matter of dispatching troops. This was the first time Thales saw Saroma's swift and decisive side. He was quite surprised. So, Ian's eyes shone with a strange light. He tilted his head slightly. Have we reached an agreement? My lady? Oh no, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? Saroma looked at him and nodded slowly. Of course, Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers. The corners of Thales's lips curled up. He felt a strange feeling surge in his heart. It was as if he had lost something. Very well. Ian put away his expression and stood up slowly. At that moment, Thales had the misconception that the Viscount's temperament was slowly changing. Ian raised his right hand, stretched it across the table, and put his fingers together to form a palm. Ian Rockney. At that moment, there was no extra playfulness on his face, nor was there any deliberate seriousness on his face. There was only a simple indifference. For our alliance. Thales stared at him silently. He stared at Ian, who had an indifferent expression. Perhaps. This is the real him. The real Ian Rockney. The Archduchess took a deep breath and stood up with a stiff expression. She extended her palm towards Ian. Saroma Walton, the young girl said coldly, for our goal. But when her palm was about to touch Ian, it paused in midair. Ian was slightly startled. Saroma slowly turned her head and looked at the only person left in the hall. That foreign prince with a complicated expression. Ian came to his senses. He smiled in realization and looked at Thales as well. This time, it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. I want it too, he asked in astonishment. You are the witness of this covenant, Thales. Don't underestimate yourself, Ian said with a chuckle. Or do you want to be an indifferent outsider who listens to the entire conspiracy? Saroma stared at the prince expressionlessly. Although her gaze was complicated, it did not leave for even a moment. Thales sighed and stood up helplessly. Thales Jade Star. The prince followed his memory of the 5 archdukes' action of swearing an oath of alliance. He extended his right hand and subconsciously closed Saroma's palm. For he muttered to himself for a moment before he said coldly, for our common enemy. Ian stared at the 2 tightly clasped palms and raised half of his eyebrows. He sighed and shrugged, closing the back of Thales' hand from the outside. The 3 palms clasped together and shook vigorously in the air. The covenant was formed. And you have to attend as well, Thales. We in Dragon Cloud City can't be the only ones at that kind of event. There must be outsiders with sufficient status as witnesses to give them considerable pressure. Ian let go of his hand and gestured to the south. But inviting Black Sand region is obviously a bad idea. Thales frowned. Do you need anything else? No. The faster, the shorter, and the simpler it is. Ian pursed his lips, seemingly a little anxious. The higher our chances of winning. But a few seconds later, the serious Ian revealed his true colors and returned to smiling. Of course, our Prince of Constellation can also write a letter and ask Constellation to dispatch troops from Western Desert Hill, cross the Great Desert, and attack the Alliance of Freedom from the south. And with us being attacked from both the east and the south, Ian laughed and picked up another piece of cheese to ease the tension. The war will end in less than 2 months. Thales rolled his eyes. Right. Then I'll be in trouble when I'm a hostage in Ekstedt. Guess, will Lampard publicly order the execution or hire an assassin? I think, rather than Constellation, you should ask for help from the orcs in the desert. It's more realistic. Ian mumbled and began to struggle with the cheese. Saroma's expression darkened. What are our chances? Ian shook his head and said vaguely, let's see how far we can go. He did not even look at them. His gaze was focused on the food in his hand. His cheeks moved back and forth as he chewed, but the words he said could not help but startle them. As I said, we are writing our own legend. It was a pleasure talking to you, Madam, Your Highness. Ian swallowed the last mouthful of cheese, turned around without hesitation, and walked out of the dining room without the slightest bit of politeness. Thales was left behind, deep in thought, and the baffling Saroma. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence in the dining room. Saroma sat down and did not say a word. Thales watched her quietly. After a while, the young girl suddenly said, a proposal, right? Did you know from the beginning? Or did you only realize it after? There was no need for anyone to remind them. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Thales exhaled and said awkwardly, "That was just a tactic, Saroma." But the Archduchess immediately interrupted him. "You believe him?" She looked outside the door, her emotions indiscernible. Thales looked at the young girl's side profile and forced a smile. "No, but I believe you." Saroma's expression changed slightly. Thales walked to the window and looked out at the lights outside Heroic Spirit Palace. 6 years. Dragon Cloud City. What is this city to me? The second prince closed his eyes and shut Dragon Cloud City out of his sight. He sighed. "Promise me, Saroma, on the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid." Saroma was stunned. "What? Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess best. That's enough." Thales turned around. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he was about to face the most difficult test in the world. "I will solve the rest of the problems." Saroma looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. But in the end, she closed her mouth and did not say anything. Thales forced a smile. He nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the dining room. The young girl behind him was left behind. Thales walked out of the corridor. He walked past Gings, the female officer's still cold and solemn gaze, past the maid's pointing fingers and whispers, and past the guard's malicious gazes, just like how he had walked past them countless times in the past 6 years. Then, as he was about to leave the palace gate, he was stopped. "This afternoon, in the hall, I noticed the way they looked at you." Thales frowned and turned around. Ian Rockney was standing at the corner. He called out to him while flashing a fake smile at a guard who did not look like someone who was easy to deal with. The air of the city of faraway prayers turned around and quickly caught up with Thales, leaving behind the guard's knife-like gaze. He smiled and said, "I don't think she can protect you, especially among these Northlanders." Thales sighed slightly. "So you did on purpose. You pushed me to the front of the stage again to be scrutinized." They walked past a pair of patrolling guards in the corridor. They seemed to be the Archduchess' personal guards. The leader narrowed his eyes and sized up the pair. Ian shrugged slightly and said in a low voice, "You know, the city of faraway prayers is the most remote territory in Ekstedt. It is far away from the king's tentacles, and we are adjacent to the great desert." Thales raised his eyebrows. So, if you're in the city of faraway prayers, you don't have to worry about the king's threat. My father also welcomes you." Ian winked. "And from where we are, as long as you cross the desert, you don't even have to pass through other archduchies to return to Constellation's western desert hill." Thales paused and shook his head helplessly in his heart. "Yes, but the premise is that Dragon Cloud City and King Chapman will allow me to leave. And if you're really kind enough to let me go, to let a chess piece that can be used to threaten Constellation leave." Ian raised his head and revealed his signature unruly smile again. "If things go wrong, please remember that the climate in the city of faraway prayers is much better than here." "I can't thank you enough," Thales said without batting an eyelid. "I will keep it in mind." The two of them walked side by side toward the palace gate. They could already see Waya, Ralph, and a few guard from the city of faraway prayers waiting at the gate. "Ian, you said that you want to write your own legend," Thales asked softly. "What do you mean?" Ian raised his head. He rubbed his chin, as if his interest was piqued by the question. "What I mean?" He chuckled. "The Rockney family hasn't had a king for more than 300 years, and Dragon Cloud City just happened to give up its monopoly on the throne. And the city of faraway prayers has always been neglected." Ian turned his head. His smile made him look like he was joking. "Maybe it's time to balance the distribution of power in Ekstedt. What do you think?" Thales' gaze froze. He understood what Ian meant and thought of the long-haired, resolute warrior. Archduke Rockney intends to fight for the throne. Ian shook his head. "Huh." He lowered his head and flicked the knight's cannon emblem on his shoulder. He hid his gaze in a corner where Thales could not see. "Of course not." Ian raised his head. His eyes shone with an indecipherable light. With a rhythmic tone, Ian said softly, "At least it's not him." Thales stopped walking. Wyatt bowed respectfully to him from a distance when he was still more than 10 meters away from the palace gate. Ian also stopped walking and looked back at Thales with a calm and composed expression. The prince chuckled. You know that you're going to face Lampard, perhaps the most difficult king in Extet's history? Ian also smiled. Yes, my father has to remind me at every meal how terrifying the person under the crown is. The two of them looked at each other, but Ian's smile slowly disappeared. Since we're going to write our own legends, we can't leave too much ink for the supporting characters. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and shook his head in resignation. Are you sure he's a supporting character? The prince fixed his gaze on Ian. Chapman Lampard. Ian put on an innocent expression and shrugged. I don't know, but I know that if I want to be the main character, he must be a supporting character. The 19-year-old Viscount sighed. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Thales looked at him with a complicated expression and nodded. Is that so? Ian pursed his lips. All successful legends are written in this way. There are no exceptions. The second prince of Constellation and the heir of the city of Faraway Prayers stared at each other for a few seconds. Both of their expressions gradually disappeared. Now I'm starting to believe it. The second prince slowly narrowed his eyes. Ian raised his eyebrows and said in a clear tone, Believe in what? Ian Rockney. There's no doubt about it. Thales exhaled deeply and sighed a little. You are indeed your father's son. Chapter 3:15. Saroma frowned, and impatience reappeared on her face. You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic. Thales coughed unnaturally. Saroma, but before he could finish his sentence, Ian chuckled. I didn't mean to offend you. Don't think too highly of yourself, madam. The heir of the city of Faraway Prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. You have to know that not everyone will cry and fight to the death to marry you. Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. Am I right? Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. Saroma, he means I know what he's talking about. Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend. Oh my God. Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. Neither of us is the main character in a legend, unless we write our own legends. Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was about to reach for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. And that is? However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem. Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. A few months ago, our respected king, Chapman Lampard, issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region. Saroma and Thales put aside their awkwardness with great difficulty and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. Do you know what this means? He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standards for a commoner to become a noble, the king's decree, the standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not exist in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Extet in his hand and played a game of chess with the sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history, and who have even supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapmans will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer even be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mend made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The de Vincent family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Peruno went to Black Sand City in a high-profile manner to confront the king. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border and guarded Broken Dragon Fortress, according to their duty. The entire Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The heir of the city of faraway prayers smiled. The second prince had lived in heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard about the specific predicament Lampard was facing. It sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze on the carriage and his sentimental words. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess beat him to it. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal told me before that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They will not easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard, and he's also the king. Without external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. Wait, it's you guys? Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, It's you, the Archdukes, who are supporting their opposition to the king, and even making a promise. Thales' gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It's just that I never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma, and chuckled. It's not just us. Defense City and Elifir City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, who hasn't inherited the throne for long, and the Stustel family of Sentinel region, who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join. Soon, Prestige Orchid region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The king in Black Sand region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring, that bloodstained crown, that howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied. His people are suspicious. His taxes are decreasing, and his army is loosening. In a Lampard family which is famous in Northland, The uprising king, Quiso, and one of the 9 knights, Holt, the Boiling Blood, have left their descendants a legacy of prestige. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian quietly. Before long, perhaps in half a year, or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron Fist family will dissipate. His decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless, lonely king who will obediently endure in his own castle until the next king's selection. Ian took a deep breath and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan and we were only one step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom, and they try to break away from Extet? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And in this accident, the city of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt, the Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? Ian exhaled and nodded. It's understandable that there will be bumps in the road to the top. Even a mongrel orc who is on the verge of death has the power to fight back, let alone a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Ian sighed and nodded. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma, who has been sitting on the Archduchess' seat with fear and trepidation all these years. When did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated, complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now, when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenches fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent, her ally, this is far from enough. It's precisely because of the archdukes led by the city of Faraway Prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed, but we can't turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the city of Faraway Prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom, he spread his hands and shrugged. Then, to the king's opponents, the promise of the city of Faraway Prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and rebuild Black Sand region that belongs to him. Asterisk clap. Asterisk Ian clapped his hands lightly. If Lampard gets through this storm, believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That's something we don't want to see." As for what exactly it was that we don't want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, that's why Dragoncloud City is so important in this storm?" "That's right." Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. Among the 9 great territories, Dragoncloud City is the closest to us. It's also the only archduchy that has surplus military forces, financial resources, and an undeniable reason to send troops to fight the Alliance of Freedom with us. The closest? The only one? I can read a map. The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. Do you think Archduke Lecco of Defense City is a dead man? That old bald man who plays it safe. Ian sneered. He's not much different from a dead man. Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. Saroma, Thales organized his thoughts and said, "The city of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region, Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the Alliance of Freedom crisis or the King's Decree crisis. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest bargaining chips in this game of chess. The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, "If Dragon Cloud City promises to send troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will be greatly increased. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced." Saroma pondered quietly. But Thales took a deep breath. "Once you send out your troops, your vassals," Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. "About my marriage," the Archduchess said flatly. "I understand." Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. "Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to send troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry." Thales' expression became more and more serious. "And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to send troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragon Cloud City will fall into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other." Ian snorted coldly. "Truth be told, this is nothing new in the city of faraway prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory." Thales sighed, "One by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard thinks. This is also the reason why I came here." The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. "My lady, whether it's to fight for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or lend a helping hand to the city of faraway prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions, this is a war you have no choice but to fight." Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. "We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent." Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. "But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold back Dragon Cloud City's Black Sand Region's envoy. He did not come to Dragon Cloud City because he was bored," Ian said seriously. "After the city of faraway prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the city of faraway prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So," Saroma took a deep breath. "What you mean is," Ian nodded gravely, "we are here to help. If the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next?" He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. "I will first help you untie your hands, then you will help me cut the rope." The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. "Then stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up." Chapter 316. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, Thales immediately saw the large fireplace that had an indissoluble bond with him, as well as the black and ferocious spear on the gun rack above. In the hall, there were already quite a number of Dragon Cloud City's vassals who were qualified to participate in the State Affairs hearing. Thales looked at the scene in the Hall of Heroes and frowned. The layout of the hall had changed. Other than the Archduke's seat in front of the fireplace, many seats had been placed on both sides of the oval stone hall. The sides faced the Archduke, and the seats faced each other. Only the middle area was empty. But even in such a solemn occasion, the Northlanders still showed their boorish and unrestrained side. Obviously, some nobles were not satisfied with the position of the seats. After sitting down, they deliberately adjusted their seats, sometimes taking 1 or 2 steps, as if they wanted to compete with the arranged seats. From afar, the meeting hall, which was originally in the shape of a 3-sided pocket, gradually became messy and scattered after the arrival of the vassals. In addition, the Northland nobles were either meeting their acquaintances or meeting for the first time. The entire hall seemed a little messy. It reminded the Prince of Ekstedt's banquet in the past. But Thales noticed that the 6 seats closest to the Archduke's left and right did not move at all. Even though the many vassals behind them were moving their seats, no one dared to cross or even touch those 6 seats. Looking at those 6 seats, Thales, who had expected it, already knew what was going on. Thales' arrival seemed to have startled quite a number of people, and the noise became much quieter. Many Northland nobles turned their heads and looked at the foreign prince, who had not appeared often for 6 years, with all sorts of gazes. The prince lowered his head and deliberately avoided eye contact with these people. Under Lord Justin's lead, he came to an extremely remote seat, far away from the dense group of Northland nobles. Ralph stood against the wall behind him. "Listen, just keep a low profile," Lord Justin said coldly. "If anything happens, I have already instructed the people around us. They know what to do." But the Lord's words came to a halt. With the sound of a chair being dragged on the floor, a young man unceremoniously moved his seat to Thales' side and sat down with a loud thud. Thales was also startled. "I've never liked Northlanders' meetings. Every meeting is like a quarrel between guerrillas." A familiar voice came from beside him. It chattered endlessly and vividly. You know, male gorillas in heat beating their chests and roaring at their rivals in love. While Thales was dumbfounded, Lord Justin's expression became very unpleasant. "Viscount Ian Ronnie, as the envoy of the city of faraway prayers, your seat doesn't seem to be here." Beside Thales, Ian, who was beating his chest like a gorilla, closed his mouth, which had formed an O shape. He retracted his hands and nodded nonchalantly. "I know. My seat is over there." Thales turned to the other side of the hall, following the direction of his finger. The Raven of Death, Nate Monty, whom he had met a few days ago, sat boldly on the chair belonging to the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group. He laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of nobles from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group glared at him with ashen faces. They stared at their theoretical leader, Ian Ronnie, from afar. I promised to introduce him to a few beautiful widows who were bold and unrestrained in Wind City. So Monty agreed to help me hold back those old men. Ian sighed, but I didn't tell him that in Wind City, the people of West Billow actually have a different aesthetic standard from ours. Thales sighed as well. He no longer wanted to ridicule this indecent air of the City of Faraway Prayers anymore. As the Prince of Constellation and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers took their seats, the hall regained the noises unique to Northland. Then a loud shout rang through the hall. Thales recognized the voice. It was the herald's shout. As he shouted, a few nobles, who were obviously of high status, entered the hall in a few short minutes, as if they had agreed on it beforehand. Some of them were fast, some of them were slow, some of them were early, and some of them were late. The Count of Phelan Castle, Shalon, Cotter's son. As the herald announced their names, the first man who walked in was about 50 years old. He was actually dressed in a military uniform. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and Thales could not help but frown. The Count of Rubble Hill in Harding County, Holt Nazir. This was an old noble. He walked forward slowly with the help of his attendants, but the nobles beside him subconsciously made way for him. The Count of Wild Woodland, Stone Liner. Count Liner did not seem to be much younger than Cotter's son. He was dressed strictly, and his expression was stern. He looked steadily forward, as if he was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. The Count of Hunt and Origami County, Con Kirkegel. This middle-aged guest was of medium stature. His expression was calm, and he walked slowly. He came alone without any attendants, as if he was not affected by external objects. But the most eye-catching thing was that his left sleeve was empty. This was a one-armed count. The Count of Flatiron County, Brookinghurst. This guest was the youngest. He was in his 30s, and he had a full beard with a golden luster. He wore a smile on his face, and his chiseled facial features left a deep impression on people. The 5 men walked into the hall one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the hall, they walked to the front of the stone hall and sat down without hesitation on the 5 seats closest to the Archduke. The discussions and noises in the hall immediately quieted down. Ian whispered into Thales's ear. They, along with Prime Minister Leespan, are the 6 most trusted and important counts of King Nuvan when he was alive. It is said that the strength of each of these 6 families is comparable to that of a country, and they can summon more than 20,000 warriors without hesitation to go to war, almost twice the number of the Walton family. They seem to be experienced rulers, Thales said softly. Ian shook his head. King Nuvan did not allow his subordinates to have people who held positions without doing anything, or those with low abilities. That's why the people you saw were all heroes who served under him for decades and helped him spread his fame in Dragoncloud City and even in Extet, unlike the people from the city of faraway prayers. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. In short, this is one of King Nuvan's legacies. It also made Dragoncloud's city the strongest and most terrifying force in Extet. Thales observed the 5 counts seriously and added, "That was in the past, when King Nuvan was still around." Ian shook his head disapprovingly. "And now?" "Oof," Thales nodded. But then he heard the interaction between the 5 counts. "How is your territory, Khan?" Count Cotterson, who was dressed in martial attire, said in a voice that was as hard as iron. "Ever since His Majesty broke the neck of their previous Archduke, the bastards in Beacon Illumination City no longer dare to provoke you, right?" "Cut the crap." The one-armed Count Khan Karkagel did not give Cotterson any face. His expression did not change, and he looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. "We all know why we don't bother with small talk here." Cotterson, who had asked for a snub, snorted coldly and turned his head away. The Soul Slayer pike is still as sharp as before. Count Nazir, who seemed to be the most senior among them, fixed his gaze on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduke's seat and sighed. "But the person sitting under it, the person we are loyal to, is no longer here." These words caused the expressions of the 5 earls to sink. Nazir shook his head. His gaze was melancholic. "It was the last time we gathered together. 6 years ago." Count Liner, who was as stern as ice, answered coldly behind him. He shifted his seat forcefully, as if everything around him was an eyesore. First it was Constellation, then the Calamities, then the Dragon, and finally Black Sand Region. When we arrived with our men, there was only His Majesty's funeral left. The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Before Liner could finish speaking, he shook his head coldly. "A ridiculous king selection." 5 outsiders and Leespan decided who we would be conferred as kings, turning the most powerful Dragoncloud city into the biggest joke in Extet. Liner, the golden-bearded Count Hurst, interrupted him angrily. "For the sake of the sunset goddess, save your grumbling." When Thales heard this, he could not help but feel a shadow cast over his heart. "Saroma, what kind of vassals have you been facing for the past 6 years?" Count Liner snorted disdainfully and was about to speak. "The Count of Eagle County and Bloodshed Land." The herald's voice rang again. "Regent of Dragoncloud City, Seal Leespan." Finally, Thales saw a familiar face. Count Leespan was still as steady and calm as ever. He stepped into the hall with an unquestionable expression. Unlike before, the nobles quietened down the moment Regent Leespan entered the hall. Only the 5 counts stared at him without showing any signs of weakness. Count Liner even snorted softly. Regent Leespan walked in front of the 5 counts with an indifferent expression. "Everyone, it is my honor to welcome you with your presence." "It's not you, Seal." Count Nazir shook his head and flashed an unpleasant smile. "It's not you. We are here in response to the Lord's summons." Leespan turned his head and glanced at Nazir. "Of course," the regent said softly. He turned around and sat down on the seat closest to the Archduke's seat. As for the other 4, they did not even look at Leespan. It was as if he was not one of the 6 at all. He was not their companion. Thales frowned as he watched the 6 counts interact. "Ian." The prince suddenly took a step towards the young Rockney and said softly, "Tell me, in this matter, Dragoncloud City is not your only hope." Ian, who was waving at his diplomat group from afar, was slightly stunned. He turned around with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Thales' expression was firm. "Tell me." Ian frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. "You don't seem to have much confidence in us." Thales shook his head. No emotion could be seen on his face. Just tell me. Ian narrowed his eyes. Of course not. In the end, the air of the city of faraway prayers still snorted softly. Dragon Cloud City is just one of them. His expression darkened slightly. At this time, my sister has probably already arrived at Defense City with a mission. Thales pondered for a while. Defense City, Archduke let go. He remembered the bald, old Archduke and the scene of him roaring in this hall 6 years ago. Of course, 20 years ago, they were also among the reinforcements. The prince raised his head with a worried expression. But what you can think of, Lampard can also think of, just like how you came to Dragon Cloud City. Ian whistled and waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister will find a way. God knows how she'll use her big legs to tempt that old baldy to send his troops. Or maybe she'll use her mouth. Who knows which one? Thales frowned. He noticed that Ian's gaze slowly froze in midair. He seemed to be deep in thought. You don't seem to like your sister very much. Ian snorted softly, as if he did not think much of it. Don't misunderstand. We used to be very close. Young Rockney looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head and snorted. But now, we're almost like mortal enemies. His expression was sarcastic. Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you mind if I ask why? Ian did not speak. He only glanced at Thales with a complicated expression. At this moment, an even louder shout than before came from the door. Raikaru and Chara's bloodline. All the Northlanders in the hall turned their heads in unison. With the sound of countless chairs crashing into each other, all the Northlanders stood up. Even the 6 counts were no exception. They all clenched their right fists solemnly and pressed them against their hearts. The heir of the dragon spear family. Ian let out a sigh and slowly stood up. Under the urging of countless dissatisfied gazes, Thales quickly stood up as well. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. Amid the thunderous shouts, Thales saw a lithe figure through the gaps between the layers of shoulders. She walked over slowly with heavy footsteps. It's her. Accompanied by Nicholas, the girl he could not be more familiar with walked past the vassals on both sides of the hall and walked towards her seat. That was the only seat. The girl's expression was calm. Her posture was elegant and appropriate as she walked forward. You ask me why. Ian's voice traveled slowly into his ears. Look, this is why. The Prince of Constellation was instantly stunned. He turned his head. What? Ian curled his lips into a mocking smile. 6 years ago, the first Archduchess in Eksted's history succeeded the throne in this hall in Dragon Cloud City. Ian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head and glanced at the Soul Slayer pike on the fireplace, then at the girl who walked slowly towards him from the center of the hall. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Since then, my dearest twin sister, the woman who was conceived in my mother's womb with me. She did not just see me as her dearest brother. Thales was stunned. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk through the crowd. The young Archduchess' footsteps continued. She endured the unscrupulous gazes of countless men. She swept past countless men's overt or covert discussions. She walked past the coarse floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, which had a long history, and entered the meeting hall that only male nobles had the right to enter for centuries. Step by step, she walked towards her seat. There was a moment when Thales wished he did not have nimble hearing or clear vision, for he saw that all the men in the hall, young and old, high and low, from front to back, from top to bottom, were scrutinizing the Grand Duchess's figure without scruple, gazing at her face. He even heard them laughing, teasing, and obscene comments about the Archduchess' figure, face, and even an inexplicable anger surged in his heart, causing Thales to clench his fists subconsciously. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her footsteps made crisp sounds as she stepped on the centuries-old floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. The floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace were still as sturdy and indestructible as they had been for years. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her boots continued to hit the floor tiles. Even though the floor tiles had never been broken or shaken, she did not stop. She did not retreat either. From then on, my sister's eyes shone with a dangerous light. Ian's voice continued to travel into Thale's ears. The air of the city of faraway prayers' eyes shone with a dangerous light. That pair of beautiful eyes no longer stared at makeup and clothes, dowries and money, but at the handsome young men who might become her dependents and homes in the future. She stared at the things that women are born to care about. Instead, she looked at my father. She looked at me. Thales did not speak. The girl's figure was light, and her expression was calm. But her footsteps were still heavy. It was as if she was carrying a heavy burden. You changed the rules, Thales. Ian spoke at a steady pace, but it was filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. You and Lampard. There was an unsettling look in his eyes as he stared at Thales. It was you. You took my sister away from me. The girl finally walked up the steps that belonged to the Archduchess. Nicholas stood still on the first step of the stairs. As her most important bodyguard, he had to stop here. He could not take another step forward. The girl could only walk up the steps alone. She walked up to her seat. She was alone. As the girl walked up to her seat, the herald's deliberately prolonged call came to an end. Archduchess Saroma Walton. Under countless people's gazes, Saroma slowly sat down. She could not hide the paleness on her face. All the vassals of Dragoncloud City under the steps lowered their heads and bowed. They showed their respect to their lords. But Thales heard it. With the help of the sin of Hell's River, he heard it clearly. The vigorous and powerful pulses in the Archduchess' chest traveled into his ears continuously. It was Saroma's heartbeat. It was lively and powerful. Even the messy sounds of the people sitting down in the hall could not cover it. Thales heaved a long sigh. I see. Thales sat down on his seat and looked at Ian, who was beside him. He seemed to be deep in thought. For the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you came to Dragoncloud City, and your sister went to Defense City. If you fail, no. Ian interrupted him coldly. The air of the city of faraway prayers had a fire in his eyes that Thales could not ignore. The one who will fail will only be her. It can only be her. Thales turned his head and looked at Ian. The second prince nodded slowly. There was a profound meaning in his words. Just now, you said that I took your sister away. Ian frowned. Thales heaved a long sigh and slowly clenched his fists. You're right. I took her away. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Archduchess on the Archduchess throne, at the Archduchess who was forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at everyone. She is indeed your sister. Thales smiled. He turned his head to look at the Archduchess, who was about to speak, leaving Ian with a doubtful expression. Just now, when Saroma slowly walked to her seat, and when Ian told that story with hatred, Thales suddenly came to a realization. So, 6 years ago, he still had Lampard. What they did in this hall. Chapter 317. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, Thales immediately saw the large fireplace that had an indissoluble bond with him, as well as the black and ferocious spear on the gun rack above. In the hall, there were already quite a number of Dragoncloud City's vassals who were qualified to participate in the State Affairs hearing. Thales looked at the scene in the Hall of Heroes and frowned. The layout of the hall had changed. Other than the Archduke's seat in front of the fireplace, many seats had been placed on both sides of the oval stone hall. The sides faced the Archduke, and the seats faced each other. Only the middle area was empty. But even in such a solemn occasion, the Northlanders still showed their boorish and unrestrained side. Obviously, some nobles were not satisfied with the position of the seats. After sitting down, they deliberately adjusted their seats, sometimes taking 1 or 2 steps, as if they wanted to compete with the arranged seats. From afar, the meeting hall, which was originally in the shape of a 3-sided pocket, gradually became messy and scattered after the arrival of the vassals. In addition, the Northland nobles were either meeting their acquaintances or meeting for the first time. The entire hall seemed a little messy. It reminded the Prince of Ekstedt's banquet in the past. But Thales noticed that the 6 seats closest to the Archduke's left and right did not move at all. Even though the many vassals behind them were moving their seats, No one dared to cross or even touch those 6 seats. Looking at those 6 seats, Thales, who had expected it, already knew what was going on. Thales' arrival seemed to have startled quite a number of people, and the noise became much quieter. Many Northland nobles turned their heads and looked at the foreign prince, who had not appeared often for 6 years, with all sorts of gazes. The prince lowered his head and deliberately avoided eye contact with these people. Under Lord Justin's lead, he came to an extremely remote seat, far away from the dense group of Northland nobles. Ralph stood against the wall behind him. "Listen, just keep a low profile," Lord Justin said coldly. "If anything happens, I have already instructed the people around us. They know what to do." But the Lord's words came to a halt. With the sound of a chair being dragged on the floor, a young man unceremoniously moved his seat to Thales' side and sat down with a loud thud. Thales was also startled. "I've never liked Northlanders' meetings. Every meeting is like a quarrel between guerrillas." A familiar voice came from beside him. It chattered endlessly and vividly. "You know, male guerrillas in heat beating their chests and roaring at their rivals in love." While Thales was dumbfounded, Lord Justin's expression became very unpleasant. "Viscount Ian Ronnie, as the envoy of the city of faraway prayers, your seat doesn't seem to be here." Beside Thales, Ian, who was beating his chest like a gorilla, closed his mouth, which had formed an O shape. He retracted his hands and nodded nonchalantly. "I know. My seat is over there." Thales turned to the other side of the hall, following the direction of his finger. The Raven of Death, Nate Monty, whom he had met a few days ago, sat boldly on the chair belonging to the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group. He laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of nobles from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group glared at him with ashen faces. They stared at their theoretical leader, Ian Ronnie, from afar. I promised to introduce him to a few beautiful widows who were bold and unrestrained in Wind City. So Monty agreed to help me hold back those old men. Ian sighed, but I didn't tell him that in Wind City, the people of West Billow actually have a different aesthetic standard from ours. Thales sighed as well. He no longer wanted to ridicule this indecent air of the City of Faraway Prayers anymore. As the Prince of Constellation and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers took their seats, the hall regained the noises unique to Northland. Then a loud shout rang through the hall. Thales recognized the voice. It was the herald's shout. As he shouted, a few nobles, who were obviously of high status, entered the hall in a few short minutes, as if they had agreed on it beforehand. Some of them were fast, some of them were slow, some of them were early, and some of them were late. The Count of Phelan Castle, Shalon, Cotter's son. As the herald announced their names, the first man who walked in was about 50 years old. He was actually dressed in a military uniform. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and Thales could not help but frown. The Count of Rubble Hill in Harding County, Holt Nazir. This was an old noble. He walked forward slowly with the help of his attendants, but the nobles beside him subconsciously made way for him. The Count of Wild Woodland, Stone Liner. Count Liner did not seem to be much younger than Cotter's son. He was dressed strictly, and his expression was stern. He looked steadily forward, as if he was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. The Count of Hunt and Origami County, Con Kirkegel. This middle-aged guest was of medium stature. His expression was calm, and he walked slowly. He came alone without any attendants, as if he was not affected by external objects. But the most eye-catching thing was that his left sleeve was empty. This was a one-armed count. The Count of Flatiron County, Brookinghurst. This guest was the youngest. He was in his 30s, and he had a full beard with a golden luster. He wore a smile on his face, and his chiseled facial features left a deep impression on people. The 5 men walked into the hall one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the hall, they walked to the front of the stone hall and sat down without hesitation on the 5 seats closest to the Archduke. The discussions and noises in the hall immediately quieted down. Ian whispered into Thales' ear, "They, along with Prime Minister Leespan, are the 6 most trusted and important counts of King Nuvan when he was alive. It is said that the strength of each of these 6 families is comparable to that of a country, and they can summon more than 20,000 warriors without hesitation to go to war, almost twice the number of the Walton family. They seem to be experienced rulers, Thales said softly. Ian shook his head. King Nuvan did not allow his subordinates to have people who held positions without doing anything, or those with low abilities. That's why the people you see are all heroes who served under him for decades and help him spread his fame in Dragoncloud City and even in Ekstedt, unlike the people from the city of faraway prayers. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. In short, this is one of King Nuvan's legacies. It also made Dragoncloud City the strongest and most terrifying force in Ekstedt, Thales added as he observed the 5 counts seriously. That was in the past, when King Nuvan was still around. Ian shook his head disapprovingly. And now? Thales nodded. But he then heard the interaction between the 5 counts. How is your territory, Khan? Count Cotterson, who was dressed in martial attire, said in a voice that was as hard as iron. Ever since His Majesty broke the neck of their previous Archduke, the bastards in Beacon Illumination City no longer dare to provoke you, right? Cut the crap. The one-armed Count Khan Karkagel did not give Cotterson any face. His expression did not change, and he looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. We all know why we don't bother with small talk here. Cotterson, who had asked for a snub, snorted coldly and turned his head. The Soul Slayer pike is still as sharp as before. Count Nazir, who seemed to be the most senior among them, fixed his gaze on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduke's seat and sighed. But the person sitting under it, the person we served, is no longer here. These words caused the expressions of the 5 earls to sink. Nazir shook his head. His gaze was melancholic. When was the last time we gathered together? 6 years ago. Count Liner, who was as stern as ice, answered coldly behind him. He shifted his seat forcefully, as if everything around him was an eyesore. First it was Constellation, then the Calamities, then the Dragon, and finally Black Sand region. When we arrived with our men, there was only His Majesty's funeral left. The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Humph! Before Liner could finish speaking, he shook his head coldly. A ridiculous king selection. 5 outsiders and Leespan decided who we would be conferred as kings, turning the most powerful Dragoncloud City into the biggest joke in Ekstedt. Liner, the golden-bearded Count Hurst, interrupted him angrily. For the sake of the Sunset Goddess, save your grumbling. When Thales heard this, he could not help but feel a shadow cast over his heart. Saroma, what kind of vassals have you been facing for the past 6 years? Count Liner snorted disdainfully and was about to speak. The Count of Eagle County and Bloodshed Land. The herald's voice rang again. Regent of Dragoncloud City, Seal Leespan. Finally, Thales saw a familiar face. Count Leespan was still as steady and calm as ever. He stepped into the hall with an unquestionable expression. Unlike before, the nobles quietened down the moment Regent Leespan entered the hall. Only the 5 counts stared at him without showing any signs of weakness. Count Liner even snorted softly. Regent Leespan walked in front of the 5 counts with an indifferent expression. Everyone, it is my honor to welcome you with your presence. It's not you, Seal. Count Nazir shook his head and flashed an unpleasant smile. It's not you. We are here in response to the Lord's summons. Leespan turned his head and glanced at Nazir. Of course, the regent said softly. He turned around and sat on the seat closest to the Archduke's seat. As for the other 4, they did not even look at Leespan. It was as if he was not one of the 6 at all. He was not their companion. Thales frowned as he watched the 6 counts interact. Ian, the prince suddenly took a step towards the young Rockney and said softly, "Tell me that in this matter, Dragoncloud City is not your only hope." Ian, who was waving at his diplomat group from afar, was slightly startled. He turned around with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Thales' expression was firm. "Tell me." Ian frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. "You don't seem to have much confidence in us?" Thales shook his head. No emotion could be seen on his face. "Just tell me." Ian narrowed his eyes. "Of course not. In the end, the air of the city of faraway prayers snorted softly. Dragoncloud City is just one of them. His expression darkened slightly. At this time, my sister has probably already arrived at Defense City with a mission. Thales pondered for a while. Defense City, Archduke let go. He remembered the bald, old Archduke and the scene of him roaring in this hall 6 years ago. Of course, 20 years ago, they were also among the reinforcements. The prince raised his head with a worried expression. But what you can think of, Lampard can also think of, just like how you came to Dragoncloud City. Ian whistled and waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister will have a way. God knows how she will use her big breast to tempt that old baldy to send his troops, or use her mouth, who knows which one. Thales frowned. He noticed that Ian's gaze slowly froze in midair, and he seemed to be deep in thought. You don't seem to like your sister very much? Ian snorted softly, as if he did not think much of it. Don't misunderstand. We used to be very close. Young Rockney looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head and snorted. But now, we're almost like mortal enemies. His expression was sarcastic. Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you mind if I ask why? Ian did not speak. He only glanced at Thales with a complicated expression. At this moment, an even louder shout than before came from the door. Raikaru and Chara's bloodline. All the Northlanders in the hall turned their heads in unison. As countless chairs clattered against each other, all the Northlanders stood up. Even the 6 counts were no exception. They all clenched their right fists solemnly and pressed them against their hearts. The heir of the dragon spear family. Ian let out a sigh and slowly stood up. Under the urging of countless dissatisfied gazes, Thales quickly stood up as well. The ruler of Dragoncloud City. Amid the thunderous shouts, Thales saw a lithe figure through the gaps between the layers of shoulders. She walked over slowly with heavy footsteps. It's her. Accompanied by Nicholas, the girl he could not be more familiar with walked past the vassals on both sides of the hall and walked towards her seat. That was the only seat. The girl's expression was calm. Her posture was elegant and appropriate as she walked forward. You ask me why. Ian's voice traveled slowly into his ears. Look, this is why. The Prince of Constellation was instantly stunned. He turned his head. What? Ian curled his lips and revealed a mocking smile. 6 years ago, the first Archduchess in Extet's history succeeded the throne in this hall in Dragoncloud City. Ian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head and glanced at the Soul Slayer pike on the fireplace, then at the girl who walked slowly towards him from the center of the hall. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Since then, my dearest twin sister, the woman who was conceived in my mother's womb with me. She did not just see me as her dearest brother. Thales was stunned. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk through the crowd. The young Archduchess' footsteps continued. She endured the unscrupulous gazes of countless men. She swept past countless men's overt or covert discussions. She walked past the coarse floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, which had a long history, and entered the meeting hall that only male nobles had the right to enter for centuries. Step by step, she walked towards her seat. There was a moment when Thales wished he did not have nimble hearing or clear vision, for he saw that all the men in the hall, young and old, high and low, from front to back, from top to bottom, were scrutinizing the Grand Duchess's figure without scruple, gazing at her face. He even heard them laughing, teasing, and obscene comments about the Archduchess' figure, face, and even her inexplicable anger surged in his heart, causing Thales to clench his fists subconsciously. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her footsteps made crisp sounds as she stepped on Heroic Spirit Palace's centuries-old floor tiles. The floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace were still as sturdy and indestructible as they had been in the past. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her boots continued to hit the floor tiles. Even though the floor tiles had never been broken or shaken, she did not stop. She did not retreat either. From then on, my sister's eyes shone with a dangerous light. Ian's voice continued to travel into Thales's ears. The air of the city of faraway Prayer's eyes shone with a dangerous light. That pair of beautiful eyes no longer stared at makeup and clothes, dowries and money, but the handsome young men who might become her dependents and homes in the future. She stared at the things that women are born to care about. Instead, she looked at my father. She looked at me. Thales did not speak. The girl's figure was light, and her expression was calm, but her footsteps were still heavy. It was as if she was carrying a heavy burden. You changed the rules, Thales. Ian spoke at a steady pace, but it was filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. You and Lampard. There was an unsettling look in his eyes as he stared at Thales. It was you. You took my sister away from me. The girl finally walked up the steps that belonged to the Archduchess. Nicholas stood still on the first step of the stairs. As her most important bodyguard, he had to stop here. He could not take another step forward. The girl could only walk up the steps alone. She walked up to her seat. She was alone. As the girl walked up to her seat, the herald's deliberately prolonged call came to an end. Archduchess Saroma Walton. Under countless people's gazes, Saroma slowly sat down. She could not hide the paleness on her face. All the vassals of Dragon Cloud City under the steps lowered their heads and bowed. They showed their respect to their lords. But Thales heard it. With the help of the sin of Hell's River, he heard it clearly. The vigorous and powerful pulses in the Archduchess' chest traveled into his ears continuously. It was Saroma's heartbeat. It was lively and powerful. Even the messy sounds of the people sitting down in the hall could not cover it. Thales heaved a long sigh. I see. Thales sat down on his seat and looked at Ian, who was beside him. He seemed to be deep in thought. For the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you came to Dragon Cloud City, and your sister went to Defense City. If you fail, no. Ian interrupted him coldly. The air of the city of faraway Prayers had a fire in his eyes that Thales could not ignore. The one who will fail will only be her. It can only be her. Thales turned his head and looked at Ian. The second prince nodded slowly. There was a profound meaning in his words. Just now, you said that I took your sister away. Ian frowned. Thales heaved a long sigh and slowly clenched his fists. You're right. I took her away. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Archduchess on the Archduchess throne, at the Archduchess who was forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at everyone. She is indeed your sister. Thales smiled. He turned his head to look at the Archduchess, who was about to speak, leaving Ian with a doubtful expression. Just now, when Saroma slowly walked to her seat, and when Ian told that story with hatred, Thales suddenly came to a realization. So, 6 years ago, he still had Lampard. What they did in this hall. Chapter 3:18. In the hall, as the Archduchess sat down, the 20 or so nobles in the hall also sat down. Thanks to the Archduchess, Thales had received a lot of Northland's characteristic noble education during his 6 years as a hostage. Compared to the knowledge that Gilbert taught him in a hasty month, which was so old that it had faded, he was actually very familiar with Eksted's glorious history. For example, Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing. It originated 90 years ago from the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, the 43rd common-elected king, Nuvan VI, the grandfather of the late king, Nuvan VII. He was the one who started the heyday of the Walton family's monopoly on the throne for 3 consecutive generations. He was a king worth remembering. Under his rule, the kingdom of the Great Dragon fought against Constellation several times at the border after the death of the virtuous king. Faced with the Northern Territories' Arun family, Overwatch City's Zamunto family, and Lonely Old Tower's Freeze family, the king never suffered a single defeat. He pushed Eksted's southern border to the front of Broken Dragon Fortress, turning the eastern and western pine forests into Northlanders' exclusive land. He supported the new Alliance of Freedom in a few wars. Faced with the sudden rise of Camus Union, he forcefully stopped their momentum of expansion and firmly controlled the eastern end of the Golden Passage. He even repaired the glacial Quaker defense line, and once again banished the glacial orcs to the north of the 38th century ground. Internally, starting from the scheming Nuvan VI, it became a tradition for the vassals of Dragoncloud City to regularly greet and report to the Archduke. The vassals would show their loyalty to the Archduke and report important matters of the territory to obtain the Archduke's permission and support. The Archduke would then display his majesty and benevolence on this occasion, listening to the general situation of his vassals and maintaining and strengthening the relationship between the king and his vassals. This was the State Affairs hearing. It's also proof of the expansion of Dragoncloud City's ruling power, Thales thought. But now, the Archduchess' voice rang clearly in the hall, pulling him back from his thoughts. Leespan, Karkagel, Nazir, Hurst, Liner, Cotter's son. Faced with so many people, even though she was pale, Saroma still called out the vassal families under her one by one according to the seating order. Every suzerain nodded slightly when they were called. Banner, Hudson, Saroma called out the names of nearly 20 families in one breath. Among them, there were 2 families with the same name, and they had to be distinguished by territory. Almost every noble who had a seat nodded respectfully, or at the very least, respectfully. If this was constellation, Thales could not help but recall the grand occasion during the national conference, the 6 great clans, the 13 distinguished families, and the Jadestar family's direct vassals. Just calling out the names of these families. The prince sighed. God, I hope they have a roster. Welcome, everyone. Under the sharp gazes of the Northland nobles, Saroma took a deep breath, glanced at Leespan, and said slowly, once again, on the glorious day of the State Affairs hearing, all the great families of Dragoncloud City have gathered together. Because of your arrival, the Cloud Dragon Spear has become sharper. With your loyalty, the Walton family has become stronger. The crisp female voice echoed in the stone hall, gradually fading away. The moment the Archduchess finished speaking, almost all the vassals solemnly raised their right fists and smashed their chests 3 times in a row, as if by prior agreement. Dong, dong, dong. In response to Feng Jun, the dull sound resonated with each other in the hall. It was as if the entire heroic spirit palace was shaking. See, you understand what I mean, right? Beside him, Ian had a bored expression that said, I told you so. He made a gesture of hitting his chest and whispered in Thales' ear, Gorilla. Thales raised his eyebrows. Saroma did not move an inch in the midst of the banging, but Thales, who was very familiar with her, could feel that under the girl's calmness, there was a sense of nervousness and anxiety. The day of the State Affairs hearing begins now. The Archduchess cleared her throat. Seal? Sitting to her left, Count Leespan bowed slightly in his chair and turned his head to look at the audience. The 5 counts at the forefront finally set their gazes on the regent. But Thales noticed that their gazes were not as friendly as he had imagined. 6 years ago, at King Nuvan's funeral, what was the attitude of these 5 important people? Thales recalled. As a rule, Regent Lispan's steady and gentle voice rang in the hall, just like how it had been for King Nuvan countless times during the imperial conference over the past 30 years. My lords, is there anything you would like to ask the lady? No one spoke. As far as Thales could see, the 20 or so vassals did not even whisper to each other. They only fixed their sharp gazes on Leespan, as if they wanted to cut the old count apart, especially the 5 most powerful vassals. Thales could not help but clench his fists. Leespan looked around the hall. Still, no vassals answered. It was as if they had planned it. His expression gradually became unsightly. Courtesy is dead. Ian's annoying voice quietly traveled into Thales' ears. There was a faint hint of schadenfreude in his voice. I guess no one wants to say hello to the Archduchess. In the silence where a pin drop could be heard, Ian's words were a little grating. Many Northlanders turned to look at him with cold gazes. Ian put on an expression of someone who was caught doing something bad and smiled at them apologetically. This was the first time Thales participated in a State Affairs hearing in 6 years. It was also the first time he saw the suzerains of Dragoncloud City's attitude toward their vassals. As he watched Saroma force herself to remain calm on the stage, Thales felt a stab of pain in his heart. In the 6 years since he stepped into the Hall of Stars and became the second Prince of Constellation, his journey had been very difficult. But at this moment, compared to her, Saroma, and the first Archduchess of Ekstedt, all the difficulties he thought he had faced, very good. It seems that everyone is doing well. There's no bad news, Leespan said coldly. He bowed slightly at Saroma. My lady. The gazes that were focused on Leespan turned to the Archduchess in unison. Thales looked at the lonely Saroma with pity. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and subconsciously avoided the vassal's gazes. Ahem. Everyone, I know you don't like to talk nonsense. Saroma's voice was a little fast and trembling. So, I'll get straight to the point. Compared to the silence in the hall when Leespan spoke, the moment the Archduchess spoke, many of the vassals lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. This is a good sign. At least the Archduchess has the ability to ease the atmosphere, Ian mocked in a low voice. Thales sighed. The Archduchess continued speaking. I believe all of you already know that last month, the king's envoy came from Black Sand region. A few days ago, the diplomat group from the city of Faraway Prayers also arrived in Dragon Cloud City. Someone interrupted her. Are you talking about that farcical audience, my lady? Cotter's son, the Count of Phelan Castle, who was dressed in martial attire and sitting on the third seat to the Archduchess' left, said coldly. Of course, the dignified and entertaining Dragon Cloud City has been completely dominated by a young brat. Count Cotterson's choice of words was very rude. Quite a number of people laughed softly, but even more snorted coldly. Saroma's face became even paler. Thales frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw that the Viscount of Dual Wind City, who was the culprit, was laughing foolishly without realizing it. He seemed to find this very entertaining. Is it funny? Thales' gaze was as sharp as a sword. After seeing Thales' displeased gaze, Ian, who realized something, instantly put away his smile. He coughed softly in a seemingly serious manner. I'm sorry. Dragon Cloud City is faced with a choice. After the Archduchess adjusted her breathing, she continued speaking. And I respect all the suzerains who have served under my grandfather for many years. So, we will discuss our choice here, on the most important day of the council hearing. Just when Thales thought the vassals were going to fall silent again, a clear male voice unexpectedly rang. We respect you, my lady, just like how we respected your grandfather. The count who spoke was sitting on the second seat to Saroma's right. His tone was amiable and respectful, which was rare. His golden beard moved up and down as he spoke. So, we are here in Flatiron County, responding to your summons. Count Hurst from Flatiron County looked at the Archduchess with a gentle gaze and said, as if she had found her savior, Saroma smiled and looked at the person who spoke gratefully. Thank you, Count Hurst. Hurst, who was in his 30s, shook his golden beard and nodded with a smile. Thales frowned. He looked at the enthusiastic Hurst and shifted his but unnaturally. This damn chair is so hard to sit on. My God, Thales, did you see the way he looked at that girl? Ian interrupted at an opportune moment. I bet that every time he looks for a woman, he imagines her to be Thales, who was in a bad mood, turned his head abruptly. Will you die if you don't speak? The prince replied coldly. Ian quickly raised his hands and stuck out his tongue innocently. Then he opened his mouth, maintained his smile, and silently mouthed yes. Thales was so angry that he did not want to talk to him anymore. Count Hurst's words seemed to have stirred up the vassal's conversation. Cotter's son, who had just made a sarcastic remark, touched his chin and snorted. Phelan Castle is the same, Cotter's son said slowly. But I noticed that we are not the only ones who responded to the summons. Count Cotter's son moved his finger and pointed at a corner of the hall. That is, everyone's gaze followed his finger. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Why is he here, my lady? Cotter's son twisted his wrist and pointed coldly at the Prince of Constellation. This person from the Empire is at the most important meeting in all of Dragon Cloud City. The hall immediately erupted in a lot of discussions, and there was even a clamor. At that moment, Thales became the center of attention. Worry and nervousness appeared on the Archduchess' face. Leespan narrowed his eyes. Nicholas, who had been wearing a cold expression, furrowed his eyebrows. All right, no matter how much I want to keep a low profile, Thales sighed. I am here at the request of the Archduchess and the invitation of the heir of the city of faraway prayers. The second Prince of Constellation said coldly. As a third party, I am here to witness this meeting that concerns Extet's honor. After he finished speaking, the arguments in the hall became even louder. Thales could even hear their discussions clearly. So, that is what a joke. Take a guess. If he is here, that woman should also be here, Dragoncloud City. Ha, how ironic. Perhaps one day, the Archduchess will have a young suzerain whose father is unknown. Thales clenched his fists. Ian shook his head helplessly at him, looking as if he wanted to help, but could not. I don't remember when we were in cahoots with the people from the Empire, Cotter's son said coldly without even looking at Thales. Chase him out. A lot of noises of agreement erupted among the vassals. Order, my lords. Nicholas' voice interrupted the conversation. As the Archduchess guard, the Star Killer looked down at the chaotic nobles from above. He was not polite at all. You are standing on Dragoncloud City's land, Count Cotter's son. You are standing in Rikaru's heroic spirit palace, and this is the Hall of Heroes. In front of the Archduchess, Nicholas' expression became stern. It is not up to you to give orders. Perhaps it was because the Star Killer was indeed famous, or perhaps it was because he had followed King Nuven for more than 20 years, but the hall slowly quietened down. Then, Cotter's son replied without giving any face. Shut up, your grace. You have no right to talk to me about King order. Cotter's son gritted his teeth and stared at the Star Killer on the stairs as if he was looking at an enemy. King Nuven promoted the lowly you to be his personal guard and gave you the title of nobility. Yet, you repaid him with your negligence and incompetence. You caused His Majesty's death and caused us in Dragoncloud City to fall into this state. At that moment, a rare flush appeared on Nicholas' pale face. Thales had seen him like this before. It was a sign that the Star Killer was angry. If I were you, incompetent person, I would find a place with no one around and commit suicide as soon as possible, instead of shamelessly staying by the Archduchess' side and pretending that nothing has happened. Count Cotterson's words traveled clearly into everyone's ears. The disgrace of the White Blade who killed the king. Bah! Quite a number of Northland nobles snorted coldly in unison. Nicholas lowered his head abruptly so that no one could see his expression clearly. But he did not say anything. Thales could see that his fists were clenched together and trembling violently. The prince knew that the king's death under the protection of the White Blade Guards was the greatest trauma in the Star Killer's life. In the hall, Nate Monty of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group frowned. This raven of death looked at Nicholas, who was behaving abnormally, and sighed softly. Enough, Cotter's son. The Archduchess finally spoke. Her words were subconsciously laced with a hint of anger. Lord Nicholas fought against the calamities until the last moment for the king. He does not deserve such an evaluation. Based on what my administrator told me, my lady, this Prince Thales is perhaps the most troublesome person from the Empire in the world. He even caused the ugly brawl on the last day of the council hearing. The oldest Count Nazir said slowly. His words sounded fair and rational. He brought the topic back to the prince. I sincerely suggest that when we discuss our own affairs, we show our hospitality and let him rest in his room. The old count narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know what the rumors outside are about you and him? All the gazes gathered on the prince again. They even moved back and forth between the Archduchess and him from time to time. Saroma's expression changed, and she was momentarily speechless. Thales closed his eyes. Beside him, Ian's expression was rich. He opened his mouth and was about to say something in Thales' ear. Not now, Ian. The moment Ian was about to speak, Thales' cold words froze his enthusiasm in his throat. They did it on purpose, the vassals of Dragoncloud City. Thales remembered the filthy nobles in the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago. He told himself in his heart, so they're attacking the Archduchess' prestige step by step. And now, no, I can't speak. I can't refute him. Otherwise, it will only make the situation worse. Thales clenched his teeth tightly. He is the lady's guest, Cotter's son, Nazir. Regent Leespan spoke in a timely manner. He stared coldly at the two counts. This is the lady's promise, so he will stay. And if you can't stand him appearing in your sight and would rather ignore the lady's honor, then close your eyes or go out on your own. Choose one. Cotter's son snorted coldly. He seemed to be very displeased with the regent. Don't forget about your blood feud, lady. The legal heir before you, Prince Mariah, died in Constellation. His body hasn't even gotten cold yet. Count Liner, who was sitting on the third seat to the Archduchess' left, said with an expressionless face. Since then, all the tragedies were caused by this little prince. His body hasn't gotten cold yet, really? Ian whispered unscrupulously again. 6 years. Even if it's a great dragon's corpse, it should be cold by now. Thales could not even be bothered with him anymore. Saroma inhaled sharply, as though she was adjusting herself. That tragedy has already been settled, Liner. The Archduchess glanced at Thales from afar. She gritted her teeth and said, It happened when the late king was still alive, and Prince Thales is now our guest, and we should return to proper business. You think that the death of your own blood relative is not proper business? Liner suddenly raised his voice. I have to say, you make me a little bitterly disappointed. Count Liner's expression was still as cold as ice. His gaze did not waver, but his words, which sounded like a venomous snake hissing, were hard to ignore. Honorable Lady Saroma Walton. Saroma met his gaze. Her hand, which was on the armrest of her seat, trembled slightly. In the hall, the discussions of the 20 or so nobles grew louder. Take back your words, Liner. Regent Lispan's words were already laced with obvious emotions. He enunciated each word clearly, especially to the Archduchess. How dare you say you make me a little bitterly disappointed to King Nuvan, to the granddaughter of the born king? Leespan glanced at Count Liner. Since the days of the prince, His Majesty used 30 years to promote all of you and the Liner family, which was on the verge of decline. This is what I am worried about. Leespan, Liner replied without fear. That King Nuvan, who made people willing to die for him, that great-born king, is no longer here. Only old bones like us are left to guard a woman. Liner. The one who interrupted him was still the golden-bearded Count Hurst. Liner paused for a moment. He glanced at the seated Archduchess. After a moment of hesitation, he changed his words. To maintain the dignity of Dragon Cloud City. The moment he said this, Saroma lowered her head and pursed her lips. The hall was silent. Count Hurst coughed softly. My apologies, my lady. The Count of Flatiron County stared at the embarrassed Saroma and said gently, But I think that Count Liner just misses the former king too much and values the future of Dragon Cloud City too much. But he respects you in your bloodline, just like I do. Hurst nodded slowly and respectfully. My lady. Ian put on a disgusted expression and whispered, I'm going to vomit at this hero saving the damsel in distress, seducing a girl. But it really works. Look at that girl's expression. So King long-winded. For the first time, Thales found that he really wanted to strangle Ian. He wanted to make all of Ian's direct words stuck in his vocal cords. The prince fixed his gaze on Saroma. Saroma looked at Hurst, who had helped her out of the predicament, and even gave him a forced smile. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. You are facing the bloodline left behind by the born king, young Hurst. Leespan interrupted their eye contact. There is no doubt that she will lead the future of Dragon Cloud City. Hurst smiled and nodded slightly at the regent. Of course, the more you speak, the more you sound like King Nuvan, Prime Minister. Count Liner, who had been expressionless all this while but whose words struck at Thales' heart, slowly said, Just like 6 years ago you, the great regent, stood beside His Majesty's corpse, and told us in an unquestionable manner that the Archduke had been replaced, and that we only needed to kneel down obediently. Don't bring your personal resentment here. Liner. Lispan's face was livid. This glorious hall should not have a place for selfishness and darkness. Liner curled the corners of his mouth in response. I'm starting to admire your little girlfriend a little. Ian sighed and patted Thale's shoulder. How did she survive among these people for the past 6 years? I don't know. Thales shook his head. He stared at the unruly counts and could not hide his worry. This is my first time attending the day of state affairs hearing. In the past, the important counts sent their administrators here. I guess that their presence here personally made the situation more difficult. Ian raised his eyebrows. Oh, you didn't refute me? Thales, who was observing the counts, revealed a puzzled expression. Refute what? Nothing, Ian replied solemnly and shook his head seriously. An old voice rang in the hall again. Relax, Liner. Show some respect. Nazir, who was the most senior among them, sighed and said, You're facing the most powerful count in Dragoncloud City, the Eye of the Dragon Leaspan, who has controlled Dragoncloud City for 6 years. You don't want to provoke the regent of Dragoncloud City. He has countless ways to punish you. Leaspan and Nazir looked at each other in the air. Even the air seemed to have turned cold. Ian narrowed his eyes. Oh, I think what he really wanted to say was F***CK, Leaspan. Thales agreed wholeheartedly. Since he wants the constellations here, let him be, Nazir said softly. After all, Dragoncloud City is no longer what it used to be. Leaspan stared at Nazir, who was the same age as him, and spoke softly but very clearly. Really, Nazir, old friend? My old friend died 6 years ago. Count Nazir said unhurriedly. He died together with His Majesty in the whirlpool of power. During the time Leaspan and Nazir stared at each other, the counts did not utter a single word. It was as if this was their arena. Saroma, on the other hand, was at a loss. If I were to guess, Ian's whisper cut into the conversation at an inopportune time. When they were young, one of them slept with the other's wife? Thales shook his head slowly. He lowered his head, looked at his right hand, and sighed. The situation is very disadvantageous. We can't go on like this. Go, Ian. We need you. In the next moment, a scream suddenly rang through the entire hall. Ah, Waiwu. The voice was so loud that it was like a whirlwind in the silent hall of heroes. All the nobles, including Saroma and Leaspan, turned their heads in bewilderment and looked at the source of the voice. Among the hall full of nobles and vassals, one person suddenly jumped up. The Viscount of Dual Wind City from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney, was standing on a chair, holding his waist. His expression was contorted as he stared at the person beside him in disbelief. Beside him, Prince Thales withdrew his hand expressionlessly and sat upright with a serious expression. It was as if the person who had just grabbed Ian's waist and twisted it with all his might was not him. Ian gritted his teeth in exasperation and mouthed, "How dare you?" at Thales. But the prince did not move an inch, as if he did not know him at all. Ian took a deep breath and raised his head. It was only then that he noticed that all the gazes in the hall were focused on him. The Viscount of Dual Wind City revealed an embarrassed smile. About that, the 5 counts frowned at the same time. Sir Ian. Lisbon's gaze moved back and forth on Thales before he returned to Ian without a word. Is there anything I can help you with? Ian exhaled and glared at Thales with a murderous gaze. The prince's expression was indifferent. He gestured a thumb at the side of his knee. Go for it. Good luck. Ian could only sigh. With a reluctant expression, he first bowed slightly to the Archduchess, then tilted his head to look at the counts. Although I am very happy to enjoy the plot of Dragoncloud City's internal strife, shouldn't we talk about serious matters first? Thales' face was filled with reluctance. Ian flashed his pearly white teeth and smiled faintly. You know, lunchtime is very important. It cannot be delayed. The attendants of the city of Faraway Prayers diplomat group, who were sitting together, had ashen faces. The vassals of Dragoncloud's city stared at him in surprise and bewilderment. It was the first time many of them had seen Ian in person. And where did you come from? Count Cotterson looked as if he wanted to eat someone alive. He cast a sidelong glance at Ian and sneered. Clown? Ian blinked. In the face of this insulting title, the smile on his face became even wider. Where did I come from? The Viscount spread his arms and smiled like a child. From the circus, of course. At that moment, Count Cotterson's cold smile froze on his face. Thales exhaled. He felt that the oppressive atmosphere was instantly relieved. I have come to remind all of you that it is time. Everyone, take your positions. Ian glanced at the Archduchess on the stairs, then at Thales beside him. He shrugged and announced loudly to the hall full of vassals in high spirits. We are about to begin. On the other side of the hall, the people from the city of faraway prayers, led by Nate Monty, lowered their heads and let out a long sigh. Their expressions were sorrowful. Chapter 319. The Hall of Heroes was silent. Aside from the city of faraway prayers diplomat group, who knew Ian very well, almost everyone, including the 6 counts, widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the young Viscount Rockney, who stood on the chair with a smile and raised his arms diagonally. It was as if he was looking at something strange. Thales had no choice but to lower his head and cough softly. He nudged Ian's leg. Ian, who was immersed in his own world, moved a little. He seemed to have finally realized the awkwardness of the situation. He withdrew his arms resentfully and jumped off the chair. With a stiff smile, he waved at the entire hall. Hey, everyone. The nobles in the hall recovered from their dumbfounded shock. They turned their heads away unnaturally or coughed softly. They seemed to be ashamed of the scene in the Hall of Heroes. The 5 counts, who had been aggressive before, did not say a word. They just sat where they were with unpleasant expressions and stared at each other. Thales chuckled in his heart as he watched from the side. Good job, Ian. You interrupted their increasingly aggressive questioning. How should they react when faced with such an unreasonable person in such an inexplicable situation? Did this clown get your permission to stand here and insult all of us? Count Cotterson turned to the Archduchess. His gaze was cold and his expression was stiff. Together with his martial attire, he looked like an ice wall. My lady, Saroma was about to answer. My lady, my lords. Among the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, the noble who had reprimanded Ian, old Bonnie, suddenly stood up shakily. With a tragic and pained expression, he bowed to the Archduchess on the chair. This is just a joke. On behalf of the city of faraway prayers, Ian's behavior. But before he could finish speaking, Monty, the Raven of Death, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed his shoulder. He forcefully pressed the bewildered old Bonnie down. Ian blinked and nodded slightly at Monty, who had his lips curled up slightly. At this moment, the seated Archduchess finally could not stand it anymore. She coughed. Everyone, Thales could tell that Saroma was holding back her laughter as she looked at the Count's ashen faces. This is Sir Ian Rockney from the city of faraway prayers. He is Archduke Rockney's eldest son and heir, the Viscount of Dual Wind City. He came with a mission from Grand Duke Rockney. Ian gave a friendly smile and bowed slightly to the Archduchess. The counts looked at Ian in unison, but none of them looked surprised. Instead, they looked relieved, as if they had expected this. This made Thales think that perhaps they already knew who Ian was. City of faraway prayers, Rockney. Cotterson sized up Ian from afar. There was a slightly solemn look in his eyes. I've met your father before. Longhair Colgan is a respectable man. His words are more trustworthy than a longsword. I also respect the Rockney family. They are the model knights of Northland for the past 1,000 years. The corners of Ian's mouth moved slightly, forming a faint smile. But when I look at you, boy, Count Cotterson shook his head in disdain. I really feel ashamed for your father and family. Laughter came from the vassals. Thales saw Ian's gaze flicker slightly. Likewise, the heir of the city of faraway prayers sat down in the most relaxed manner possible. When I see you, I also feel ashamed for Dragoncloud City and the Archduchess. Ian snorted softly. A count who hid outside the city when calamity befell, and was unharmed when his king died in battle. Count Cotterson's expression turned cold. If I were you, coward, Ian yawned pretentiously and repeated the words Cotterson used to criticize the Starkiller just now. I would find a place with no one around and commit suicide as soon as possible, instead of shamelessly staying by the Archduchess' side and pretending that nothing happened. Beside the Archduchess, the Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows slightly. This sentence was like a wave that was thrown into a lake, and it caused a huge ripple. The nobles in the hall instantly burst into an uproar. The nobles, especially the 5 earls, stared at Ian, who had a nonchalant look on his face, as if he was their father's murderer. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. This young Rockney sure is guts. Count Cotter's son gritted his teeth and emphasized Ian's title. I'll say it again, Viscount. Then you and I can duel. Ian laughed out loud. Of course. He waved his hand boldly. Duel. Thales was shocked. Wait, Ian is... But before he could understand what was going on, the heir of the city of faraway prayers snapped his fingers, flipped his hands without any qualms, and pointed at the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers with a relaxed expression. And I will appoint Lord Nate Monty of the city of faraway prayers to represent my honor in a duel with you. Life or death. What do you think? In the distance, Monty, who was scratching his neck, instantly froze. The Count's expressions stiffened again as they looked at Ian. Ian maintained his smiling expression. Looking for a representative in a duel? Is this guy really a Northlander? Thales exhaled. Fortunately, Ian is still Ian. He won't suddenly become a heroic man who is unafraid of death. You're hiding behind the Raven of Death in the face of a duel. Count Cotter's son looked at the resigned Monty, then at Ian. His voice was filled with unbearable anger. Coward, you're a disgrace to us Northlanders. The nobles in the hall snorted disdainfully, sneered, and even cursed. But Ian gladly endured these gazes, as if he did not feel anything. You flatter me. Ian crossed his legs, crossed his arms, and shrugged. It's my honor to bring shame to you. The atmosphere in the hall exploded again. The Northlanders' protests and curses surged forth like a tidal wave. Thales sighed softly and patted Ian's shoulder. You're really something, bro, at this moment. When the order was about to go out of control, the Archduchess' clear and pleasant voice suddenly rose in the buzzing hall. Everyone. Saroma's high-pitched and shrill female voice stood out among the row of men's protests. Now is not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas punched the wall beside him fiercely. The noise in the hall gradually became softer. Following the Star Killer's actions, the Archduchess guards in the hall raised the weapons in their hands and smashed them against the wall beside them with straight faces, as if they had rehearsed it. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the dull but deafening sound resonated in the hall, causing all the enraged nobles to quieten down. They could not hide the expressions on their faces. They all looked at the highest seat. Saroma glanced at Regent Leespan. After receiving his affirmation, she tried her best to finish what she wanted to say. No matter how we view this, Sir Ian, we cannot ignore the most important matter at the moment. The city of faraway prayers has brought bad news from the Golden Passage. The Archduchess inhaled. 20 years ago, the Alliance of Freedom, which bowed to the late king's army, recently tore up the agreement they signed with my grandfather. Everyone, the dignity we took back for Ekstedt with our own hands 20 years ago has been violated again. The Archduchess' voice faded away. Ian snapped his fingers. Under the disdainful gazes, he spread his hands and made a gesture that said, That's how it is. No one spoke. Thales closed his eyes. It's here. The real drama. They seemed to be thinking. Then the old Count Nazir spoke slowly. The cowards in the West have finally become strong-willed for once. The Count of Rubble Mausoleum and Harding County side. However, history always repeats itself, and people still don't remember their lessons. Perhaps the state affairs of Ekstedt seemed to have attracted the Count's attention a little, or perhaps it was related to the war they once fought. In any case, the Counts no longer bothered about the disgrace of the city of faraway prayers. Even Count Cotter's son only snorted coldly and turned his head around. It seems like Thales observed everyone's expressions, and his heart sank. They all knew what was important and what was not. However, for the Counts, the truly important matter might not just be the Alliance of Freedom. The Alliance of Freedom. Those cowards would not dare to do this alone. Who is supporting them from behind? The one-armed Count, Carcagel, who had been silent all this while, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, furrowed his brows. Those long ears again? No. Ian seemed to have regained his composure. This made the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers feel much more relaxed. White Mountain is very peaceful. We have not received any abnormal information about the White Elves. I still remember 20 years ago. Count Liner's expression did not change. Those cowards in the Alliance only had mercenaries to fight for them. Tearing apart their battle formation was easier than tearing a piece of paper. Breaking through their city walls was as easy as climbing a ladder. The city of faraway prayers can completely solve this on their own. As long as they don't send clowns to fight, Count Cotterson added in disdain. Ian flashed a smile. The regent of Dragon Cloud City, Count Leaspan, clapped his hands and spoke with a solemn expression. His words were powerful and resonant. I believe that all of you are not fools. You know very well what the key to this game of chess is. You even know who the person behind the Alliance of Freedom is. The 5 counts narrowed their eyes and stared at Leaspan. Ian coughed. Everyone, I believe that all of you know, King Chapman is oppressing and abusing the nobles in his domain. The Viscount from the city of Faraway Prayers sighed. The city of Faraway Prayers and our like-minded companions, such as Defense City and Elifir City, are working hard because of this misfortune. Ian raised his eyebrows. And now, we need Dragon Cloud City support to tell the whole kingdom that the king cannot do whatever he wants. The incident with the Alliance of Freedom is an interlude, but it cannot be ignored. That is why I am here. The hall was silent for a moment, and everyone looked at the 6 earls at the front. But the answer that Ian received was not so positive. Count Liner said coldly, "Then go to the king. Perhaps if you give the king what he wants, the Alliance of Freedom will obediently lower its head." Ian frowned slightly. "Don't bother Dragon Cloud City." Cotterson snorted coldly. "This is not our war, at least not now." Thales frowned. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "They can all see it. They're just—" Count Leaspan spoke in a timely manner. "But this is our war. We cannot run away from it." The former prime minister, who had accumulated decades of prestige, made everyone look at him solemnly. Leaspan said solemnly, 20 years ago, Dragon Cloud City responded to the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion with blood. This is the Dragon Spear family's glorious past, and proof of the late King Nuven's authority. We are the leaders of Ekstedt, and we are duty-bound." Count Nazir stared at Leaspan, who spoke sternly. He could not help but narrow his eyes. "Old friend, besides, this concerns the Walton family's dignity and the born king's honor," Leaspan said coldly. "When the West changes again, the Walton family cannot sit by and do nothing. Don't forget, we are Northlanders, and Northlanders of Dragon Cloud's City. We never run away, because we value honor more than lives and interests." The hall fell silent. Thales saw from the corner of his eye that Ian snorted disapprovingly. A smile finally appeared on the stressed Saroma's face. She looked at Leaspan gratefully. "You're right, Seal. We need to dispatch troops to the west, just like we did 20 years ago, and restore Dragon Cloud City's illustrious reputation." The Archduchess seemed to heave a sigh of relief. As for King Chapman, at this moment, of course. Across from Count Leaspan, Count Nazir, who was the first to the Archduchess' right, spoke. "Of course we are willing to fight for Ekstedt's honor, and for your honor, madam." His old voice did not diminish his dignity. For a moment, it even reminded Thales of the former Ascended King. Nazir was like an experienced elder. He said patiently, "But as a vassal who has received the late king's kindness and is loyal to the Walton family, I have the responsibility and obligation to remind you to think one step further." Saroma's face tightened. Thales clenched his fists. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Following in your father's footsteps and dispatching troops to the west, perhaps you can indeed be praised by others and even become a good story. But after we go to war, after we win and tear, down the walls of the Alliance of Freedom, what will happen? Nazir looked around the hall and said softly, "We, Dragon Cloud City, are nothing more than a chess piece that swings back and forth between the city of faraway prayers and black sand region, used by others." Ian raised his eyebrows. Saroma's face tightened. She was a little anxious. She was about to speak, but yes, perhaps you protected Dragon Cloud City's dignity, and people praise you as not bad. Nazir interrupted his vassal calmly. But what could Dragon Cloud City really get? All the nobles in the hall listened to him quietly, especially the other 5 counts. Lisbon's expression was especially unpleasant. Nazir continued, "The authority to command Exted again? Or the spoils of war sent by the city of faraway prayers? Or a certificate of commendation from the king from Black Sand region?" His voice reverberated in the hall. Nazir stared at the Archduchess with an electrifying gaze. Saroma bit her lower lip and glanced at Thales for help. But Thales was powerless at this moment. 20 years ago, my grandfather did this. He reaped. The Archduchess was a little flustered. She was interrupted again. At that time, he was the king. Your grandfather, Nuven, and we all represented all of Ekstedt, Nazir said slowly. Now, Nazir let out a long sigh. Under everyone's solemn gazes, he stood up shakily and looked at the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduchess. His gaze was filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Now, it was not 20 years ago, my lady. His tone was light, but there was a sadness in it that was difficult to ignore. Dragon Cloud City has long lost its king. At that moment, Thales sized up the old count again. The warning bells in his heart kept ringing. He had a premonition of the direction of the conversation. *T. This guy, he's definitely a ruthless character who won't lose to Lispan. Nazir turned his head around. His voice became cold. We've already suffered enough at the hands of outsiders. Why should we be the vanguard of others and get involved in this mess? Many people in the hall started whispering to each other. The Archduchess was at a loss. Suffered a lot? Old friend. Lispan stared at Nazir. What do you mean? The person who took over his words was Count Liner. Was he not clear enough? Liner's words were as piercing as ever. 6 years ago, the new king, along with 4 archdukes, almost forcefully confirmed the ownership of Dragon Cloud City, the first archduchess in Ekstedt's history. Everyone's gazes were focused on a seat. There, Saroma's face grew paler. Nazir shook his head. I don't mean to be disrespectful, my lady. He flashed an apologetic smile at the young girl on the seat. There was disappointment in his tone. But we are no longer the powerful Dragon Cloud City. In the past 6 years, the morale of the vassals was low, the morale of the army was low, and the nobles were in a state of disunity. It was difficult for them to unite. And now, opponents like Black Sand region and the city of faraway prayers can swagger into the city to spy on us and humiliate us in heroic spirit palace. Ian was about to say something, but Thales grabbed his shoulder. No, the prince frowned. It's not time yet. Count Nazir clasped his fists tightly. His expression was solemn. From that day onwards, all of Ekstedt looked down on us. A girl sat on the Archduchess' throne with us, powerlessly watching the dilapidated and desolate Dragon Cloud City after the calamity, the death of the king, and the invasion of foreign armies. The Archduchess bit her lip hard and did not say a word. Opposite her, Lispan's gaze was so sharp that it could almost shoot lightning. You want us to send troops, protect the Walton family's dignity, restore Dragon Cloud's city's prestige, and win back our place in Ekstedt. Of course we can. It is also necessary. Nazir nodded, regaining his respectful and indifferent demeanor. But you may have overlooked the greater crisis we are facing and also the way to truly restore our prestige and stabilize Dragon Cloud City. What are you talking about? Under the gazes of the entire hall, the Archduchess said with difficulty, the real way. Nazir shook his head and did not say anything. I think the Count is saying that it has been 6 years. In other people's eyes, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City is a young and weak orphan girl. She has neither a husband nor children, and the Walton family is on the verge of collapse. Cotter's son said sarcastically, Even we, The vassals of Dragon Cloud City feel that we are like the setting sun in the west. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more unbearable. Thales stared at Saroma, whose lips were wriggling weakly on the stage, like a powerless fish on a chopping board. He clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. "Are all of you criticizing me?" Saroma said with difficulty. Asterisk clap. Asterisk Nazir clapped his hands. "No, we care about you. We care about you, my lady," Nazir said in a gentle tone. "Just like how we love Dragon Cloud City and are loyal to the late king. That is why we need you to become strong. Dragon Cloud City can no longer waste away in a state of weakness and unrest, and I am also tired of fighting against Seal endlessly. We were once friends who trusted each other through life and death, but now, because of you, we have become enemies." Nazir and Lee Span exchanged glances. Both of them saw the wariness in each other's eyes, and disappointment. "You, Count Nazir, are you saying—" The Archduchess' words were a little intermittent. She lowered her head and pressed her arms tightly against the chair. "Yes, madam." Nazir turned around. Unhurriedly, like the most competent advisor, he calmly and rationally suggested, "I believe you need a husband for Dragon Cloud City." Chapter 320. The moment Nazir uttered the last word, the entire Hall of Heroes sank into a strange atmosphere. It was not the silence of dead silence, nor was it the liveliness of the crowd. Instead, the nobles at the side of the hall were whispering to each other in groups of twos and threes. Amidst the barely discernible buzzing sounds, they would raise their heads from time to time and glance at the seated Archduchess with strange and distant gazes. It was as if thousands of ants were lurking in the wood of the tall and sturdy beams. The rustling sounds of them gnawing and eating the beams made people agitated. They wanted to break the wood to search, but they disappeared without a trace. In the Archduchess' throne, Saroma's expression froze on her face. Even though the young lady had already expected this due to the treacherous atmosphere during the previous day's State Affairs hearing, as well as Leespan and Thales' direct admonishment or indirect reminders, the Archduchess still could not help but tense up when this moment truly arrived. It was as if a veil covering imperfections had finally been mercilessly torn down. Thales listened to the whispers by his ear and watched the girl's expression. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Leespan, who sat to the right of the Archduchess, had a dark expression on his face. His eyelids were slightly lowered, and hints of coldness seeped out of his eyes, like an eve that was about to shatter into pieces of ice. Count Nazir, after a long while, the expressionless girl slowly said in a clear but cold voice, "Is this your suggestion? My marriage? For Dragon Cloud City?" The moment she spoke, the whispers in the Hall of Heroes instantly disappeared. They were like ants that had stopped gnawing and were hiding. Nazir quietly watched the girl who was staring at him coldly. There was not a hint of emotion in his eyes. "This is how it should be," the old count said faintly. "You know, the Walton bloodline must continue, just like how the marriage between the hero Chara and Princess Rain continued Dragon Cloud City's rule. The Walton family also needs a legitimate son and male heir to comfort the restless vassals, intimidate our opponents, and tell the outside world that Dragon Cloud City is under sufficient protection and is as stable as before." Nazir remained calm, but with every word he said, the whispers in the hall decreased by a notch, and the girl's face turned paler. "For that reason, I suggest that you select a young, promising, and responsible man from the vassals and their equally noble and loyal families as your husband." Count Nazir had a solemn expression on his face. "As the father of your future children, as well as the father of the future members of the Dragon Spear family." The Archduchess did not reply immediately. However, Thales could sense that the girl's gaze subconsciously shifted in his direction, but she stopped abruptly halfway and focused on the floor tiles in the middle of the hall. Those were the floor tiles of heroic Spirit Palace. Even after 1,000 years, they were still as sturdy as ever. "So, you think that as a woman," Saroma said softly, I don't have the right to sit on this seat and inherit everything from the Archduke of Dragoncloud City. The panic and discomfort in her voice gradually disappeared, but there was a hint of bitterness and desolation that was the same as her master's. So you want me to get married early and give birth to a real heir to Dragoncloud City who is qualified and powerful? The hall became completely quiet. The vassals who had been loyal to the Walton family for generations no longer whispered to each other. Instead, they raised their heads and waited for the development of the situation in the hall. The 5 counts had different expressions, but they all stared at their suzerain in silence. Lisbon's gaze was fixed on Count Nazir, but the latter did not notice it. When he saw this, Thales sighed. Beside him, Ian shrugged. Quite the opposite. It is precisely because you have the right to rule Dragoncloud City as a descendant of the Walton family. Nazir's voice traveled into the hall again. Compared to the Archduchess' lightness and even coldness, his words were steady and powerful. That is why this is even more necessary. As the closest direct descendant of the family, it is your duty to continue the Walton family. Saroma lowered her eyelids, and her gaze stopped on her long dress, which was at her knees. At that moment, Thales, who had been watching this scene from the sidelines, suddenly realized that the 6 years he had been away from the treacherous affairs of the palace was both unfortunate and fortunate. Finally, a low, cold, and angry bellow echoed in the hall. As far as I know, we're talking about responding to the lady's summons. We are talking about dispatching troops to the Alliance of Freedom. Regent Lisbon's voice was like a blizzard during the day before the bitter cold. It instantly swept away the last traces of smiles on the faces of the nobles in the hall, not rudely changing the agenda and rudely interfering with the lady's private affairs. This is practically no different from a rebellion. Lisban finished his words coldly. Across from him, Nazir turned his head and looked at Lisban, as though he was his greatest enemy today, and as though his earnest teachings to the Archduchess just now were just a careless reminder. The old count fixed his gaze on the regent. His gaze did not shift for a long time. We're talking about the future of Dragoncloud City, Lisban. In the next second, as though he intended to go against Lisban, Nazir used the calmest language to say something that caused Lisban's expression to change drastically. This concerns the fate of Dragoncloud City. Do you think that we will be so muddle-headed as to allow it to be controlled by some powerful minister with ulterior motives? Aside from the 2 of them, the other 4 counts also reacted slightly. Among them, Liner and Cotterson snorted coldly without bothering to hide it. Only the silent Archduchess continued to stare at the long skirt between her legs. It seemed that the pattern on it was very pretty. Lisban stared back at Nazir, no longer hiding his displeasure. The regent sneered. So, you forced the Archduchess to marry the person you liked? Holding Dragoncloud's city firmly in your hands is not called muddle-headed, right? The argument between the 2 lords echoed in the hall, but no one dared to interrupt them. Thales listened to their conversation coldly. Lisban and Nazir were 2 Northland families with equally long histories. When it came to achievements, they did not even lose to the 9 Knights of Rikaru. Since the era of the King of Dragon Knights, they have been the Walton family's left and right arms. Together, they supported the flag of the Cloud Dragon Spear in Dragoncloud City. And now, a second later, Nazir and Lisban averted their complicated gazes from each other. No one has ever been able to force an archduke to do anything, not even the king. Nazir lowered his voice slightly and changed the topic of the conversation. But the reason why the archdukes have a right to stand in this position and accept the vassal's loyalty is precisely because they know where their responsibilities lie. Nazir no longer looked at Lisban. On the contrary, he was staring at Saroma with a strange gaze. Her face was livid, and her gaze was unmoving. My lady, remember, you are not just yourself, not just Lady Saroma, and not just a lady from the Walton family. Count Nazir snorted softly. You are also Dragoncloud City. His enunciation was especially clear. His emphasis was clear and unquestionable. Yes, don't always think about yourself, my lady. Nazir said sternly. More importantly, think about Dragon Cloud City. Saroma, who had already clenched her teeth, could not help but move. I am, she repeated laboriously, I am Dragon Cloud City? Nazir did not say a word. Lisbon's face was livid. In the hall, the whispers of the other dozen vassals rose again. It was louder, more arrogant, and more presumptuous than before. Nicholas frowned. He wanted to raise his hand a few times to reach for the weapon on his back, but every time, he put it down. Thales bit his lower lip. His eyelashes trembled slightly. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the former little rascal had her head lowered and was trembling slightly. Ian gave him a strange look and whispered, "Hey, don't let your mind wander. When are we going up?" But Thales only pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Ian soon stopped paying attention to Thales, because in the next moment, almost everyone did not expect. The young girl raised her head abruptly. "What if I say no?" The Archduchess' voice, which had always been clear but weak, suddenly rose with a short, breathy tone that was rarely heard. Slight astonishment appeared on the faces in the hall one after another. With a tone filled with rejection, Saroma's eyes flashed with anger that had not been seen for a long time. She looked around the entire hall, especially the 6 counts. This surprised Thales. "Saroma, do you remember? Choose who you want to be. If you don't want to be a vase that is manipulated by others and can be casually traded, then reject them." On the Archduchess' throne, the young girl revealed a beautiful but cold face. She said in a sonorous voice, "What if I say, I don't want to?" As soon as she said that, the 6 counts, including Lisban, frowned at the same time. The hall was like the surface of a lake that had another stone thrown into it. Once again, waves of annoying whispers rose. Many people subconsciously looked at Count Lisban, but the latter only furrowed his brows slightly. What's going on? Again? On the last day of the State Affairs hearing, did this young girl also? I really don't understand. How can a little girl who doesn't know anything dare to throw a tantrum on the Archduchess' throne? Damn it, Dragon Cloud City can't go on like this. Hey, guess if she's a year older, will she roar and order us to find her a nice dress? Like I said, she's just like other women. She needs a whip from her husband. Look at her skinny arms. She probably can't even lift a sword, and she dares to. The voices in the hall rose and fell. It was so noisy that Nicholas had to speak sternly again to maintain order. As he listened to the rumors, Thales gradually furrowed his brows. But Saroma still held her head high and stared at her vassals without showing any signs of weakness. She glanced at a certain direction in the hall and took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. "What if I insist?" Saroma glanced at Hurst with a complicated expression, then glanced at the aggressive Count Liner with difficulty. She then cleared her throat. "In the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I insist. No, I order that my marriage will not be decided here, and it will not be decided because of this." In an inconspicuous corner, Thales curled up the corners of his lips slightly. "That's right. It's that little lioness who lifted her dress and kicked his thigh with puffed cheeks and a red face. I wonder when it started. Everyone, if that's the case," the Archduchess' voice echoed in the hall. "What will happen to all of you?" Once she said that, there did not seem to be any changes in the hall for a while. But Thales inexplicably felt that the temperature around the 6 seats beside the Archduchess seemed to have suddenly dropped. All the counts turned their heads in unison. Their gazes were fixed on one person. Lisban was the regent. It was as if he was the source of everything. But the Archduchess exceeded their expectations once again. "Please don't look at Seal anymore, everyone." Saroma's voice trembled slightly, like a branch swaying in the cold wind. "He didn't teach me to say this." Lisban was stunned. Count Nazir's gaze slowly froze on the Archduchess' hand, which was holding the armrest of her throne. "Very good." A few seconds later, he said softly, "You surprise me a little." Saroma took a deep breath. She felt that Nazir's strange gaze had a magical power that could penetrate people's hearts. But the strange look in Nazir's eyes only lasted for a short while before it returned to its original solemn and indifferent look. It was as if the surprise brought by the Archduchess just now was really just a coincidence. Beside him, Count Liner snorted softly. "You are the Archduchess. In Dragoncloud City, your authority is innately supreme. But the question is, are you really prepared?" Count Liner's tone was devoid of any emotion, but every word he said was crucial. "Are you really going to abandon your vassals here because of this matter and dominate Dragoncloud City as a lonely widow?" "Abandon my vassals as a lonely widow." This sentence made the atmosphere in the hall even more tense. But Count Liner still stared at the Archduchess on the stairs expressionlessly. Saroma's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. "Count Liner, what are you?" Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Count Hurst, who had always been very friendly, spoke. He raised his hands at both sides and took the initiative to speak first, as if he was trying to mediate between them. "My lady, Count Liner, I think we should all be cold." This time, Count Hurst was interrupted by Liner's merciless words. "We all know about your blind thoughts, Count Hurst, but don't teach me what to do anymore. That right only belongs to the late King Neuven." Thales sighed. Even though Liner said those words to Count Hurst, his gaze was still fixed on the Archduchess. This made the pressure on Saroma even heavier. Hurst's golden beard trembled. A few seconds later, the Count of Flatiron County, who had been rebuked, put on a cold expression and did not continue the conversation. The hall became quiet again. Thales and Ian were the only ones who were paying attention to the development of the situation with completely different emotions. The Archduchess' expression was as calm as still water. The vassals' gazes were as sharp as swords. Soon, Count Nazir sighed and rejoined the conversation. "That is truly regrettable, my lady. Of course, as a count, I am powerless to oppose or even stop your decision." Like a slightly disappointed old man, Nazir shook his head and said softly, "But of course, only I will still advise you, and even advise you with my actions." In the face of the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, in this battle between the city of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region, it is best for us to put our own safety first. Without realizing it, Saroma held her breath and frowned. Advise? Action? Put our own safety first. The Archduchess' arms stiffened. "What do you mean?" Nazir looked at her indifferently and did not answer. Thales exhaled through his nose subconsciously. "Well done, Saroma. We are close. We are close. In this game, we have completed the most important connection, war and marriage. We will win." Leespan chuckled disdainfully. "So, you, Nazir, and even many of the vassals who are dissatisfied with not being able to intervene in the marriage of the king, in the face of the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you must refuse to be summoned by the lady, refuse to gather your armies, and even, like many of the vassals of Black Sand region and the archdukes of other territories, refuse to pay taxes to the lady, just like how they rebelled against King Chapman." Nazir did not pay any attention to him. Count Cotterson, who had always been straightforward, narrowed his eyes and stared at the Archduchess. He arched an eyebrow and said, "Of course I hope that it won't become like that, lady. But there are many times when we have no choice." Saroma's expression changed. "Sending troops to the Alliance of Freedom is to protect the honor of the Walton family. It is the person your ancestors swore loyalty to. If we watch the war of the Alliance of Freedom with folded arms and refuse the city of Faraway Prayer's request for help, then we, as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, and all of you as the Dukes of Dragoncloud City," the Archduchess gritted her teeth and said coldly, "we will all become laughingstocks. Whether it is a weak woman who is powerless to protect the name of her father and ancestor, or a Northlander who is cowardly and does not dare to face the enemy she defeated years ago." The other four counts, whether it was the merciless Cotter's son, the sarcastic Liner, the taciturn Carcagel, or the gentle and polite Hurst, all averted their gazes and avoided Saroma's gaze. Only Count Nazir stared at the Archduchess with a spirited gaze. He sighed softly in resignation. During the 6 years of internal strife and disasters, Dragoncloud City is already on the verge of collapse. Refusing to send troops may damage the reputation of the Walton family and us, but it is a good way to ensure that we do not sink in this whirlpool. By the side, Lee Span snorted coldly. He was rather disdainful. The Archduchess seemed to be gnashing her teeth. You know, Count Nazir, and all of you know that we must send troops, even if it's not for the Dragonspear family, or to assist the city of faraway prayers, but only to suppress the king's ambition and prevent us from drifting along with the waves in the internal whirlpool of the kingdom. This is also for Dragoncloud City. But in the next moment, old Nazir's voice rose abruptly and interrupted Saroma's words. Then, for Dragoncloud City, why can't you understand? Saroma was startled. Below the stage, Fail's fists loosened and clenched. Close, Saroma. Just one more step. Count Nazir's gaze on the Archduchess suddenly changed. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. If you can choose your husband with an open mind and sober mind and stabilize the future of the Dragonspear family, then all the problems can be easily solved. At that time, as the Archduchess, you will be stationed in Dragoncloud City. You will raise the Walton family's flag of honor in a justifiable manner and give the order to send reinforcements to the city of faraway prayers. Your husband, who is also in the Walton family, will lead the army and join us, the vassals, in an expedition to the west to clean up the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom. The Count said coldly, while reviving the family's prestige and protecting Dragoncloud City's honor, we can also win the city of faraway prayers alliance. We can even dampen the king's arrogance and show off our existence and strength. Isn't this a better solution? The Archduchess bit her lower lip. She seemed to be a little flustered in front of more than 20 vassals. At this moment, Saroma's regent, Count Leespan, spoke in a timely manner. Deal with the king? Is that true? Regent Leespan snorted softly. At this juncture where the city of faraway prayers and the king are playing chess, all of you are deliberately using the suzerain's marriage to obstruct us. Why? Are the benefits offered by Black Sand region and the bones left behind by King Chapman that easy to lick? At that moment, Nazir was like a fierce beast whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head abruptly and glared at Leespan. Be careful with your words, old friend. Lampard did come to me. Count Nazir's words were cold, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge against Leespan. But the Nazir family of Dragoncloud City is not something that a rotten piece of trash like him, who kills his own family and seizes the throne, can order around, no matter how glib his tongue is and how sinister his intentions are. But please believe me, my lady, this is purely my own decision, because I believe that this is the best future for Dragoncloud City. Nazir continued, your rights will not be interfered with in any way. As long as you are a noble and handsome man in Dragoncloud City, how you choose, and which one you choose as your husband, is still up to you. This is Dragoncloud City's. Unable to take it anymore, Leespan shouted angrily again. That's enough, Nazir. The regent said coldly, all you can do is talk about is for Dragoncloud City. But, to let the Archduchess marry one of you? Is this your solution? Leespan shook his head slowly. His eyes looked as if they were about to shoot out sharp blades. Do you really know what this will bring to Dragoncloud City? The center of the battle seemed to have returned to the two counts. Of course, my lady. Nazir's voice became low, but his eyes did not leave Leespan. I know what Seal, Count Leespan said to you. It was nothing more than the Archduchess needs to keep the upper and lower ranks in check and maintain the balance of power in Dragoncloud City. A suzerain marrying a vassal rashly is detrimental to the internal governance of Dragoncloud City. You cannot entrust your identity and power to Dragoncloud City, and other such excuses as the reason why you refuse to marry him. Indeed, it is not without reason. I have worked with Seal for many years, and I know better than anyone else that he is not a fool. These worries do exist. Nazir stared at Leespan with a complicated gaze, but when he turned to the Archduchess, his gaze became even more peculiar. I originally did not want to say these words, my lady, Nazir said softly, but you made me suddenly realize that perhaps I should not treat you like a young child who knows nothing. You are, after all, the Archduchess. Saroma thought of something. Leesband furrowed his eyebrows. So, do you think that your marriage is really just like what some people said, to bind the Walton family's power to a certain family in Dragoncloud City and seize it into our hands? No. Count Nazir spoke softly with slight exhaustion. This is for a higher and more important purpose. Everyone, the next chapter has been coded and edited. It is scheduled to be published at 12:30. I am going to eat. Chapter 321. Saroma put on a contemplative look. The old count leaned back gently and subconsciously looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon's spear above his head. Everyone, Nazir spoke loudly, attracting the attention of the vassals in the hall. He did not sound like an old man at all. It's been 6 years. When the Born King's might was no longer there, due to all sorts of stupid reasons, the so-called balance of power, peace, and tacit understanding in Dragoncloud City were long broken. Nazir looked exhausted, as if he was talking to himself. The hall fell silent. His words made many people sink into contemplation. The 6 most powerful vassals broke off one after another over the vacant position of power left behind by King Nuven. The other 4 counts moved in unison. Other than Count Carcagel, the other 3 subconsciously avoided Lisbon's gaze. On one side, we, the counts, suspect that the powerful Leesband monopolized the political situation, isolated the Archduchess, and attempted to overrule the great legacy left behind by King Nuven. On the other side, Leesband sat in the position of regent. He hated us for not listening to orders after the late king passed away, and for our selfishness and self-preservation. Saroma was stunned. Nazir stared coldly at Leesband, whose face was as cold as ice. There was disappointment and hatred in his eyes. The slightly smaller families ruled conservatively in their own territories. They trembled in fear in this kind of confrontation. They benefited from both sides and were afraid of taking a wrong step. The buzzing noises from the vassals quieted down for a moment, and the arrival of the calamities and the Queen of the Sky, the sudden death of the Born King, and King Chapman's strange coronation in this place. How much of a storm have they stirred up among the people, causing them to panic? Saroma bit her lower lip gently and subconsciously looked at Thales. Nazir turned to the Archduchess. His tone was rather awkward. You are single and unmarried, and the Prince of Constellation, who has a sensitive status, often accompanies the palace. Who knows how many rumors have been stirred up, and how many people have been corrupted? Saroma stared at Thales without moving. But Thales only looked down at the tiles, even though Ian winked at him a few times to hint at it. Pain and anger flashed in Nazir's eyes, making it difficult to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. What's even more distressing is that, over the past 6 years, what the people outside Dragoncloud City saw was the fact that the once powerful and unparalleled Walton family's direct bloodline no longer had anyone to inherit it, except for an orphan girl. Hence, after the common-elected throne left Dragoncloud City, ambitious people like Chapman Lampard gradually became greedy. The long-haired Colgan Rockney of the city of Faraway, prayers became arrogant and unruly. Beacon Illumination City, which had always been on good terms with us, turned a blind eye to us. Defense City and other places treated us ambiguously. The conflicts between the local nobles under the Archduke's rule and our vassals only increased. Count Nazir raised his head indignantly and rose from the back of his chair. He said coldly, not to mention the Empire's neighbors in the south. Who knows how many times they've secretly celebrated the decline of this city? Thales scratched his head, still pretending that he did not know. Nazir's tone became harsher. My lady, it's been 6 years. Without King Nuven, Dragoncloud City can no longer be united. As an Archduchess, can't you see the awkwardness, indignation, loss, and pain we experienced when we fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley? Our so-called balance of power and power has long been completely shattered along with the late king during the world-shaking upheaval 6 years ago. The atmosphere in the hall turned from strange to somber. Lisbon's face darkened. Thales exhaled deeply. This Count Nazir, as expected of a hero who served King Nuven for many years. If only he wasn't standing against them. Under the Archduchess' pale face and the contemplative gazes of the vassals, Nazir shook his head with a pained expression. Now, my lady, do you understand what your marriage means? Do you understand what it means for you to have a strong and powerful husband? Do you understand what it means for you and your family to have a healthy and reliable heir? Nazir's expression was stern. His hair and beard flared up in anger. His words caused the Archduchess to freeze on her last expression. She was rendered speechless. Is this a sacrifice and price that is disadvantageous to you? Perhaps. Nazir swept his gaze over the vassals in the hall. But is this something that must be done? Of course. Saroma stared at Nazir in disbelief, as if she did not know how to react. We respect you, my lady. Old Count Nazir's expression became respectful again. He bowed to the Archduchess. But I believe that the best way to show this respect is to truly treat you as the ruler of Dragon Cloud City. We show you the facts that an Archduchess of a city should face, the price that should be paid, and the sacrifices that should be made, no matter how unpleasant and uncomfortable it is, no matter whether it is a predicament or an obstacle. Marriage is just one of them. Rather at a loss, Saroma stared at Count Nazir, who seemed to be sincere. Instead of treating you like a puppet on strings and locking you up in the depths of the palace after you are fully decorated, instead of using the excuse of for your own good, claiming to be a tree that can shield you from the wind and rain, and cutting off all connections between you and the cruel side of the world in a righteous manner. Nazir cast a scornful glance at Regent Lispan, whose face had turned green. What we need is an Archduchess who can protect and control Dragon Cloud City, my lady, and not an Archduchess who is used to decorate Dragon Cloud City. Nazir, Lispan's gaze became fierce. What did you say? He only spoke our minds, Prime Minister, Count Liner replied coldly. I really can't think of any regent who would treat our suzerain and vassal as a princess for 6 years. Even if she is a girl, she is still the last direct descendant of the Dragonspear family. Lispan clenched his fists tightly. Behind him, the Star Killer, who was guarding the Archduchess, blushed. Thales felt a weight on his shoulder. Ian had leaned over. I can finally see the relationship between these 6 vassals, Ian whispered into Thales' ear. But this Regent Lispan, for the past 6 years, has he been staying in heroic Spirit Palace for your little girl? Is he acting as a shield for her, or is he acting as a bait for her? You've asked the most critical question, Your Grace. Thales took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the conjecture in his heart. Now, it is time to break that vase, my lady. Count Nazir ignored Lispan. He bowed to the Archduchess again, his eyes sparkling. The shattered tiles may sting your skin, but only fresh blood can cleanse the heart of a Northlander, even if you were just a girl. As Thales listened to Nazir's words, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. In that instant, he suddenly realized that perhaps this Count Nazir, or the other 4 vassals, were not as Poitre had described them to be, powerful ministers with selfish motives. They were also not, as Lispan had been wary of, vassals who were eager to take action after Nuven's death. Thales' gaze swept past the astute Lispan, the level-headed Nazir, the rather friendly Hurst, the silent Carcagel, the callous Liner, and the blabbermouth Cotterson. On the contrary, what King Nuven had left behind for his successor might be a team that could continue the glory of Dragon Cloud City. However, this team had experienced the greatest accident left behind by King Nuven's premature death, an Archduchess. Thales looked at Saroma worriedly. The Archduchess only stared at the Count in a daze. She did not seem to have reacted, nor did she seem to have anything to say. There is a saying in the Nazir family, the noble bear responsibility, and the ruler must sacrifice, Nazir said coldly. You want to protect your family's honor and Dragon Cloud City's prestige? Of course, but at the same time, the price must be paid. This is you and your fate. Lady Saroma. No one knew that at that moment, Prince Thales, who was fully focused, gently closed his eyes. He vaguely remembered that day many years ago. He remembered the grave and awe-inspiring voice in that dark tomb. Are you ready? From the moment you are crowned with the name of Jade Star, to fight for Constellation, to die for Constellation, and Thales opened his eyes abruptly. Just as everyone in the hall fell silent because of Count Nazir's words, a familiar cry of pain broke the silence again. Ouch! 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 The gazes in the hall were conflicted and dissatisfied as they looked in the same direction again. The heir of the city of faraway prayers, Viscount Ian Rockney, was yelling in an exaggerated manner. He rubbed his calf and looked indignantly at Thales beside him. Thales quietly retracted his leg as if nothing had happened, as if he had never kicked Ian's leg. What now? Count Cotterson's anger was almost overflowing. Lord Clown? The Archduchess and the vassals also looked at him. Ian sighed and ignored the secret signals the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group sent him. He shrugged helplessly and put on a relaxed smile. I'm sorry to interrupt. The young Rockney stood up and gestured for them to stop. He smiled apologetically, as if he was really embarrassed. All of you are having a heated discussion, but does anyone still remember the original topic? Remember the Alliance of Freedom? Remember that we are the important parties involved? The 6 counts were slightly stunned. Yes, Ian was beaming with joy. He looked at the people in the hall and gestured with his hands and feet, as if he was teaching children words. City of Faraway Prayers. On the other side, the members of the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers sighed and lowered their heads. They no longer held any hope. Thales shook his head. It's here. He raised his head and met Saroma's gaze on the stairs. He even gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay. Just like many years ago. No, Count Cotterson did not fall for Ian's self-proclaimed humor at all. I only know that a conceited clown insulted all of Dragon Cloud City yesterday. And today, he came to us with a grin on his face to ask for our help, asking us to send troops to save them. The vassals looked at Ian coldly as he stood in the middle of the square. Ask for help? Save them? Ian raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But in the next second, he revealed a look of realization, as if he understood what was going on. Then he grinned. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, Ian shook his head and waved his hand, as if he had heard the most unbelievable rumor. No. I think everyone, including the Archduchess, may have misunderstood what I meant. The Archduchess and the 6 counts revealed strange expressions. The other dozen vassals also frowned. In fact, from the beginning to the end, I never said anything about dispatching troops. Ian shrugged innocently and winked at Thales in a barely noticeable manner. And I'm not here to ask for help from Dragon Cloud City on behalf of the City of Faraway Prayers. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales could clearly see that almost all the nobles in the hall were slightly stunned. Even the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers were no exception. The Raven of Death even revealed and exaggerated what shape with his mouth at Old Boney, who was beside him. This was also the Archduchess' reaction. What? Saroma asked in surprise. We can solve the war ourselves. Ian waved his hand nonchalantly. What you said is very reasonable. If we can't even deal with that bunch of trash from the Alliance of Freedom, wouldn't it be too shameful for the Northlanders? Everyone was stunned. The nobles in the hall looked at each other, as if they could not understand the meaning of this sentence. The 6 counts, who were the most important, sank into deep thought. But all of you are gathering allies from all over the territory and isolating the king. Count Nazir seemed to be deep in thought. Once you fall into a war that cannot be resolved quickly, the Archduchess of the City of Faraway Prayers' appeal to fight against the king together will become empty talk. Oh, I'm really just here to ask the Archduchess to sign a letter of condemnation against the king. Ian was still smiling. He raised a finger and waved in the air. But believe me, We don't need you to send troops. Nazir subconsciously looked at Leespan, but he realized that his old friend and opponent was just keeping quiet. Something's not right. Then, the city of faraway prayers. The seated Archduchess furrowed her brows slightly. Why did all of you come here? Ian took a deep breath. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his entire being became solemn. He turned his head and cast a glance at the puzzled vassals. 20 years ago, when my grandfather was seriously ill, the feudal vassals were suspicious of each other. The fiefs were unstable, and my father was in a terrible situation. Ian sighed slowly, then said in a sonorous and forceful tone, in the face of the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, under the heavy pressure of White Mountain and even the Camians brazenly intervening, King Nuvan made a wise decision. Without hesitation, he sent Prince Oria to lead an army to the west to help the city of faraway prayers in the war. Ian's expression was sorrowful. He bowed deeply to Saroma, who was seated. The Rockney family will always remember this kindness. The vassals stared at the Viscount's unusual behavior. An endless puzzlement arose in their hearts. Saroma swept a glance at Thales. Ian straightened his body. His eyes were filled with reverence and excitement. And that war forged the Walton family's glory. Regardless of whether it was the Alliance of Freedom's army, the mercenaries secretly sent by Camus Union, or the elite troops of the White Elves, when they faced Dragoncloud City and Extet's powerful army, they were all defeated at the first touch. They were far from being able to withstand it. Thales was secretly amused when he heard that. You speak as if you personally witnessed what happened 20 years ago, 19-year-old Sir Ian. Ian smiled at the vassals. My lady, your father and grandfather, oh, and also the families who joined the expedition to the west with you, spread the mighty name of Dragoncloud City and the Dragonspear family throughout the Golden Passage. You intimidated Camus Union, forced the White Elves to retreat, and your influence has continued to this day. That is your grandfather's historical achievements, your father's military achievements, and the glory and honor of your family. Nicholas the Star Killer grinned a little. Monty, the Raven of Death, shrugged in tacit agreement. Count Nazir furrowed his brows. Why did he say these things? Could it be? But I can also see that the great Dragoncloud City is in trouble. His expression was the same as Count Nazir's, who was grieving just now. The scene just now made me extremely worried. You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps and protect the family's glory, but you were forced by the situation in Dragoncloud City, and it was difficult for you to do so. The Walton family was helpless. Aside from Leespan, the expressions of the 5 counts became more and more unpleasant. Their gazes became more and more bewildered. But it doesn't matter. Ian clenched his fists and waved them forcefully. The Viscount of the city of faraway prayers took a step forward without hesitation. I, the heir of the Rockney family, Ian Rockney of the city of faraway prayers, will make up for your regret. The Archduchess stared at him, puzzled. She blinked. Huh. Thales lowered his head. Very well. Everything is going according to plan. I hope nothing goes wrong. But it's clearly a step in the plan. But what's with this slight displeasure in my heart? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Ian's gaze was firm, and his words were sonorous. Saroma, please be at ease. On behalf of the city of faraway prayers, I will lead an army to tread on the path your father took on his expedition. I will carry the Dragonspear family's flag, carry your family's glory, and fight against the Alliance of Freedom. His sudden change in how he addressed the Archduchess shocked many people. In the name of the Walton family and the Rockney family, I will teach those useless Alliance of Freedom a lesson and rewrite our history. I will plant the Cloud Dragonspear flag and the Knight's Law flag on top of Fort Liberté once again, and let all bards recite the great victory that belongs to us and Extet. I will tell our enemies that Saroma Walton, King Nuvan's granddaughter, Prince Soria's daughter, has collected the debt that belongs to the Dragonspear family. Ian acted like a fanatical recruit. In the face of his aggressive gaze, the Archduchess panicked a little. Realizing something, Count Nazir gritted his teeth and said, "Enough, Sir Ian," but the Count could not interrupt Ian. "Please do not worry. The glory of the Walton family will not diminish just because Dragoncloud City did not send troops." Ian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with pride and excitement as he personally experienced the epic. Because soon, everyone will know that this war is not just a war between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom. It is also a war that I, Ian Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers, am fighting for Dragoncloud City's Saroma Walton. The entire hall burst into an uproar. Nicholas had no choice but to maintain order again and suppress the vassals' clamor, which was filled with dissatisfaction and puzzlement, even though his expression was terrible as well. Wait a minute. The Archduchess seemed to have finally sensed that something was wrong. She stuttered and said, "Sir Ian, you are, and after the glorious victory, I will return with the glory of recreating the achievements of your father and grandfather." Ian did not pay any attention to the stunned Saroma. He only immersed himself in his own world. He exhaled, and in an instant, he turned from a fanatical fighter to a gentle poet. "Of course, when the time comes, please kindly agree to a request of mine, a request that makes me feel humble and unbearable." "Peer request." Saroma's face turned pale. For the first time, she exchanged glances with the 6 counts who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces. It was as if they were only standing together at this moment. Ian extended his hands and gestured gently at the seated Archduchess. "This is the repayment of the City of Faraway Prayers, and also my sincerity, Saroma. I will use this great war to win the right to approach you. At this moment, when the vassals are at odds with each other and the territory is filled with internal strife, I am the only one who can protect your family's glory, and also the only one who can protect your prestige as an Archduchess." Saroma exchanged countless glances with the counts, who were also caught off guard. She raised her head with great difficulty and awkwardly said, "You mean?" Beside Ian, Prince Thale's expression was stiff. He clenched his fists tighter. "This is just a plan." "Nothing. This is just a plan." "Calm down. Calm down," he said to himself. Ian took another step forward and stared at Saroma from afar. A dreamy longing appeared on his face. It was as if that was his only pursuit. "Let me continue to protect you from now on with glory, good lady." The young Rockney stated his intentions in a gentle and tactful manner. "Let the City of Faraway Prayers become your strongest and most powerful backing and trump card." At this moment, the hall truly sank into a dead silence. The Count's faces were ashen. Please let the Rockney family and the Walton family truly stand together and restore their glory. With the most longing and gentle gaze, Ian's words trembled with excitement. "From now on, we will protect you and your family's glory together. The beautiful and noble lady, Saroma Walton." The young Ian tried his best to suppress his passion, but it was difficult for him to conceal it. He stroked his heart and said softly, "Marry me." At this moment, in the great hall of heroes, from the Archduchess and the 6 counts to the rest of the vassals, and even the guards, everyone was dumbfounded. They were inexplicably shocked, as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. Except for Thales. The Prince of Constellation stared at Ian's legs with a cold expression and clenched his fists. He almost clenched his palms. "Forget it. I'll just send it out. Clenched fist. From today onwards, I will be a diligent person who writes." Chapter 322. Is this another one of your jokes? After a long while, amidst the shocked vassals, Count Cotterson was the first to speak. "Clown?" Ian turned around. Under the hostile gazes of the entire hall, he smiled cheerfully at the Archduchess. "Answer carefully." Cotterson's tone was filled with anger and malice. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he said, "Because it might cost you your life." The silent Thales noticed that even though most of the vassals were surprised, there were still a few people who stood out. Regent Leespan, who knew the most inside information, furrowed his brows. The old Nazir's gaze was unfocused. Carcagel, who had always been silent, stared at the Archduchess this time. He remained motionless. Thales thought of something. Beside the Archduchess, Nicholas glared at the Prince of Constellation in the corner with a cold expression. His murderous gaze seemed to be saying, I know it's you, young prince. What are you planning to do now? In the face of the Star Killer's vigilance and hostility, Thales had no choice but to give a friendly and weak smile. These are my most sincere thoughts. Ian's words interrupted his thoughts. I came here to... Ian did not finish his arrogant words. How dare you? This time, the one who spoke was the golden-bearded Earl Hurst. In his 30s, he was clearly not as composed as his colleagues. He leaned forward, clenched his knees tightly, and gritted his teeth. His gaze kept moving back and forth between the Archduchess, who was at a loss, and the smug Ian. In Dragon Cloud City? Insulting our king in front of us vassals? I don't see how it's an insult. Ian rolled his eyes at the ceiling and spread his hands helplessly and casually. 600 years ago, the truth-seeker Kulgan was King Rikaru's most capable and trusted knight. That's why he was sent to conquer the most remote and untamable West. Is it strange that their descendants, the Rockney family and the Walton family, are married? Quite a number of nobles snorted disdainfully and hatefully. Thales could even hear the sound of their knuckles cracking. Thales swept his gaze over the vassals in the hall and came to a conclusion. Ian has probably incurred public wrath. Count Nazir, who had been leading the conversation, coughed loudly, and the ministers fell silent. I believe that Archduke Rockney did not give us any relevant reminders, the old count said slowly. So, this is just your personal impulse? When he faced Nazir, Ian put away his disrespectful expression, which was a rare sight. He nodded gently. Oh, about my father, I think he won't object. Count Nazir's gaze shifted, and he glanced at the Archduchess, intentionally or unintentionally. Saroma only stared blankly at the conversation on the field. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Madam, I think we should call it a day. The regent of Dragon Cloud's city's voice traveled steadily into her ears. This visitor from the city of faraway prayers is asking for too much. It was rare for Leespan to stand together with the vassals. He stared coldly at the relaxed Ian, and his words were blunt. I'm afraid we'll need to change the envoy for the negotiation between the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City. Once he said that the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers became as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But Ian just laughed. Asking for something? The Viscount of the city of faraway prayers acted as if he had heard the most boring joke. Can't you see that me using the victory against the Alliance of Freedom to propose to the Archduchess is a good deed that will benefit both of us? Some of the vassals immediately spat in disdain. Some even cursed out loud. Win-win? Good deed? Only you can say that. Count Liner, who had always been expressionless, continued to hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. Dragon Cloud City doesn't need your charity, and we're not so kind as to let someone take advantage of the situation to satisfy the city of faraway prayers' dirty intentions. Dirty intentions? Ian snorted in disdain. Who was the one who forced the Archduchess to marry by sending troops as a condition? Who's the dirtier one? Only you can say that. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. My lords of Dragon Cloud City. Count Liner stared at him quietly and did not speak. Count Cotterson's face gradually contorted. A few seconds later, Count Cotterson's voice, which was filled with hatred and anger, rose clearly. Listen up, shameless clown. Cotterson glared at Ian fiercely. Go back and tell your father this. Dragon Cloud City is not the city of faraway prayers. Here, it is not popular to form a marriage alliance with the lowly troubled West Billow citizens, even if they only have half of our bloodline. Once he said this, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City let out low, mocking laughter. Ian's gaze darkened, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Thales narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. The Rockney family is obviously a noble family in Northland, But Cotterson said that to form a marriage alliance with the lowly, troubled West Billow citizens, half of our bloodline, Thales glanced at Ian, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. He remembered that Ian had mentioned before that his mother was a local from the city of faraway prayers. He immediately fell into deep thought. Leespan coughed. Your Excellency, Ian, we all understand your intentions. But we are not only talking about a marriage proposal and war. Regent Leespan stood in the middle of the hall. He warned everyone with his gaze as he said to Ian, "This is politics." Ian sucked in a breath and put away his unnatural expression. He chuckled. What I'm talking about is the politics of marriage and war. Count Leespan did not speak. The politics of marriage and war. I see. You are. Leespan cast an unexpected glance at Thales. The prince's heart skipped a beat. This old man seems to know what we are up to. Forgive me for my rudeness, Count Leespan, but Ian shrugged and slowly said, I'm sorry, Count Leespan. Why are all of you so anxious to speak up for the Archduchess? The expressions of the vassals in the hall, including Leespan's, changed again. Many gazes shifted back to Saroma, but the latter only pulled a long face and did not say a word. The gaze of the heir of the city of faraway prayers became stern. It was as if he had turned from a frivolous young master to the cold and aloof Viscount Ian. Just now, weren't you the ones who claimed that you wanted to show her the cruel side of this world? Ian raised his head and stared at the Archduchess on the stage seriously. Saroma, I am speaking to you as the heir of the city of faraway prayers. I will only accept answers from you. His voice was cold, clean, and decisive. Saroma subconsciously bit her lower lip. Count Cotterson, who was furious again, was about to speak, but Leespan and Nazir raised their hands at the same time to stop him. Cotterson understood their gazes. This is not their turn. Leespan and Nazir raised their heads at the same time and looked at Saroma, waiting for her response. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen. It no longer flowed. On the steps, Saroma, whose face was pale and breathing quickened, swept her gaze over the people in the hall, until she met Thales' gaze. Thales understood the look in her eyes. It was a gaze he was once familiar with, one that was filled with panic and anxiety. The Prince of Constellation smiled faintly. He raised his fist and clenched it gently over his heart. You can do it, Saroma. You can do it. The vassals still stared at her closely. Their gazes were filled with judgment and sizing up strangers. In the chaotic hall, Saroma and Thales' gazes met for a moment before they looked away. Thales lowered his head and sighed in his heart. Of course, Saroma, if you can't, he looked at his right palm. There were 2 scars left by a dagger when he was young. He took a deep breath. It's okay. I'm here. And me. A few seconds later, the Archduchess relaxed her lower lip. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she nodded slightly. Her tense face finally relaxed a little. My vassals, their intentions are very clear. Saroma exhaled and said with a serious expression, Your Grace. She slowly said, enunciating each word clearly, the marriage between us is impossible. Ian's expression changed. As if someone had opened a window, the frozen air in the Hall of Heroes finally flowed again. Thales could feel that many of the vassals breathed a sigh of relief without batting an eyelid. Among them, the 6 counts were especially special. Nazir glanced at Leespan, who was opposite him, again, but the regent just avoided his gaze. This made Nazir sink into deep thought as well. Saroma lowered her head and took a deep breath. I'm very grateful for your appreciation and pursuit, but you are, after all, the heir of the city of faraway prayers, and I am the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. Even someone as shallow as me knows that this has never happened before. Under the vassals' gazes, which were much friendlier than before, the Archduchess cleared her throat and brought out the spirit she used to answer questions in Hicks' class. She slowly said, Our abrupt marriage will bring about unexpected consequences. Ekstedt may have an archduke in the future, and he will have a right to inherit 2 territories and titles at the same time. This will cause the entire kingdom to lose balance, and it will also bring us unnecessary trouble. but she was interrupted by Ian's chuckle. And you're just going to let your vassals do whatever they want to you and make decisions for you? Saroma? Thale saw Count Nazir and Count Leespan frown again. Ian clicked his tongue and shook his head. Then his voice rose. Oh, no, no, my dear Saroma. The Viscount raised his index finger and waved it. He sighed and said, Don't think about your concerns and worries first. Think about the consequences you are about to face right now. If your current position is shaky, then worrying about the imbalance of the kingdom is meaningless. Saroma was stunned, and the vassal's expressions became even more unpleasant. Ian's gaze swept past the 6 counts. He chuckled and said, Your Grace, you know very well what the predicament you are facing is. The expedition to the Alliance of Freedom is a mission that you must complete. If you're unable to send your troops, it will not only damage your reputation, but also your family's reputation. Ian's smile became a little terrifying. His words also became fierce. Your situation has always been difficult, but today, if you still let this matter pass, you can only stand by and watch helplessly in the face of your family's mission, and you can only let your vassals do as they please without doing anything. Then from now on, the whole of Dragoncloud City, even the whole kingdom, will know that you're just a ruler whose words carry no weight. Even your vassals look down on you, even though they do not think highly of you to begin with. The heir of the city of faraway prayers said loudly, Saroma, in order to avoid becoming an archduchess who has no opinions of her own, is manipulated by others, and is surrounded by wolves. Isn't this the reason why you gathered the vassals to attend the council hearing today? The archduchess did not speak. Thale saw the expressions of the 6 counts change one after another. Then, good girl, Ian said faintly, think about my proposal. Then, think about my suggestion. Think about what you can gain. As long as we, the city of faraway prayers, fight for you in this war, then the indifference of the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City will turn into a romantic and bashful reserve. You will be freed from the weak accusation of humiliating your family, and the Walton family's reputation will not be damaged in the slightest. Ian smiled faintly. And after I win, this will become a beautiful story in all of Ekstedt. It will change from a heavy story of a ruler and her vassals falling out to a romantic story of going to war for love. The hall was silent for a moment. The Archduchess still stared at Ian with a complicated gaze, as if she was thinking about his proposal. Count Leiner and Count Cotterson looked at each other. They both felt that something was wrong. After what felt like a century, Saroma slowly raised her head. Her tone was a little desolate. Yes, when that time comes, I might have no choice but to marry you, the most sincere suitor who defended my father's honor for me. Am I right? At that moment, all the vassals in the hall held their breaths. My lady, the young and vigorous Count Hurst could no longer stand it. His golden beard trembled inch by inch. I swear, as long as the Hurst family is still around, no one can force you. Saroma forced a smile at him. Then, can you count on these people? Ian raised his head abruptly. If I can use marriage to redeem my family's reputation, then compared to them, why isn't the city of faraway prayers a better choice? The young Rockney, who looked like he had victory in his grasp, chuckled and shook his head. In the future, no matter who it is, if they want to look down on your authority in Dragoncloud City, they will have to think about the price they have to pay. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall changed again. The whispers of the vassals on both sides became softer and shorter. On the other hand, Regent Leespan and Count Nazir were both silent. Thales took a deep breath, retracted his observant gaze, and chased unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. So far, everything is going well. As long as there are no accidents, no, I can't be too optimistic. He clenched his teeth. Think about the places where accidents might happen. For example, the relationship between Leespan and the vassals is worse than we can imagine. Or, the Northlanders' deep-rooted view of women far surpasses their loyalty to their mission, the importance they place on honor, and their obligation to Dragoncloud City and the Archdukes. Or, what I'm most worried about. When Thales thought of this, he cast a sidelong glance at Ian. Like the Viscount of the city of far away, prayers changing his mind midway. Perhaps obtaining a marriage alliance with Dragon Cloud City is more profitable than directly asking Dragon Cloud City to send reinforcements? Thales desperately thought about every possibility. I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope there are no accidents. Otherwise, Thales turned around and glanced at the door. Ralph noticed his gaze and returned it with a questioning look. Now, Thales shook his head and gestured. No, it's fine. It's fine for now. Besides, Ian sighed and shook his head at Saroma in an extremely gentlemanly manner. I hope you understand that, at least compared to your vassals, I have no intention of forcing them. What we need is a symbol that Dragon Cloud City is standing together with the city of faraway prayers, and a symbol that the Rockney family is fighting for the Waltons. He nodded in a friendly manner. If the marriage is too hasty, we can also skip this step first. With this step, I will first obtain your permission to bring the Walton Dragon Spear flag. I'm not in a hurry. When I return victorious from the war, I will deliver that romantic request. When Saroma, who looked extremely solemn, heard this, she could not help but be slightly stunned. She hesitantly said, Your Grace, you are very confident. Ian laughed. Because I believe that no suitor is more qualified to stand by your side than a person who has personally defended your family's honor. He looked around the hall and laughed under the vigilant gazes of Dragon Cloud City's vassals. And which suitor is more trustworthy than the person who, in times of crisis, stands in front of you without hesitation, withstands all harm for you, and fights endlessly for your safety and honor? Who is more trustworthy? In times of crisis, stands up, withstands harm, fights endlessly. Saroma's mind wandered for a moment. She subconsciously raised her head and looked in Ian's direction. Ian furrowed his brows. No, the Viscount narrowed his eyes and observed the Archduchess' gaze. She's not looking at me. She's looking at the person beside me. Ian was deep in thought. Thales lowered his head and uncomfortably avoided a certain someone's subconscious gaze. He opened his clenched fists and tried his best to get rid of all unnecessary thoughts and suppress the unnatural feeling. But the moment he lowered his head, he saw Ian's boots again. They were not quite the same style as the Northlander's usual noble boots. But at that moment, Thales only felt that the boots were very ugly. Wearing such ugly boots to propose? Damn it, I really want to step on them. That's an easy choice. Ian straightened his collar and said in a calm and unruffled manner. In the hall, the vassals saw the Archduchess staring at the guests from the city of faraway prayers with a complicated gaze. Their expressions changed. The disgust in Count Cotterson's eyes had escalated to hatred. Count Hurst gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He desperately suppressed his anger. No, my lady. Count Hurst's panting grew louder. Please consider carefully. But the Archduchess only extended her hand and shook her head to interrupt Hurst. Count, I'm sorry. She put away her contemplative expression, cleared her throat, and turned to Ian again. Saroma said, So, you will fight this battle in the name of proposing to me, protect my reputation and authority, and then we will be connected by marriage. Ian's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yes, with this reason, I will bring the Cloud Dragon Spear flag to Fort Liberté. Not only will you not need a single soldier to spread your prestige in Extet and restore your family's reputation, Ian continued to speak slowly. You can even obtain the most powerful support. The vast and magnificent territory of the city of faraway prayers will be your backing. You do not need to be controlled by, if you know what I mean. He shrugged. At that moment, the entire hall was like eternal oil flowing in a world of ice and snow. At the moment it was ignited, the flames of anger and the chill of hatred rose at the same time. The expressions of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City dropped to the freezing point. Thales could even hear the cracking of some people's fists. The envoys of the city of faraway prayers had been confused by their young master, who did not play by the rules since the beginning of the journey. This time they all sank into deep thought. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He suddenly knew why Ian had purposely sat near him. To protect the Prince of Constellation, Lord Justin had arranged sufficient manpower in this corner to block off most of the vassals. Otherwise, the tragedy of a noble from the Rockney family dying a violent death in Dragoncloud City would probably spread throughout Extet tomorrow. Thales exhaled. At this moment, the Prince of Constellation was probably no longer the most unpopular person in Dragoncloud City. But will they succeed? Nazir, who had not spoken for a long time, cast a profound glance at the Archduchess, then turned to Ian. Kulgan Rockney actually has a son like you. The old Count coughed. Marrying a local as a wife, he really profited. Ian's expression froze, but he then forced a smile. Enough, Count Liner said coldly. If it's for a marriage alliance, and to prove Dragoncloud City and the City of Faraway Prayer standpoint, I believe we can find a suitable candidate among the Walton family's collateral bloodline. But the Archduchess has important responsibilities in Dragoncloud City. It's impossible for her to marry you. Ian snorted softly. Here we go again. You're speaking up for the Archduchess again, as if you're her father or husband. The Viscount swung his arm, his gaze sharp. But can you really protect her? Asterisk thud. Asterisk Count Hurst punched the chair with a fierce look on his face. His golden beard trembled slightly. Why are we still wasting time here? Count Cotterson snorted in agreement. Guards, chase this Westerner out. But the Archduchess guards only stared at him sternly and did not move. Ian smiled nonchalantly. At this moment, everyone... The Archduchess' clear voice interrupted the conflict that was about to erupt. As masters, we must maintain our demeanor. Thales raised his head and, together with the vassals, turned his gaze to Saroma. It's here. The final blow. I hope there are no accidents. Your Grace, I have to say, you've given me a very interesting suggestion. Saroma sighed. It's even quite tempting. The vassals' expressions immediately became very unpleasant. Without sending a single soldier, I can solve the problem of the Alliance of Freedom, restore my prestige, my family's dignity, and even obtain the support of the City of Faraway Prayers. Saroma forced a smile with great difficulty. Her voice was filled with exhaustion. I only need to pay the price of a so-called romantic story. Ian bowed respectfully. That's right. Saroma looked at him quietly and nodded. The vassals could no longer sit still. Hurst could not help but exclaim in surprise, Lady! Count Liner narrowed his eyes and looked at the regent. Leespan, as the leader, as the regent, you have the duty to stop the lady's blind behavior. But Count Leespan was indifferent. He continued to look at Saroma. There was a hint of unfamiliarity in his eyes. F***CK, Cotterson was furious. Leespan, we all know that the lady listens to you. Don't play dead. Say something. Nazir was also frowning, but his gaze was on Leespan. Only Carcagel, who had always been silent, did not say a word. He watched the situation in the hall quietly. The other vassals had different reactions. Some were worried, some were anxious, and some were gnashing their teeth. Thales stared at the vassals' expressions and clenched his fists. Saroma smiled and continued to stare at Ian. So, my dear Saroma, Ian waved his hand excitedly. Have we reached a consensus? The great alliance between the Waltons and Rockney? Saroma's smile grew brighter, and there was even a hint of relief in it. Thales closed his eyes. Under the gaze of the entire Hall of Heroes, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City gently leaned against the back of her chair and looked at the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon's spear above her head. Your Grace. The Archduchess' voice was indistinct, as if it came from the horizon. No. At that moment, the entire hall was first filled with rhythmic breathing sounds, then immediately fell silent. Ian was stunned. Saroma, what? In the next second, Saroma straightened her back from her chair. She sat upright and still, and her expression became stern again. Count Nazir narrowed his eyes, while Count Leespan furrowed his brows. I said, Your Grace, no. The Archduchess stared coldly at the air of the City of Faraway Prayers and enunciated each word clearly. As the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I reject your suggestion, and I don't need the City of Faraway Prayers to stand up for us. I will also not form a marriage alliance with you." Ian furrowed his brows. "Also, please address me as Archduchess or Lady," Saroma said indifferently. Chapter 323. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The nobles watched the confrontation between the Archduchess and the envoy from the City of Faraway Prayers with different expressions. Ian widened his eyes in surprise, as if he could not understand the Archduchess' words. Almost everyone in the hall stared at him with hostile expressions. Ian took a deep breath and raised his head with a puzzled expression. "But the war with the Alliance of Freedom is right before our eyes." In her seat, Saroma's lips twitched slightly. She nodded slowly. "Yes." Ian raised his hand in puzzlement and contradiction, as if he wanted to express something, but he put it down halfway. The heir of the City of Faraway Prayers gritted his teeth and frowned deeply. "You know, right? This is a war that means a lot to you and your family, especially after Dragon Cloud City lost its king." His tone was slightly anxious. "Do you also know that the person sitting at the other end of the chessboard is King Chapman, who hates all of you to the core?" The vassal's expressions became even more tense. Saroma lowered her head weakly and sighed as she said, "Yes, I know." Her voice was weak, like a whimper. Ian seemed to have received encouragement. His gaze became lively, as if he was looking for support. He smiled in a rather relaxed manner. "Very good. Then you should know your current situation. You know that your prestige is far from enough to support you, especially—" Ian paused for a moment. He looked around and sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. "Especially since you are a woman, a female Archduchess." At that moment, the prince felt the nobles in the hall adjust their expressions unnaturally. In the seats of the 6 counts, Liner tilted his head and ground his teeth gently. Carcagel stared at the Archduchess without blinking. Her eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. Count Cotterson's eyebrows were almost knitted together. Leespan and Count Nazir looked at the Archduchess with complicated expressions. The meaning in their gazes was difficult to decipher. The Archduchess raised her head. Thal's heart tensed. The girl exhaled and put on a relieved expression. Her eyes were very calm. "Yes, I also know this." Her tone was normal. It was as if the other party had only said trivial things like "the weather is good today, this bowl of soup is not bad, read the book patiently, and don't rush me to update." Ian frowned. "Then you," the Archduchess interrupted him. "Still, I am a Walton." Her voice was still very soft, but there was a kind of unquestionable firmness. The eyes of her 6 vassals moved in unison. Ian was slightly taken aback. "What?" "Walton. King Rikaru's heir. Walton. Cloud Dragonspear's Walton. Dragon Cloud City's Walton." Saroma stared at Ian indifferently. "Do you know the meaning of this surname?" Ian first narrowed his eyes, then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "Walton?" He exhaled impatiently. "Saroma, wake up. Think about the scene just now. Think about the attitude of your vassals. Then think about my suggestion." Ian waved his hand in exasperation. "This is the only way for you to salvage your predicament." The Viscount's words echoed in the hall. The vassal's expressions became unnatural again. Saroma smiled. Her gaze met with Ian's in the air. "No," the Archduchess said softly, "it isn't. The Waltons are the Waltons." Saroma turned her gaze and looked at each of the vassals with different expressions. "Cloud Dragon Spear has never fought alone. 700 years ago, Rikaru stood in the sky with his spear, and the young Waltons followed closely behind him, and under the clouds parted by the dragon's wings, behind the 8 knights on the ground, Leespan, Nazir, Carcagel, Hurst, countless Northland knights, whether they are famous or nameless, charged forward without hesitation. They stood together, and together they cast the battle that reversed the cold wind, tore apart the darkness shrouded by the calamities, and won a future for the world." Under her seat, Count Hurst's expression changed. My lady. The other vassal's expressions became increasingly solemn. 700 years ago. Thales sighed. He could not help but think of the portrait of Tormund in Mindy's hall. The sorrowful king of Renaissance also charged forward with his spear, and the 6 knights beside him, riddled with wounds, raised their reins and charged forward without regret. He also thought of the madness of Giza and Asda's duel. Thud. At this moment, Saroma slapped her seat and unexpectedly stood up. The entire hall was slightly startled. But nothing was more shocking than the Archduchess' next move. Everyone today at this time, and in this place the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton, officially issued Dragoncloud City's wartime enlistment order. The girl's light and clear voice rang in the Hall of Heroes, echoing between the thick stone bricks. Dragoncloud City declares war on the Alliance of Freedom. Thales' breathing froze. It's here. Before everyone could react to the stupefied and horrified scene, the Archduchess took a step forward with a determined expression. Her voice was cold and harsh, but it was filled with an unprecedented sense of power. In a few days, the Walton family will take the initiative to send troops to the west to assist the city of faraway prayers and fight against the Alliance of Freedom. With the blood of those who repeatedly betray their faith, with the heads of those treacherous villains, we will once again prove Dragoncloud City's honor. The hall instantly fell silent. Ian stared at Saroma in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he could not close it. The vassals were not much better. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the Archduchess. The 6 counts were much more composed, but their body movements were enough to show that they were abnormal. Hurst almost broke his seat. Cotterson clenched his fists tightly, and Carcagel's broken arm was firmly pressed against the armrest of the chair. Regent Leespan and Count Nazir, the most senior among them, stared at each other without saying a word. No one seemed to be able to give an appropriate response to the Archduchess' words. Then, Ian suddenly gasped, like a drowning man who had finally surfaced from the water. He rubbed his chin and said anxiously, "Don't worry. Madame Saroma, as I said, we don't need you to send troops to aid us. What we value is only a stance and stance." What greeted him was Saroma's stern reply. "This has nothing to do with you, Your Grace." Ian's words were cut off at the tip of his tongue. He spread his arms in disbelief and stared at the Archduchess in a daze. "This is just my determination," the Archduchess said coldly. "It is also something that Dragoncloud City must do." Everyone was stunned by the young lady's sudden, unyielding stance. Only Thales, who was in the corner, curled up the corners of his lips slightly as he stared at his partner of 6 years. He was also the only one who noticed out of habit that the outline of the girl's fist, hidden under her left sleeve, was trembling slightly. "Good job, Saroma. Continue," he said in his heart. "And I need everyone." The response of the 23 noble families seated here. The Archduchess slowly turned her gaze around and swept her gaze over everyone in the hall. "Just like 20 years ago, and just like 600 years ago, you and your ancestors stood by the two King Nuvin's side with unwavering loyalty and without complaint." Her voice was still clear, and there was a hint of reckless determination in it. But there was no response as expected. No one spoke. All the vassals stared at her quietly. After the initial shock, suspicion and caution gradually appeared on their faces, and as they stared at each other, it slowly deepened. The hall was still quiet. Even Leespan was silent. Saroma's face turned pale. Thales shut his eyes in his seat. "Not enough. Saroma, this is not enough." The Archduchess swept her gaze across the hall with an unpleasant expression. Every vassal whom she swept her gaze upon turned their gazes away unnaturally. "Everyone." Saroma gritted her teeth and said, "The war horn has sounded. Dragoncloud City needs you." But still, no one responded. Thales extended the tip of his foot and poked Ian without anyone noticing. The Viscount of the City of Faraway prayers moved a little. Ian turned around nervously. When he saw that no one in the hall spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief and put on a calm smile. "Lady Saroma, I hate interrupting you." Ian clicked his tongue, turned around, and shrugged. But your vassals have already made it very clear just now. You want the response? Then give up your right to marry. The Viscount nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling. You can't ask for a deal without something in return. Many of the vassals' expressions darkened. Some of them stared coldly at the Viscount. And since it's a deal, why don't you choose the most practical? Saroma gritted her teeth and raised her head indignantly. The young lady spoke again and interrupted Ian. Everyone, this is not a deal, nor a compromise, and it has nothing to do with my marriage. It's just my will. But in the large hall of heroes, on both sides of the oval stone hall, no one answered. It was as if someone had isolated the sound. The observant Ian furrowed his eyebrows. On the stairs, Saroma looked at the silent hall with difficulty, as if she was bearing 1,000 pounds of pressure. Pairs of confused, suspicious, scheming, and dissatisfied gazes were directed at her. But there was no response. It was as if this was just her one-woman show. Saroma immediately felt her legs tremble slightly. No, she clenched her teeth subconsciously, and her heart raced. No, panic surged in her heart. What should I do? At this moment, Saroma suddenly noticed that among those gazes, only a pair of eyes remained unperturbed and as calm as ever. They only stared at her quietly from afar, just like always, just like the past 6 years. The owner of the gaze smiled at her, raised his left hand, and tapped his thumb. Saroma trembled slightly. She suddenly felt a weight on her thumb, which was tucked under her left sleeve due to her nervousness and absent-mindedness. It was a ring. 6 years ago, that guy had personally put the ring on her finger. That pair of eyes blinked gently and immediately looked elsewhere. But that one blink seemed to have given the young lady strength. Saroma's cheeks trembled slightly. She took a deep breath. The young lady did not look at the entire hall aimlessly. Instead, she turned to the most senior count at the lower seat. Honorable Count Nazir, thank you for your speech just now. Count Nazir had been staring at Lispan. When he heard this, he slowly shifted his gaze. My lady, Saroma's expression became solemn. With great difficulty, she said the following words, You allow me to see what kind of predicament Dragoncloud City is in right now. We can no longer wallow in the regrets and misfortunes of the past. But this also makes me even more certain that the future of Dragoncloud City cannot be protected by the suspicions and schemes between the ruler and the vassals. At that moment, Count Nazir's gaze flickered. So, I will not use my own marriage in exchange for your compromise. Dragoncloud City is not so divided and weak that we need to rely on internal marriages to free up our hands and unite against a foreign enemy. Nazir slowly leaned against the seat behind him. He was still silent. The honor and victory left behind by my grandfather and father can only be protected and won by us with our own hands. The 6 counts at the head of the table reacted differently, and their expressions varied. The Archduchess glanced at Ian before she looked at her group of vassals again. Only by doing so can we truly prevent external forces from interfering with Dragoncloud City, no matter what method they use. Ian was a little embarrassed. This is a little too much, Saroma. But Saroma did not give him a chance to speak again. The young lady took a deep breath. So, no matter what, the Walton family will go on an expedition to the west. With King Nuven's remaining prestige, we will follow Prince Oria's footsteps and seize back what belongs to us with our own hands. Saroma stood in front of her seat, in front of the Soul Slayer Pike. She looked around at the entire hall, clenched her fists, and her face was pale. Even if the Archduchess gritted her teeth. Even if no family responds to me. The quiet hall was filled with the sound of people inhaling at different speeds. Even if we were the only ones to go to war. In the face of the Archduchess' fluctuating tone, many of the vassals' expressions became strange. Even the guards, who had no right to speak, could not help but look at her frequently. Ian sighed. You know, Saroma, you don't have to do this. This will be very ugly. The Viscount's eyes began to become solemn and vigilant. Be it now or when we go to war. Forcefully ordering to send troops will only force everyone to the brink of falling out with you. It will further damage your already shaky prestige, and you will only receive greater humiliation. You will have no way out. This sentence seemed to have pierced a hole in the stagnant atmosphere. The changes in the vassal's expressions became more and more urgent, and they became more and more difficult to read. Yes, Saroma flashed a bitter smile. I know. The Archduchess then looked at her vassals, who had complicated expressions on their faces. Her gaze was unfocused. I know that I am far from being comparable to the former King Nuven. Perhaps in this lifetime, I will never be able to compare to him. Everyone, perhaps you don't think highly of me or this little girl in the Archduchess' seat. Perhaps you resent me. Perhaps you have your own plans. Count Cotterson tilted his mouth, as if he was deep in thought. The Archduchess sighed and said, But I still hope that at this moment, all of you can bring your warriors in glory and stand with me in Dragon Cloud City. Count Hurst's beard trembled slightly. To prove to the outside world, to this guest from the city of faraway prayers, who claimed that she could save me from my predicament with just a marriage, that Dragon Cloud City is still powerful and united, and that I do not need to bend my knees to outsiders to protect myself. Count Liner clenched his fists in an unnatural manner, twisting his knuckles back and forth. In the next second, Saroma raised her left hand with a solemn expression. Her sleeve slid down from her forearm, revealing her fair wrist. She also revealed the ring on her thumb. Everyone, I believe that no one in this world is more qualified and capable than all of you, my vassals, to fight for me and obtain victory for me, because I am Dragon Cloud City. When they saw the ring, everyone in the hall frowned. They seemed to have remembered something. But Dragon Cloud City is not just me, it is all of you sitting here. Before everyone's eyes, the Archduchess gently took off the large ring inlaid with a black stone and raised it high. Everyone, in the name of the Walton family, I am going to war. The Archduchess' gaze turned cold, and she shouted, Are you coming? Thales trembled slightly. Are you coming? The girl's voice echoed in the hall again. But this time the vassals stared at the black ring. They stared at the people and things it represented. Lisbon's expression was complicated. The one-armed count closed his eyes. Count Nazir's face tensed up, which was rare. The vassals looked around in bewilderment and whispered to each other. Saroma took a step forward and said coldly, Everyone, I also believe that as vassals, all of you will not allow a foreign guest to happily snatch away your responsibilities and obligations, and then flaunt his prowess in front of you. Ian was startled. The girl raised the ring on her hand and pointed it at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear at the top of the hall. The most loyal vassals of the Walton family, King Nuven's brothers and sisters. The girl's voice rang again. Are you coming? As he listened to the Archduchess' words, Thales was a little dazed. He seemed to have returned to 6 years ago, to the days when he fled in despair. In the shelter of Bright Moon Temple, he was also like this, desperately shouting similar words at Nicholas, who was about to flee. But this is my decision, Northlanders. Are you coming? The noises of the vassals became louder. Thales' gaze met Nicholas, who was on the stairs. The prince saw similar surprise in the Star Killer's eyes. Saroma, little rascal, an indescribable emotion surged from his heart, and he could not suppress it. He could only recall what happened 6 years ago, over and over again. That's right, we are going to commit suicide. Northlanders, are you coming? Are you coming? Dragon Cloud's City. In the hall, Saroma's voice was raised to the limit. Her youthful, high-pitched voice echoed in the ancient palace. Are you coming? The hall gradually quietened down. Many of the vassals had already ended their anxious conversations. Their gazes were all raised, and they looked at the most important people. They were waiting for their decision. The Archduchess gritted her teeth. The arm that held the ring trembled slightly, and the rims of her eyes were slightly red. Northlanders! She was practically roaring at everyone in the hall. Are you coming? Asterisk clang. Asterisk Agard, who was suppressing his emotions, accidentally pressed down on the hilt of his sword. The blade collided with the wall and let out a sharp, piercing sound. This sharp sound made everyone even more tense, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. But there was still no response from the hall. The Archduchess was the only one who gritted her teeth. Her gaze trembled as she raised the ring of triumph, which symbolized the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. She stood alone in front of the Soul Slayer pike and faced the anxious men in the hall. Among the 6 counts, Cotter's son, Hurst, and Liner's abnormalities could no longer be concealed. They exchanged anxious glances with each other, as if they could not reach an agreement for a long time. 1 second, the one-armed count still had his eyes closed and was silent. 2 seconds, Ian narrowed his eyes and exhaled rather gloomily. 3 seconds, the silent confrontation between Lee Span and Nazir seemed to have come to an end, but they still did not say a word and waited quietly for the situation to unfold. Time passed. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly unbearable, until a suppressed laughter rose from the crowd. It was low and piercing to the ears, and it spread to the entire hall. Chapter 324. That laughter sounded like a person covering his mouth and trying his best to hold back his laughter in the crowd. The embarrassed Archduchess was instantly stunned. Who is it? The Northlanders, who were already feeling restless amidst the indescribable conflict, turned their heads to look for the source of the laughter. They soon found their target. Not far from Viscount Ian, a teenager sat on a chair with his arms on his knees and his chin propped up. He looked at the people and things in the hall with interest and chuckled softly. Many people saw his face clearly. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the emblem on his robe. Northlander, the teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem, chuckled softly. From time to time, he imitated the Archduchess' tone and said, "Are you guys coming? Are you guys coming?" Ha ha ha. With a mocking gaze, he looked at the Northland men in the hall from afar. He looked back with an indifferent expression. "Are you guys coming?" Ha ha. The teenager's delighted laughter continued to spread. It made many people's faces turn extremely livid, and he also attracted many hostile gazes. Even the Archduchess guards beside him looked at him indignantly. F***CK. Damn it. Some of the vassals cursed in low voices from the corners of the hall. Ian widened his eyes and stared at the teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem. He watched as he rocked back and forth with laughter and saw the undisguised contempt on his face. It was as if he could not react to it. The Archduchess also stared blankly at the teenager who was laughing at her. She subconsciously retracted her arm that was holding the ring and subconsciously pressed it against her chest. Her expression was blank, as if she was a helpless and lost person. Finally, a heavy, muffled sound rose with a loud bang. Asterisk thud. Asterisk like a heavy hammer. It shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A majestic roar exploded on the ground. Enough. Thal's laughter died down. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the Archduchess, and they were all stunned. It's him. Thales calmed his muscles, which were stiff from laughing, and thought of something. The one who interrupted him was one of the 6 counts, the usually taciturn one-armed count. I think his name is the one-armed count raised his head. His eyes were cold, and his body exuded the bravery of a veteran. He turned to the Archduchess on the steps. "My lady, I don't know you," the one-armed count said softly. His tone was cold. "Pardon me, but I don't expect much from you when I met you 6 years ago or when I came to attend the hearing today." His words echoed on both sides of the hall, containing a kind of majesty that made people involuntarily turn to look at him. "King Nuven is dead, and we have to rely on a little girl from now on?" Oomph. Saroma's expression froze. The one-armed count's eyes were fixed on the Archduchess, completely ignoring the gaze of Earl Hurst, who was beside him. But a few seconds later, he spoke again. "But I still remember the day we ascended Fort Liberté. I led the vanguard and rushed to the front line against the pouring kerosene. I lost an arm because of it. The one-armed count raised his left upper arm, which was only left with half. With a profound gaze, he said in a deep voice, but in return, the warriors of the Carcagel family were one step ahead of Prince Soria's white blade guards. They were the first to plant the black dragon flag on top of Fort Liberté's city wall. Saroma was slightly stunned. Fort Liberté? It's been 20 years. My broken arm still hurts. The one-armed count turned his head abruptly and looked at the vassals in the hall. But I have never regretted it. Beside him, Earl Hurst opened his mouth in surprise. It's been 6 years. The one-armed count's voice made many people straighten their backs. Perhaps many of us have forgotten that we are nobles and vassals, but we are also Northlanders. We are still far from degenerating to the state we once hated the most. The other 5 earls frowned one after another. Thales looked at the count, listened to his words, and smiled. With the honor of the Carcagel family as my witness. The one-armed count turned to the Archduchess coldly. His steely voice struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Since you have given the order, my lady, we will respond. Saroma trembled violently. Count Carcagel's expression was cold, but he raised his remaining right arm without hesitation. I promise that every man of age in Hunt County and Origami County will pick up a weapon. For the honor of your family, for the dignity of Dragon Cloud City, for your late grandfather, and for the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, we will send troops to the west. Only the sound of the vassals inhaling could be heard in the hall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the count's right arm struck his chest fiercely. Northlander Con Carcagel. The one-armed count's resolute voice exploded in the air. I fight for you. His voice reverberated between the stone walls and shook the hall. The other 5 counts did not seem to have reacted to the situation. The other vassals were also discussing among themselves. But Saroma stared at the one-armed count in a daze. Her gaze gradually became lively again. Count Carcagel. Saroma could not hide the excitement in her eyes. She stuttered, but she was quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, Mayam. Before the shock from Carcagel faded away, another hesitant male voice spoke. The golden-bearded count her side and said, Please understand the counts. They hope that you can lower yourself to marry into a local family like us. That's because we are the ones who truly stand on the same side as you. Hurst, who was in his 30s, was the youngest among the counts. He raised his eyes and stared at Saroma with sincerity and slight pain. He stared at the Archduchess, who pressed the ring tightly against her chest. The people of Dragoncloud City are the ones who truly care about you. Saroma moved slightly. My lady, I also want you to know. Hurst stared at his lady with a complicated expression. The people who can bring you glory are definitely not just outsiders from the city of faraway prayers. Saroma could not get over her shock. She stuttered, Hurst, asterisk thud, asterisk without waiting for her to speak. Hurst thumped his chest with a resolute expression. The entire Flatiron County will respond to your call, Count Hurst said loudly with a solemn expression. Your Grace, the Hurst family will fight for you. Saroma stared blankly at the second count who spoke. A few seconds later, she snapped out her daze. Thank you, Count Hurst. Saroma tried hard to hide her excited expression. I will remember this. Hurst did not speak. He only bowed deeply with a resolute expression. Beside him, Count Cotter's son coughed softly. What you said was very reasonable, my lady. Dragoncloud City's glory and victory can only be defended and won by us. Count Cotter's son stared at Ian in disdain. So, let this conceited clown from the city of faraway prayers go to hell. He sneered and said, Prepare the place and supplies. We, Dragoncloud City, are going to save you, whether you King want or not. Ian blinked and revealed a helpless, embarrassed expression. Cotter's son turned his head and looked at Saroma expressionlessly. Count Cotterson's voice was flat, but there was no hesitation. So, Phelan Castle will follow your orders and go to war. We will fight for you, my lady. Saroma calmed down. She smiled and nodded slightly. Count Cotter's son, Thales looked at Saroma from afar and exhaled. If that's the case. Accident. I've pretty much ruled it out. Oof. Count Liner cut in. His words were as unpleasant and harsh as ever. You know, my lady, there's no need to make the atmosphere so solemn and tragic. It feels like we're going to hold your funeral in the next second. Ian snickered without any sense of propriety. It's the same for Wildwoodland. The Liner family will fight for you. Count Liner's eyes flashed. He glanced at the insensible air of the city of faraway prayers and said coldly, "That's all." Saroma smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Count Liner." After the 4 counts, the vassals turned their gazes to the last 2 people, who were also the most important ones. As usual, the Leespan family will stand beside the Walton family. Regent Leespan was as gentle and polite as ever. "Wherever you look, we will follow." Saroma put on her usual trusting expression. "Seal, at this moment, Across from Leespan, Count Nazir did not bother to hide his exaggerated laughter. He slammed his chair so hard that it creaked. "I see." The Archduchess and the Count stared at him, puzzled and nervous. But Nazir's laughter soon died down. The old Count stared at Saroma quietly. For the first time, recognition appeared in his eyes. "Well done, my lady." Nazir nodded slowly and looked at Ian with a profound gaze. "Not a bad move. Young Lord Rockney from the city of faraway prayers. I just realized it now." Saroma was slightly stunned. "Huh." Ian sat back on his chair indifferently. His expression was still that hateful disdain. The observant Thales sighed. This old man, he probably saw through it a long time ago. Nazir sighed. "I showed you the cruel side of the world, my lady, and you immediately returned the favor." Saroma was a little surprised. She anxiously replied, "Count Nazir, I didn't." Nazir raised his hand and cut her off. "That's enough, my lady. You have indeed exceeded my expectations." The old Count sighed and looked at his old colleague. "Isn't that right, Seal? I guess you didn't expect it either?" Leespan only cast a cold glance at his old acquaintance. "Oomph. Old man full of nonsense." The regent displayed a rare indifference. "Just shut up and send your troops." Nazir opened his mouth and laughed loudly again. "Ha ha!" The old Count spread his hands and looked at the Archduchess with a rather sentimental expression. "Then, the Nazir family of Rubble Hill and Harding County will also respond to your summons and follow your flag to the west. Holt Nazir," he said with a smile, "fight for you." As he said this, the Archduchess suppressed the last bit of nervousness in her heart. "Thank you, Count Nazir." "Be careful, Saroma." Nazir put away his smile and sighed. "The road ahead of you is full of traps, and we, Dragon Cloud City, are your best weapon and final reliance." Saroma stared at the old Count in a daze. She pursed her lips as if she had understood something. "Thank you for your reminder, Count Nazir." Nazir fixed his gaze on Saroma. "But I will still pay attention to your marriage." The old Count curled up the corners of his lips. "Don't think of me as a good person so quickly, my lady." Saroma snickered, but what made Thales shudder was that when no one was paying attention, Count Nazir actually glanced at him, intentionally or otherwise. It made the prince anxious. Soon, as the 6 counts expressed their stance one by one, the other 17 vassals also reacted. Their expressions gradually changed from puzzlement to determination. As they whispered to each other, their opinions slowly came to a consensus. Finally, the vassals raised their heads in unison and thumped their chests. "The Banner family will respond to your summons and head to the Alliance of Freedom, my lady. The Hudson family of Sunset Snow River will fight for Dragon Cloud City." The declaration of the 6 vassals was like the first wave. What followed was another wave. The vassals on both sides of the hall expressed their stance one by one. They would respond to the summons and head to the Alliance of Freedom. The Still family will immediately start mobilizing. 1,000 soldiers of the Dillian family will be on standby. The Hudson family of Spear City will be loyal to you. Saroma sat back in her seat. After her nervousness and excitement, her small face was flushed red. Thales looked at her quietly. He let go of the stone in his heart and smiled. "Very good." Saroma. You succeeded. We succeeded. The voices rose and fell in the hall. Thales and Ian looked at each other and sighed in relief. All right, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to the city of faraway prayers, Thales said in a low voice. With this powerful reinforcement, you can end the war against the Alliance of Freedom in a short time. And at least before the war ends and we decide who is stronger in our fight against the king, your little girlfriend won't have to worry about being forced into marriage or being kicked off the throne halfway. Ian patted his chest. He looked like he had just seen a ghost after a big battle. How about it? My plan is not bad, right? A part of it is due to the Northlanders' sense of honor. Thales released his palm, which had fingernail marks on it. But a bigger part of it is probably due to their disgust towards you, suitor from outside. Of course, there is also a part of it. It stemmed from the fear that Dragon Cloud City might be controlled by an outsider, and the power in their hands might be interfered with by outsiders. Thank you for the compliment. Ian smiled smugly. Yes, it's actually not that complicated. Thales sighed. It was just like the so-called self-defeating lesson they had in the Old Crow a few weeks ago. At the beginning of the kingdom's establishment, Constellation's northern invasion brought the divided and warring Extet together, which facilitated the unification of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula. During the Bloody Year, Extet's large-scale invasion to the south caused the tottering Constellation to fight desperately. Amid suspicion and blood, they re-established their royal family and continued the kingdom. Thales looked at the vassals in the hall and said quietly, one of the ways to bring divided groups and forces of power together is to stimulate them strongly from the outside. For example, when he thought of this, Thales glanced at Ian Rockney, the heir of the city of faraway prayers. Anyway, I'm here to be a bad guy. I don't expect to get a wife. The Viscount flashed a mischievous smile, which immediately turned into a sympathetic one. He patted Thales' shoulder. You, on the other hand, TSK. So pitiful. Thales' expression froze. What? Regent Lispin's voice rang. Then, we will discuss the specifics of sending troops with the city of faraway prayers. The prince coughed unnaturally. Before Ian said anything strange again, he changed the topic. I just thought of an interesting point. Ian raised his eyebrows. Once the vassals are stubborn and refuse to send troops, Thales sighed. Maybe you can really get a fiancé from Dragon Cloud City. The prince's gaze was a little solemn. Then, won't you be happier? At that moment, it was as if someone had snapped a string between the two teenagers. The atmosphere between them became tense. The Viscount was silent for a second before he revealed his usual smile. Although Ian was smiling, his eyes were slowly focusing. Oh, then you misunderstood my sincerity. Thales narrowed his eyes. That's good. She's not a bargaining chip that you can easily use. Ian clicked his tongue. But I'm also very curious. If the plan doesn't succeed and the conflict between the Archduchess and the vassals can't be resolved, what will you do? Elope with her? This time, it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. Hey, about that. The prince shrugged. A long time ago, a friend from Camus Union told me that even if it's a business deal that's in the bag, you must leave a backup plan. Ian furrowed his brows. Thales exhaled. Extet, or rather, Dragon Cloud City's politics are really straightforward. At least, Northlanders are Northlanders after all. Thales glanced at the seats of the 6 counts. Everyone put their bargaining chips and attitudes on the table, which made things much simpler. Unlike, at this moment, the side door of the Hall of Heroes suddenly opened. A noble dressed in the city of faraway prayers walked in with an anxious expression. Many of the vassals, who were quietly listening to Regent Lispin's arrangements, noticed this. The noble walked to the seats of the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, took out a letter, and handed it to the knight sitting at the first seat, the Raven of Death, Nate Monty. Monty immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. He tore open the letter, and his expression changed drastically. Hey, Thales frowned. He nudged Ian. What's going on? That's the messenger in charge of transmitting military intelligence. Ian also watched the scene over there with a solemn expression. Judging by his expression, there's been a change in the war. War? Thales was shocked. The Alliance of Freedom? Ian nodded uneasily. Where else could it be? More and more people in the hall noticed the newcomer. In the next second, Monty's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. This made everyone in the hall, who was discussing whether to send troops, pause. Sorry for the interruption. The Raven of Death waved his hand at the astonished Regent Leaspan in a rather rude manner. He then looked at Ian with a solemn expression and strode forward. Nicholas, who was on the stairs, watched his old friend's actions. His pupils shrank. Monty was a scout, and he carried out the most dangerous missions during wartime. Something that can make him lose his composure like this, not much. Under the puzzled gazes of the Archduchess and the many vassals, Monty strode over to Ian, who did not know what was going on. He handed over the letter and said coldly and loudly, "You need to read this immediately and explain to Dragon Cloud City." When he said this, Monty's cold gaze swept over Thales. Thales shuddered. The feeling of being watched rose in his heart again. The prince smiled awkwardly, raised his hands, and took a step back. All right, I won't read it. But things were not that simple. No. Ian read the letter in his hand and raised his head with a pale face. This is... Monty nodded expressionlessly. His gaze, like that of a hunter, never left Thales. It was as if he wanted to skin him alive. Ralph sensed that the situation was not right. He took a step closer to the prince. The other vassals in the hall exchanged puzzled glances. Leaspan coughed. Ian put down the letter with trembling hands. Thales only then noticed that he was already drenched in cold sweat. Ian raised his eyes and looked at the seated Archduchess. Then, he turned to Thales in panic. You know, his gaze was very complicated. There was suspicion, anger, and even conflict in it. The puzzled Thales raised his eyebrows. Know what? Ian took a deep breath and shook his head, as if he wanted to wake himself up. If you don't know, the air of the city of faraway prayers gritted his teeth. All right, Monty, I will tell the Archduchess later. Asterisk slap. Asterisk's shoulder was immediately seized by the Raven of Death. Ian shuddered and looked up at Monty in shock. Now is not the time for you to be willful, Ian. Monty's voice was very gloomy, and there was a sternness that allowed no refusal. Dragon Cloud City has just promised to send troops, so they must know. This is not something that can be hidden from the public. Ian hesitated, but Monty did not waste any more words. He snatched the letter from Ian's hand without any hesitation. All right, then I'll do it. Wait. Without waiting for Ian to speak, Monty pushed the bewildered Ian down from his seat. The latter's struggle was completely futile against the night. From the beginning to the end, Thales watched the scene in the city of faraway prayers in shock and bewilderment. Monty's gaze still made him feel fearful. What's wrong? That letter, what exactly is... At this moment, Regent Leaspan's voice traveled into their ears from afar. Lord Monty, we have heard of your reputation for a long time. However, this is Heroic Spirit Palace's Hall of Heroes. The regent attracted everyone's attention. He asked faintly, "Is there anything we need to know?" Monty glanced at Thales again, then turned around abruptly to face the hall. Yes. The brunette knight raised a letter in his hand and said coldly, "An urgent military intelligence just came from the city of faraway prayers." Count Nazir's gaze froze. Military intelligence? Monty nodded and strode forward. Thales noticed that Ian was clenching his fists tightly. His gaze moved back and forth between him and the Archduchess. A few days ago, we detected a third army in the desert to the south of the city of faraway prayers. The Raven of Death's expression was horrified, as if he saw the day before the bitter, cold winter coming. 4,000 to 5,000 light cavaliers, maybe more. We are certain that they are our enemies, and they are here for the Alliance of Freedom. The hall instantly fell silent. Thales also frowned. For the Alliance of Freedom? Wait, 20 years ago, Camus Union and White Mountain supported the Alliance of Freedom, which means, but the suzerains who were familiar with military affairs immediately grasped the main point. Cavaliers in the desert? 5,000? Count Carcagel was shocked. He slammed his remaining right arm on the chair. How is this possible? Monty snorted coldly. Not only that, they're all elites. They're skilled in galloping, and they come and go like the wind. They are eyeing us covetously between the city of faraway prayers and Fort Liberté. Almost all the vassals furrowed their brows. The Archduchess looked at her regent with a bewildered expression. It is impossible for the desert bandits, Baron Bone tribe, and orcs to have cavaliers of this scale. The direction from Camus Union is not right. The Golden Passage does not have such a force. Leespan, who was familiar with the geography, looked at Monty with a solemn expression. Where did these cavaliers come from? The Raven of Death exhaled and clenched his teeth. His expression was ferocious. This is what I want to say. Monty raised the letter and said through gritted teeth, they should have come from the southeast and crossed a part of the desert. The vassals were all shocked. Thales frowned and quickly recalled the geography of the continent. To the west of the city of faraway prayers is the Alliance of Freedom, and to the south is the Great Desert. If the cavaliers who appeared in the desert came from the southeast, wait, southeast? Crossed a part of the desert? Isn't that? But before he could straighten out his thoughts, Monty snorted angrily with a fierce expression. The flags of those cavaliers are blue with white edges, silver-crossed double stars. At that moment, Thales clearly felt his heart tremble. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the hall fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Regent Leespan, who had always been steady, could no longer maintain his image. He shuddered and cried out to Monty, "What?" In a split second, the gazes of the Archduchess and the vassals in the hall, the gazes of the city of faraway prayers diplomat group, and the guards of heroic spirit palace instinctively turned to Monty. They turned to the only guest who did not fit in with the hall. Monty's next words sounded faintly in Thales' ears, as if they came from the horizon. That's right. Things are already very clear. The powerful support behind the Alliance of Freedom, including the mastermind behind their rebellion against Extet, the Raven of Death said, faintly, Constellation. At that moment, he faced countless shocked, puzzled, and hostile gazes. The dumbfounded, absent-minded, and stiff prince of Constellation could only hear his own heart beating. Chapter 325. After a brief silence, the Hall of Heroes burst into an uproar. What? That means, but that boy clearly, but no one's emotions could compare to what Thales Jadestar felt at that moment. At that moment, the prince almost lost control of his body. Then, the sin of Hell's river surged into his body uninvited. To him, the whole world seemed to have stopped at that moment. Only his thoughts spun quickly. Constellation. The Alliance of Freedom's supporter? With the help of the mysterious power of eradication, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, tried his best to control his breathing to make sure that he did not lose his composure. Countless questions rose in his mind. What's going on? What's going on? In other words, at the head of the hall, the golden-bearded Count Hurst furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at Monty, who brought the news. The cowards of the Alliance of Freedom. The reason why they have the confidence to tear up the agreement is because they have the support of the Empire? The Raven of Death shrugged and said in a gloomy tone, It's obvious. The indignant discussions in the hall rose to another level. What's going on? F***CK, the Empire. Are they crazy? Their only heir is still. Is it an all-out war? Then what's our next step? Are we still going to the city of faraway prayers? Thales took a deep breath with a dazed expression. Constellation, the Alliance of Freedom, Extet. Regardless of whether it was the information he obtained under Heroic Spirit Palace's strict surveillance, the news portray, whom he had not seen for years, or the news he obtained from Dragoncloud City, there was not a single clue that pointed to this answer. He did not receive any hints, just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago. To him, this was truly an accident. How interesting. Count Liner, who had always been expressionless, did not hide his terrible emotions this time. His face was contorted as he stared at Thales. On the surface, you sent your son to Dragoncloud City, but behind the scenes, you are still tirelessly making moves? Liner sneered maliciously and said, as expected of the heir of the empire. As for us, we thought that we had the safest bargaining chip. We thought that the Constellations would behave themselves, but in the end, we were played like fools. Just like the previous war. Isn't that so, little prince? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more solemn. With a stiff expression, Thales raised his head with great difficulty and responded to the various surprised or angry expressions in the hall. Lisbon's doubts, Nicholas' gritted teeth, Nazir's contemplative look, and even Monty's unsettling hunter's gaze seemed to be much gentler compared to them, and the Archduchess' disbelieving and helpless gaze. No, Thelma. Hey, you jade star. Count Cotterson stood up abruptly and glared angrily at the stiffened prince in the corner. What the F***CK do you know about the Alliance of Freedom and your crazy father's army? Did you guys plan this? Thales clenched his fists. The beads of sweat on his forehead became denser and denser. No, I don't know anything. Everything, but before the words left his mouth, the prince clenched his teeth. No, now was not the time to panic, nor was it the time to cry injustice. Just as I thought, the accident happened. What I needed to do was to deal with it and minimize the damage. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. Hey, Cotter's son said angrily. Are you mute? His voice represented the rage in the Northlanders' hearts at that moment, and it echoed in the hall. The prince raised his head abruptly, but he saw a panicked and helpless gaze in Saroma's eyes. The Archduchess subconsciously looked at Thales, then at the equally solemn Lisban. She looked helpless. Seeing how fearless he is, perhaps Dragon Cloud City is too kind to him. Count Liner clenched his fists, and terrifying cracking sounds came from his knuckles. He said softly, perhaps we should return to the Northlanders' tradition. Do something a little more forceful? Thales did not answer. The Northlanders' gazes on the Prince of Constellation became fiercer and fiercer, including the Archduchess guards who protected him. In this atmosphere, even the equally shocked Ralph subconsciously pressed down on his arm. Under everyone's gazes, the second prince could only try his best to remain calm and maintain the most basic of thoughts. He did not even have time to care about Ian, who was also sweating profusely and constantly tugging at his sleeves. If that's the case, something is wrong. Very wrong. The Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the City of Faraway Prayer's war problem, Dragon Cloud City's power storm, Black Sand Region's respite, all of them actually originate from these different targets, different motives, different actions, but they all converged in the same place. Where's the connection? Where's the truth that the clues point to? Where's the key to the matter? In the face of the prince's silence, Count Cotterson seemed to become more and more impatient. He suddenly took a step forward. Not cooperating? Cotterson revealed a ferocious expression that had never been seen before. He gestured at Thales with his lips, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "Very well, then tear him apart," until he opens his mouth. This sentence seemed to ignite the already explosive atmosphere. That's right. Many of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City also gritted their teeth in anger. One after another, they stood up and let out a tidal wave of agreement. F***CK him. How dare he toy with us? Then he will pay the price. Show the Northlanders' attitude. Nicholas wanted to maintain order, but he was powerless. Ralph stood nervously behind Thales. In the face of the Northlanders' anger, he seemed ready to stake everything on one throw at any moment. What should we do? This was his sign language. But the main character of the matter, Thales, did not move. He seemed to have restrained all his emotions and held back all his reactions. Like a stone statue, he sat stiffly on the spot, ignoring the curses and insults that came like a raging wave. Like a stone statue. Son of AB *TCH from the Empire. Nail him to the city gate. Let the Constellations have a taste of torture, hypocritical cowards. The waves of voices continued. Like a never-ending torrent, they slammed against the reef again and again. They were merciless, cruel, shocking and terrifying. Thales, who was at the center of the waves, only remained silent. It was as if the world had nothing to do with him. The chaotic hall was filled with anger and hatred. Then, a sharp and out-of-control female voice tore through the noisy curses and malicious words like a rainbow that cut through the dark clouds. It resounded fiercely in the Hall of Heroes. Enough! Thales shuddered. Everyone was shocked. They subconsciously turned their heads to look at the highest seat. There, the young Archduchess had left her seat at some point in time. She clenched her fists and waved them by her side. She gritted her teeth, and her face was contorted. At that moment, Saroma Walton was like a desperate lioness guarding a pride of lions. She roared rather hysterically. "This is the Hall of Heroes. All of you, shut the F***CK up. Shut up." The Archduchess' voice echoed among the pillars. The vassals' curses instantly subsided. The hall returned to silence. Only the young lady's rapid and trembling breathing could be heard in front of the highest seat. Everyone stared blankly at the Archduchess, who had lost control of her emotions. They watched as she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes red, and her gaze swept across the hall angrily. It was as if they had gotten to know their suzerain again. TSK. Monty, the Raven of Death, stared at Saroma, whose mouth opened and closed, unable to calm down for a long time. He sighed with emotion in a soft voice. Even if she's a lady, she's still a Walton. Thales, on the other hand, had his mouth slightly agape. He stared at the agitated young lady from afar. His emotions were complicated. Saroma. No, at this moment you should be. What the F***CK is this? Ian whispered in exasperation behind Thales. About the Alliance of Freedom. You said, didn't you hear what the Archduchess said? However, this time, Thales only shook his head coldly. Shut up. Ian was stunned. Finally, a steady cough broke the silence. Sit back down, Cotter's son, and everyone else. The regent's stern voice rang out. Whether it is temperamental or bullying the weak, they're all acts of cowards. The Northlanders are not despicable to that extent. Count Leespan stood in front of Cotter's son and said flatly, "We will decide how to deal with this matter after discussing it with the lady. Since it has already happened, no matter how we punish him, it will be useless. Before that, Prince Thales is still our guest." The regent's words made Cotter's son frown. He's right, the old Count Nazir agreed coldly. It's just a piece of military intelligence. Look at how anxious all of you are. If King Nuvan was still here, the words of the two powerful vassals calmed the irritation and anger in the hall. The vassals returned to their seats one after another, but the gazes directed at Thales did not decrease in the slightest. Thales closed his eyes, but his brain spun faster and faster. Unexpected. If it comes to that, my lady, Leespan turned around and gently hinted at Saroma. Saroma took a deep breath and restrained herself from losing her composure just now. With an unpleasant expression, she sat down with Nicholas' help. She glanced at Thales. The expression in her eyes was hard to read. Lord Monty, after Count Leespan restored order in the hall, he turned to the indifferent Raven of Death. Are you sure that the city of faraway prayers is Constellation's army? The regent asked steadily. Is there a possibility that someone else is in disguise? Like Kemu Union? You know what I used to do, right? Monty scratched the back of his head and gestured at Nicholas, who was on the stairs. What do you think is the possibility that we got the wrong target? The vassals frowned together. 5,000 light cavaliers. It's impossible for them to be local nobles. It can only be... Count Liner looked at Monty with scrutiny and suspicion. Did you fight? Monty shook his head. Over the past few days, that group of Constellations did not even get close to Fort Liberté. They only watched from afar and continuously send out roaming cavaliers to investigate. The Raven of Death looked at the letter in his hand and clicked his tongue. The distance between Bladefang's camp and Fort Liberté. God knows how they replenish their supplies in the desert. When they heard this, many of the nobles were slightly stunned. Roaming, patrolling, avoiding battle, and stabbing the enemy in the back at the critical moment. The one who spoke was Count Nazir. The old man rubbed his chin, and his gaze moved slightly. Doesn't this tactic sound familiar? For example, 18 years ago, the hall was silent again. Many people lowered their heads. Count Cotterson closed his eyes and sighed. F***CK Thales thought of something. Are Sonia Cecere and her guards still in Broken Dragon Fortress? Where do they get 5,000 cavaliers, even if they're all light cavaliers, to stuff them into the desert? The youngest Count Hurst furrowed his brows and subconsciously turned his head to look for that figure. It's impossible for there to be no news of such a large-scale mobilization of soldiers. What about the secret room? Madame Calshine, Hurst realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he stopped himself in time. A few seconds later, Monty snorted softly. Whether it's the fortress or the secret room, you should ask the king. Black Sand region knows best. The vassals in the hall fell silent again. That's right. The throne is no longer in Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. The secret room, which only serves Extet, is naturally the same. Everyone felt dejected. This is Dragon Cloud City after King Nuven passed away. When he heard this, Count Lee Span heaved a long sigh. This is no longer important. What's important is that if Constellation is involved. The regent stared at the bleak Archduchess with a solemn expression. Then our next expedition to the west, the vassals' discussions rose in the hall again. Count Liner sneered. Think about it. When we are attacking the city, there are 5,000 people in the desert in the south watching us calmly, waiting to attack us at any time. And behind them, there might be the entire constellation. Count Liner sneered. 20 years ago, even if we had 3 archdukes working together, because of the intervention of the White Elves and Camus Union, the war still dragged on for nearly a year. He narrowed his eyes, as if he was remembering that year. Guess how long Constellation can drag on for? 2 years? 3 years? The king must be very happy to see this. The diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers looked at each other. Their expressions were unpleasant. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Thales ignored the hostile gazes that swept at him from time to time and quickly rearranged the information he knew. Things will not be that simple, nor will they be that complicated. It's just that the chessboard needs to be elevated a little. I originally thought that this was a storm between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom, or even within Extet. The Alliance of Freedom fought for independence. Black Sand region fought for survival. The city of Faraway Prayers fought for their own interests. Dragon Cloud City fought for the balance of power, and the other archdukes longed to watch the king weaken and Dragon Cloud City split. And now, Constellation has to be added to the mix. Then, in this storm, where's Constellation's greatest interest? This is just an optimistic situation. Count Cotterson counted with his fingers, as if he was talking to himself as he calculated the numbers. If the other side is really Constellation, which has turned out in full force after the Bloody Year. Worse still, if we include the White Elves who suffered losses in the previous war, and the 4 northern cities of Camus Union, who made bets based on the situation, and we only have Dragon Cloud City and the city of Faraway Prayers. Count Nazir watched him calculate the chips and let out a long sigh. He said the words that made many Northlanders feel indignant. When was the last time Extet lost a war? No one spoke. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the one-armed Count Carcagel punched the arm of his chair, causing a dull thud. His ghastly pale face told of his current mood. The vassals clenched their fists. The situation has become complicated. Count Lispan's expression did not change as he said flatly. Nazir nodded. It was rare for 2 old friends and old rivals to agree on the same thing. Thales was still thinking quickly. One after another, guesses surfaced in his mind. If the plan to dispatch troops remains unchanged, we will need to readjust the deployment of our military forces, including the quality of the soldiers we recruit. The old count's tone was solemn. Our enemies are the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. The difference between these two is not insignificant. You mean retreat? Lispan's words traveled into his ears steadily. I did not say that. After all, the lady has already made a promise, and this concerns the honor of Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family, Count Nazir said solemnly. But if we still want to dispatch troops to fight, we cannot deal with it carelessly like we did before. After all, the opponent we are facing is our old enemy of nearly 700 years. The shield of the Western Peninsula, the descendant of the Empire. No one spoke again. Only the Raven of Death shook his head and exhaled. The air of the city of faraway prayers. Ian Rockney widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at Thales, then at Saroma on the stairs. How can this be? On the Archduchess' seat, Saroma looked stunned. At this moment, no. Count Liner raised his head and attracted the attention of the entire hall. The problem is actually very simple. The Count, whose expression was cold and whose words were as sharp as knives, looked at Thales again and said profoundly, "We do not need to send more troops, nor do we need to hesitate." Thales' scalp tensed. "It's here. This is what I'm most worried about after everything happened." Many people moved slightly. Constellation has an army that is here to stir up trouble. And we have their heir. Count Liner said coldly, "Prince Thales Jadestar, right? A name that has never appeared in the Jadestar family tree." At that moment, Thales felt the gazes on him become even colder. Count Hurst was stunned. "You mean," Count Liner sighed, "chop off one of his hands and send it to Eternal Star City. Tell his crazy father to retreat immediately." Problem solved. At that moment, the Archduchess turned her head abruptly and stared at Thales in disbelief. But Thales was still unmoved. So, the Archduchess anxiously looked at her regent, but Count Leespan only shook his head slightly, signaling for her to calm down. The Northlanders quietened down and looked at Thales with increasingly strange gazes. Among them, Monty, the Raven of Death, flashed him a strange smile. He still looked like a hunter looking at his prey. Thales sighed. "Hey, enough is enough." Finally, Count Hurst could not help but say, "This is not in line with the Northlanders' way of doing things. The ignorant era where the Iron Blood King dug out his heart and drank wine has passed for more than 3,000 years." Count Liner shook his head. "This is his use. Thank the gods, after wasting 6 years of food, this precious hostage is finally put to use." Thales clenched his fists. "Wait a minute, that's the Iron Hand King who executed 300 nobles in one night. It is said that the lunatic watched the entire execution without blinking." Count Cotterson snorted coldly and disrespectfully. "If he really has a heart of stone like the rumors, and refuses to retreat even after this," Count Liner laughed. "Enough, all of you." Count Hurst snorted impatiently. "Release him in exchange for a retreat, or just kill him to show our attitude. We are dissatisfied with the Constellations, so we torture a child to vent our anger? What is this all about?" Count Liner sneered. "This is not venting our anger. Besides, we are releasing him." There was a cold glare in his eyes. "It's just that we are releasing him in installments." Count Hurst furrowed his brows. "Installments? If one letter is not convincing enough, then 2, 3, 4. Anyway, aside from his palms, he also has arms, legs, feet, eyes, nose, ears." Count Liner's cold words echoed in Thales' ears. "Every time he writes a letter, we will release a part of the prince in installments, until King Kessel retreats, or he dies." Chapter 326. The hall fell into silence once again. Thales closed his eyes, as if he was tormented by his own fate. But no one knew that at the moment Count Liner made his cruel suggestion, the second Prince of Constellation finally figured out one thing. "Connect," he said in his heart. The fight in Black Sand region, Constellation's interference, the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the war in the city of faraway prayers, the storm in Dragon Cloud City, most of the things were connected. They all pointed to a key point. That was Thales clenched his fists. "Is it really as I thought?" But if that's the case, at this moment, a clear female voice rang in his ears. "No!" This made the nervous Thales open his eyes and snap out of his daze. He raised his head in shock and looked at the Archduchess' throne at the highest point. Many other vassals did the same. No. A clear and decisive voice echoed in the hall. It was Saroma. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and looked conflicted. Her gaze kept moving between the vassals. Count Liner, who had threatened to release Thales in installments, was slightly stunned. My lady? Saroma stared at Thales in a daze. But after a few breaths, she seemed to have made up her mind. She turned her head and took a deep breath. Everyone, 6 years ago, before the king and the 4 archdukes, I made a promise in the name of the Archduchess. The Archduchess seemed to be a little stuttering and nervous, a stark contrast to her previous unyielding attitude. But she still tried hard to suppress her trembling and said anxiously, I promise Thales. Thales will be Dragon Cloud's city's guest. I will be responsible for his safety. In Dragon Cloud City before my eyes. The young girl's face was taut, and she shouted with all her might. He won't, and he shouldn't be hurt. Once she said this, the vassals had different reactions. Among them, the 6 counts had the most complicated expressions. Promise? The Archduchess. Thales stared at Saroma, who was forcing herself to remain calm. He felt anxious and fearful. Saroma, you be responsible for his safety? Count Liner seemed to be very dissatisfied with this sentence. His eyebrows were almost raised. Forgive me for being blunt, my lady, but what about our safety? What about the safety of those warriors who risked their lives to fight for your honor? The vassals seemed to resonate with Count Liner's words. They all nodded and grunted in response. Count Nazir looked at the Archduchess with a strange expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Count Liner said in an overbearing manner, That's right. And where do you put these? Saroma's face turned pale. Don't tell me that in your heart, this Prince of Constellation is more. Leespan saw that the situation was not right and decisively reprimanded. Liner. Liner snorted angrily. He turned his head around and looked at Thales with hostility again. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became very awkward. No one wanted to speak. Beside Thales, Ian looked at the situation in the hall and exhaled heavily. The Viscount knocked on the seat of his chair in dissatisfaction, venting his dissatisfaction with the unexpected situation. Damn it, this was probably the only time he looked like a Northlander. Thales only lowered his head and listened quietly. He did not pay attention to the argument in the hall. After a few seconds, the embarrassed Archduchess seemed to have adjusted her emotions. I will negotiate with Constellation, she said softly. But before that, my guest will not be harmed in any way. The Archduchess raised her head and gritted her teeth. This is our bottom line. The vassals frowned. Thales sighed. This is bad. Saroma, no. If you insist on this, negotiate. This time, the person who spoke was Monty from the city of faraway prayers. It will take about a month to travel from Dragon Cloud City to Eternal Star City. Monty crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the hall. He ignored the strange expressions of the nobles on both sides and said coldly, And the military situation is urgent. You can wait, but my subordinates and comrades can't. Moreover, we cannot turn this war that we must win into a permanent burden and let the real enemy succeed. He did not clearly state who the real enemy was. Saroma was instantly speechless. The vassals began to discuss among themselves again. Ian frowned and wanted to say something, but under Monty's fierce gaze, he did not speak in the end. The pressure was back on Thales. The mean Count Cotterson snorted softly and sneered. Very reasonable. So, he shrugged and turned to Liner. The simplest way is to send our attitude along with the letter. Are you sure that chopping off only one hand will work? Count Liner smiled back at him. Thales sighed. We're back to this topic again. Someone must let them know that Northlanders do what they say, but they were interrupted by the Archduchess once again. No! Saroma clenched her teeth. Beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead, as if she was going through a very intense struggle. It's not that simple. The vassals showed puzzled gazes again. The young lady glanced at Thales. The anxiety and nervousness in her eyes did not decrease in the slightest. The Archduchess panted and tried hard to convince the men in the hall. I remember that King Kessel once promised that anyone who endangers Prince Thal's safety will become Constellation's eternal enemy. His head will be the condition for the next king of Constellation to be crowned. We must be cautious. This sentence seemed to have quite an effect. At least, the vassals who had been glaring at Thales and speaking rudely stopped talking and began to think about more problems. Thales was the only one who looked at the Archduchess with a complicated expression. He felt rather upset. She's protecting me, even if this will endanger the little bit of popularity she built up with great difficulty today. She's protecting me. But, Saroma, finally, Count Leespan broke the awkward atmosphere. My lady's considerations are reasonable. The former Prime Minister and current regent, who had worked diligently for Dragoncloud City for decades, coughed. Leespan raised his gaze and swept his gaze across every vassal. If that king is really cold-blooded and does not care about the kingdom's future or his son's life, then no matter how many times we release this prince, the result will be the same. In the end, we will be the ones who will be forced into a dead end. Is Dragoncloud City really prepared to take the prince's head and become the target of public criticism? The hall fell into silence again. The Archduchess cast a grateful glance at Leespan. That's right, Seal. I mean it. Leespan only nodded mildly. This made the other counts frown and cast dissatisfied glances at the regent. But the girl still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Thales doesn't have to, but then she was slightly startled. Thales was staring at her from afar. The Prince of Constellation sighed. With a hesitant expression, he shook his head gently at her. No, Saroma. Don't. Thales thought quietly. Saroma was stunned in her seat as she watched the prince's actions. She remembered what Thales said earlier. Promise me, Saroma, on the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid. She looked at Thales, who shook his head helplessly. She could not help but bite her lower lip. Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. In that case, you Thales are you the other people you mentioned? The girl thought bitterly. In the corner of the hall, Thales was still shaking his head gently. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess the most. That's enough. I will solve the rest of the problems. Saroma struggled to look at Thales. But Thales, the current you, can't even protect yourself. Oh, my lady. This time, the one who spoke was Monty. The vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group deliberately raised his eyebrows. But didn't you summon the vassals to Dragoncloud City precisely to restore your father's glory and boldness, and to prove that you are a qualified ruler? The Raven of Death clicked his tongue and said, and now, in the face of the Empire's empty threats, you are backing down and afraid. Were all those words about protecting the family's honor just for fun? Dissatisfied discussions immediately rose in the hall. The vassals' expressions became much more unpleasant. Saroma clenched her teeth again. Her face was tense. Show some respect, Raven of Death. The golden-bearded Count Hurst reprimanded in displeasure. You once served in the White Blade Guards and received King Nuven's kindness. There is no reason for you to make things difficult for his granddaughter. Speaking of this, you must know that I left the White Blade Guards in Dragoncloud City for more than 10 years. Monty shook his head at the Archduchess with a mocking expression. He did not hide his disdainful tone at all. Compared to the past, all of you are really old and much more sentimental. I even suspect Nicholas' expression changed while he stood beside the Archduchess. He said in a deep and unquestionable tone, "Shut up, Monty." When he heard his old superior's words, Monty immediately stopped talking. He snorted softly and did not speak again. Thales could not help but size up the Raven of Death with his fierce gaze. Something is not right. He once again felt that something was not right about this visitor from the City of Faraway Prayers. But what exactly is wrong? At this moment, Count Carcagel, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head. Then let's bring him along. The one-armed count said fiercely. Bring him to the west. Everyone in the hall, including the Archduchess, Thales, and Ian, was shocked. The surprise lasted for a few seconds. Count Leespan frowned and said, Bring him along? Do you mean? The one-armed count nodded and said coldly, We will march with this prince to solve the problem of the Alliance of Freedom. We will bring him along to attack the city, bring him along to fight, bring him along to kill the enemy. We will leave the problem to the Constellations opposite Fort Liberté, who are holding the double cross-shaped stars flag. The Archduchess trembled and cried out involuntarily, What? The vassals' gazes were cast on Thales. Thales was shocked. His expression changed slightly. We will let the possible enemies on the battlefield know that their prince is in our hands, Carcagel said coldly. If they do not want to see any tragedies or accidents happen, then it is best for them to know their place. Wait for us to get rid of those cowards in Fort Liberté. The moment he finished speaking, it was as if the hall was covered with a layer of ice. Monty laughed out loud. I like this idea. Things that cannot be solved at the negotiation table, of course, must be solved on the battlefield. Saroma revealed a look of disbelief. She subconsciously glanced at Thales, then at Carcagel. Leespan and Nazir glanced at each other, each deep in thought. Perhaps this is a good idea, the old Count Nazir said faintly a few seconds later. Indeed, my lady, your promise back then is very important. It is also best for Prince Thales' safety not to be destroyed in our hands. Compared to an awkward negotiation that involves all parties and the outcome is unknown, bringing the prince to the front line as a bargaining chip is more effective. Count Leespan, who was listening by the side, sighed. On the other side, Count Liner's expression was still calm, but his words were sharp. He looked at Saroma's panicked expression and chuckled. Very reasonable. If Prince Thales were to meet with an accident because of his battle with the Constellations, what would happen to him? The responsibility will not be on our side. Thales closed his eyes again and exhaled. When the vassals agreed to send troops, there was a moment when he thought that they had already won. However, accidents always come suddenly. The Archduchess widened her eyes and subconsciously shook her head. How are you going to deal with him? Upon hearing the Archduchess' words, the counts frowned. Carcagel's deep voice seemed to have some kind of power that made people shudder. If the other party restrains themselves, then we will act as usual. We will take him for a walk. The hall was silent for a moment. Saroma gulped. The Archduchess' voice rang again. What if the other party does not restrain themselves? Count Liner sneered, while Count Cotterson shrugged. Then we will do what we should do, Carcagel said coldly. As long as we conquer Fort Liberté, everything will be over. What we should do? Thales lowered his head in silence and did not speak. What should I do? If I want to solve the current predicament, I must pay a corresponding price. The problem is, do I have to take that step? That is, Count Hurst stared at the Archduchess' expression. His golden beard trembled and he frowned. I think it is feasible. Saroma clenched her teeth. Seal, she said to the last count with great difficulty. Do you agree as well? My lady, Regent Leespan looked at the young girl with a serious expression. This is the best method for now. Countless people will rush to the battlefield for you, so you must consider their lives for the sake of the war. No problem. Ian appeared at this moment. His eyes brightened. He coughed softly and smiled again. The city of Faraway Prayers will welcome your Highness' presence. Thales clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at Saroma nervously, waiting for her response. Saroma also looked back at him hesitantly. Their gazes met in the air. Thales sighed and shook his head gently. No, Saroma. Don't do this because of... A few seconds later, the Archduchess' expression became firm again. She looked at Thales and shook her head too. Thales' heart trembled. He understood her response. No. The Archduchess raised her head abruptly. Thales, he must stay in Dragoncloud City. Stay in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma's expression was firm as she said resolutely, And I promise that I will personally write a letter to King Kessel and remind him that his heir, is still with us. I will use all means to ensure that Constellation will not pose a threat to our war." Thales closed his eyes. The vassals' expressions changed at the same time. They stared at their female ruler with unfamiliar and dissatisfied gazes. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have returned to the time before Ian proposed. Thales heaved a long sigh. "Saroma, if you do this will make our previous efforts hay." Thales opened his eyes gently. He gestured at Ralph behind him. "Go." The Phantom Wind follower was slightly stunned. He nervously looked at the various hostile gazes in the hall, but still bowed slightly and left with his back against the wall. Thales exhaled. In the end, it still came to this. His fists were trembling. "Well, my lady, your relationship with him and this Prince of Constellation is quite good." Monty sneered. "Just like the rumors say." These words were like pouring oil on the fire, making the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn and solemn. Leespan saw that the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more off. He quickly coughed and interrupted the Raven of Death. "My lady, I don't like to say this, but someone interrupted the regent even faster. For the sake of the gods, you have said no many times about this matter." Across from Leespan, Count Nazir frowned and spoke slowly. "As the ruler, my lady, of course you have the right to say no and force us to carry out your will." The old count enunciated each word, as though he cherished every word in his words. "But please remember, every time you say it, you have to pay a price. It's just that some of the prices are visible and visible, while some are invisible." Under the Archduchess' shocked gaze, Count Nazir said flatly, "Unless you have the ability to fool your people again and again, otherwise, if you pay too many of these prices, one day they will accumulate into a huge debt that even someone as noble as you cannot repay." Saroma gathered her hands under her sleeves. Her expression was unpleasant. Count Nazir did not give the young girl a chance to speak. Instead, he spoke his words one by one. Among the 6 counts, Nazir's words were not as soothing as Lispan's, not as gentle and polite as Count Hurst's, not as ear-piercing as Count Liner's, not as harsh and unpleasant as Cotterson's, and not as shocking and powerful as Carcagel's, but they seemed to contain a special power that could not be rejected. They could not help but be moved. "And those we were talking about, my lady, those are the soldiers of Dragon Cloud City," Nazir said softly. "The decision we make here concerns their lives. Do you really understand the price of saying no here?" Saroma was stunned. "Those are the sons of countless mothers, the husbands of countless wives, and the fathers of countless daughters." The old count spoke very slowly, but every word he said made the vassals consciously listen to him quietly. These Northlanders, all left their homeland in response to your summons and rushed to other places." Saroma's breathing became chaotic. She stared at Nazir in a daze. She felt as if there was a heavy stone weighing 1,000 pounds pressing down on her from the air. Nazir raised his head gently and said slowly, "And no matter what the reason is, you should not disregard your people who are loyal to you for an outsider, a hostage of an enemy country. And the price of doing so," he stared at the Archduchess with a piercing gaze, "perhaps it will make your people and all those who are willing to fight for you bitterly disappointed. Then they will disregard you and their ruler." Once he said this, the gazes of the vassals on Saroma instantly changed. Saroma, on the other hand, stared at the count in a daze. She was drenched in cold sweat, and her lips trembled. Old Count Nazir sighed slowly. "Until one day, the accumulated debts of these prices exceed the grace you and your family have given us, and exceed our loyalty to you and your family. At that time, no one will be willing to fight for you anymore. Isn't that so?" The hall became quiet. No one spoke anymore. In the corner, Thales closed his eyes expressionlessly and shook his head slowly. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.